Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 437. Hopefully, you guys have had a great Wednesday. I know I have. Even better, I've got an amazing guest for you. I've got Green Grow Spaces. Mike, how you doing this evening? You want to tell us how you're doing, and of course, where they can find you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm first of all, I'm doing really good, and I want you to know that I've like foregone a opportunity to go to a nude beach here in Vancouver, BC, on a beautiful, beautiful day for the show today. So, you know, we're gonna make sure that this is really, really good. At least as good as a nude beach, if not better. Okay, I promise you by the end of the show. But okay, where can you find me? You can find me on, I guess got an Instagram channel and a YouTube channel as well. So Instagram, YouTube, both under Green Grow Spaces. And if you're in Canada, keep an eye out maybe in the next few months because I've actually got a cultivar that I've been working on. That's going to be making its way into the legal Canadian market through a couple of licensed producers. And that's about as much as I can say sort of about that. But yeah, I'll be kind of steadily updating what's going on there. But to me, that's extremely exciting, man. You know what I mean? Because that's like, the way it is in Canada right now, this thing went legal, 3 years ago or so, right? And it's just a lot of just the same old shit's been spewing out by each licensed producer. It's like Blue Dream, MK Ultra. Like, okay, I get it, right? Like, okay, we've had all of these strains for cultivars for many, 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 many times. So, yeah, like I say, man, been working on things for several years from the breeding perspective, and finally, it's making its way into the actual market space, the legal market space. So that, I mean, yeah, you'll find me there. Cool. How you doing, man?
You have accurately described what I'm afraid will happen to the direct market right off the bat there.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
And if you'd
but
like,
as
we could
far
definitely
as
go
the
into
new
that.
beach thing's going, man, I don't know. That's pressure.
It is, man. It is. And you know what
I
else
don't
is?
know if you made the right decision there.
Well, I definitely should have gone, but I did go last week. So, I'm not going to begrudge you this, and so don't worry about it, bro. I went last week, and the thing is, I had just recently gotten back from Jamaica. So I've been working on a project in Jamaica out there, consulting to a legal cannabis entity out there and kind of converting their processes to regenerative and locally sourced living organic, right? Instead of, the other type, the alternative, right? But yeah, I got a pretty good tan up top in Jamaica and a pretty good tan down below, but I didn't tan that midsection at all whatsoever. So when I got out to this nude beach just last week, I look like an Oreo cookie, man. Like walking around, it was pretty comical. Actually, there was a guy who walked by me. He was like, "Man, you definitely got to put some sunscreen on your balls, man. You're going to be suffering in a bit." And I was like, "Yeah, you're right." So I did get scorched a little bit, but I guess yeah, that can be the end of that story for now. You got any nude beaches out there in Michigan, brother?
It's pretty funny. I know, and I wish.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm sure this will be just as good, bro. So let's get on with the show, man. So, I want to begin by saying thank you for having me on, and reaching out to me and inviting me. I think that's really cool, man. And unfortunately right now I don't have the opportunity to go in and see like if what people are typing in the chat. So, as a heads up, man, if anyone has any questions throughout, I'm not going to really be able to see them. So, Eagle, if you can just kind of like let me know if anyone asks anything, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Okay.
Right out.
Yeah, man.
Right off the bat, they Aldrich 25 in chat says when you were talking about the nude beaches there, he says bad choices. I like it. First comment right out.
Right. And then once you get down the stairs, so there's a huge like set of stairs to get down to this beach called the Wreck Beach. So I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia right now, where we just kind of went through that pretty crazy heat dome I'm not sure if you are familiar with that or have heard of it, but what happened here in the West Coast, also Oregon got hit by it pretty fucking hard, as did Washington State. But so did Vancouver, BC, right? Because Seattle is basically a 2 hour, 2.5 hour drive away from me, right? I just basically got to get on the highway, drive 2 hours south, and boom, I'm in Seattle, right? So the challenges and the heat that was happening here, dude, in the last just about 2.5 weeks ago or so, we got pummeled by heat. We got hit hotter here in British Columbia, Canada, than Las Vegas has ever seen ever. By the way, we hit like 49 point, I believe it was 49.6 degrees Celsius, which is like devastating. Okay, yeah, that hit a town. There's a town. It's no longer in existence anymore. It was called Lytton, Lytton, BC. Okay, it's in it's sort of central BC, and it got hit by 49.6 degree temperature heat. Dude, this is hotter than Las Vegas has ever seen, and it got hit by that for 3 days in a row. Okay, and then what ended up happening is a forest fire came through and just completely decimated the entire town. And now there's essentially nothing left there. There's a couple of metal structures that have sort of like melted into themselves. That's about it, bro. So it's been like we just been dealing with some pretty intense stuff. So I really hope that anyone who's watching or anyone in the crowd, if you guys are PNW or you've gone through this heat dome, that your plants that you've had outdoors have survived this experience, man, because like that was the first thing that I was thinking of during this. Is just like, geez, I really fucking hope that all of these lives, of all of these beautiful plants that people are growing are actually still around, right, man? Like that's crucial. So anyway, getting a little mushy there, but yeah, man. So you're from
just missed the heat, northern Michigan.
Oh, okay, you guys missed it. But you know what's messed up, man, is that I'm initially from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, which is like pretty close to Michigan, right? It doesn't take too long to drive to Michigan from Toronto, and I'm sure you've had some pretty intense heat waves, right? Like we're kind of used to it, to the extent where pretty much everyone's got air conditioning units in their houses, right? Whereas now, dude, it's like out here in Vancouver, BC, people are not prepared for that, right? And so a lot of cultivators here were actually fucked over by this, because they weren't prepared. They weren't prepared for this heat. They're used to being able to, and this is one of the beautiful things about being out here on the West Coast, right? It's such a really moderate climate that it never really gets too hot. You know what I mean? It never really gets too cold. So if you're growing indoors or cultivating in like a small space for yourself in your house, let's say, or even in a larger scale space, right? But let's talk about a small space even. You can get away with pulling simple LEDs. You don't need to set up AC units in your rooms, generally speaking, right? You can get away with just a simple LED, right? LED lighting system, boom, good. You know what I mean? Make sure that you ventilate it properly, obviously, that you're always maintaining your like optimum vapor pressure deficit for your cultivar, whatever that may be, and also like whatever life cycle it's in. But, that's the thing out here out west. I think it's something like it's way less than 40% of all the houses out here are upfitted with air conditioning units, right? So any home grower pretty much just got fucked hard, like really hard, bro. Like it was almost, several days of intense heat, right? Like plants were just shriveling up left, right, and center. So yeah, it was pretty tough, man. Luckily, I have AC. But yeah, that's how that goes.
So do you have any tips for like dealing with the heat in your grow space and temperatures like that?
Definitely. I mean, well, it depends on what your situation looks like. So, are you growing outdoors, or are you doing a hybrid greenhouse, let's say, situation, right? Or are you growing completely indoors? So, I mean, obviously, growing completely indoors, there's benefits, and there's also there's issues with that as well, too, right? Typically, if you've constructed your indoor space properly, you've got proper insulation going on, right? And so it makes your average sort of climactic scenario basically stay pretty much level, right? Whereas if you're in a greenhouse, man, you're dealing with greenhouse fucking scenarios. So you better be having really good vents, man, and or a really good setup with an AC system. And then outdoors, I mean, the tips with dealing with the heat, man, seriously, is like crossing your fucking fingers, right? Like when it gets to 49.7 degrees Celsius, what are you going to do? You're not going to go spray them with water. in the middle of the sunshine, right, to cool them down. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with your outdoor plants, right? But indoors, for sure, 100%, get yourself either at the very, very least, if you can get yourself, and before this ever happens, before the next heat wave in your city, whoever you are, get either a portable air conditioning unit, right? That's, depending on the size of your room, you may need a couple of them. And or if you've got a little bit more to spend, heat pumps are pretty good. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those. But they basically take like the outside temperature and kind of twist it around, right? And then reacclimatize your inside room, right? So let's just say, for example, it's like really cold outside. You set up a heat pump, it kind of pulls in the air from outside, and then through a system inside, it converts that temperature of the air to the opposite way, but it takes a lot of energy sometimes, right? Especially if you're in a super, super, super cold place. So if you're in a situation where you're always hot and it's always hot and you need to get your place extremely cool, I would say stay away from heat pumps. Okay. That's my advice. So definitely just like a little portable AC unit. And then you're probably going to have to get yourself a dehumidifier as well at some point, depending on how much moisture is being moved in your space, right? And that's the thing. So as soon as you start adding something like a dehumidifier, then you're definitely going to need an AC in there because those dehums pump out heat. It's like, right? You're always kind of, the more things you begin to add to a situation, the more you're sort of, you're fighting against things, and it's just it becomes pretty complex, right? So, yeah. I mean, in terms of heat, man, that's all I can really say. Like, if you can, you want to be growing in a basement. If you have the opportunity, this is basic. I mean, but some people maybe it dawn upon them at the beginning. You want to think, okay, well, I want to go upstairs, and you shouldn't be going upstairs. Middle floor is not bad, but if you can, and you've got space in a basement, that's where you're going to have the most constant kind of temperature, most constant climate. It's going to be easier. You're going to have less pressures on you overall, right? Which is kind of the idea. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. And then the other thing is, keep this in mind. Putting in fans is for those, of you who, and I used to think like, okay, I'm going to put in fans and that's going to make things cooler for you. But it's actually not making things cooler, right? Like fans operate on motors, right? And those motors create heat, right? That energy that goes through that causes that fan to move creates heat. It's actually creating more heat. So if you're setting up a larger scale room now, you need to consider that. You need to consider, how many fans am I setting up, right? And how many BTUs am I going to have to pull in from an AC unit in order to counteract that, right? Now you may need, right, more than one AC unit because you've got a bunch of fans. So it's, yeah. I don't want to get too complicated, man, but that's kind of part of sort of, yeah, right? I guess that's the best way to deal with it, sort of. But again, it's like, are we talking about a small scale grower trying to deal with the heat in in their apartment unit, or are we talking about a full-on legal licensed producer trying to deal with whatever the heat, in their environment, whether it's outdoors or indoors, right? And keep this in mind too, whether you may be in so just a perfect example, there's a company called Aurora out in Canada who's pretty large. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but they're pretty big. They've got millions of square feet of cultivation space, and they're dealing with having to deal with the outside pressures inside their own facility, right? So when they have fluctuations of humidity, let's say, because oftentimes their facilities are in Alberta, Canada, which is like quite high up. So you got altitude, you know what I'm saying, man? And then you've also got a lot of sun in the summertime. So you basically have like 10% relative humidity going on, and that makes its way into the actual facility itself too, right? So when you're setting up your facility, you're thinking about what's going inside your house. You also have to think about what's going on outside your space. But yeah, is that cool? That's pretty much all I got, man, on heat.
That's plenty of tips. That's a lot of info right there for sure. A lot to digest.
Yeah, for sure, man. Because I mean, like, it's important to consider like who's your, you know what I mean, when I'm trying to answer a question like this. Let's say like, who's the audience? Is it a newbie small scale? Is it a newbie large scale? Right? Because that happens too, by the way. Just wait for it, America. Wait for it, America. Wait until you have all of these other master growers who've been master growers growing spinach or growing fucking this or growing fucking that, right? Or jelly beans or whatever the fuck they're growing. And they come into this large scale operation, and because they've got, what seems to be sort of like coincidental knowledge, it doesn't actually translate over, as we know, right? We know that cannabis is nothing like jelly beans. It's definitely, nothing like a bunch of other kinds of plants, right? The cannabis is a insane. It's extremely finicky, right? So yeah, is it newbie small scale, newbie large scale, or is it like an advanced expert small scale? Which there are out there, right? There are some amazing experts out there who grow small scale who don't ever need to get big to become extremely knowledgeable, right? Like Clackamas Coop, for example. Like I'm not sure that he grows to an extremely large scale, but when you hear him speak about his experience with cannabis cultivation, hands-on, and also how he is able to relate that to like the larger academic, right, sort of apparatus, man, then that's a perfect example of a guy who's advanced at small scale, right? And then there's advanced at large scale. So it's kind of all over the map, man. People, right? But yeah.
It's funny when you threw in greenhouse right on top, first off on the list. My initial thought was like, they don't count. They don't count. They should be giving us advice. They deal with heat constant. They should be, you know what I mean?
Right,
So,
man. And they do. It's like mad fans, right? Vents that are automated vents going on. You have to have everything. Obviously, these days everything's hooked up automatically, right? Like so, or better be anyway, especially in greenhouses. But I mean, then there's different styles of greenhouses, right? Like, so for example, when I was growing in Jamaica, or when I was in Jamaica, the cultivation facility there, let me kind of dial this back for a sec and kind of give you some scope and scale, maybe of the actual operation itself, and then we can maybe dive in a little bit more, right, to like kind of what they have going on. But it's the company's called Herbs, right? And it's Health Education and Research of Botanical Sciences. So the acronym is Herbs, right? And it is a legally authorized and regulated entity that is cultivating cannabis for medical purposes in Jamaica. And the base of the actual cultivation operation is in Westmoreland, which is like the southwest tip of Jamaica. It's a rural province. It's probably, I'm pretty sure it is the most agriculturally like productive province of the entire country. And it also just happens to be the home of basically the best ganja on the island. So when you ever hear of, or if you hear of anywhere in Jamaica where you got to get the best weed, it's always Orange Hill. So anyone who's have you ever been to Jamaica, man? Eagle?
someday, but not yet. Not yet.
Definitely, man. You got to go. It's wow, it's a whole other world. That's for sure. But out there on that western sort of tip, like I say, is the epicenter. That is the epicenter. That is like, and I don't want to like equate this to the States because I'm sure people think different parts of the States has the best weed. So I'm not going to say nothing with the States, but it's basically like the Vancouver, British Columbia of Canada. So when you go down to Jamaica, if you want the best weed in Jamaica, you're not staying in Montego Bay to find the best weed. You're not going to Kingston, Jamaica, right? It's out all the way out in Negril. Negril is the name of the city or the town out in western edge of Jamaica, right? So they're doing things right, man. But long story short is that the cultivation facility that I was contracted to and still am affiliated with is a 15-acre plot essentially right now. So 15-acre outdoor plot, right? With an additional like 90 acres surrounding it that could be, subsumed right into a cultivation facility. But it's a good chunk of size, right? Like when you're dealing with 15 acres of land, think about how many clones you're taking in a day. And just to let you know, we weren't even filled that entire 15-acre plot. We had like basically like a third of it filled or so, right? And there was different styles. So we had an outdoor space, right? Then we also had two different styles of greenhouses, right? So the outdoor space is pretty easy and it's obvious it's an outdoor space. But something you got to keep in mind is when you're in a place like Jamaica, in an outdoor space, if you don't intend it to flower right away, you're going to need to find a way to keep your outdoor space lit up, right? So we had strung lights along posts along the entire kind of outdoor cultivation space, right? In order to ensure that those plants stayed in vegetative state, because in a place like Jamaica, you're pretty close to the equator, right? So you're flirting with constant flowering all the time. You know what I'm saying, man? Like you're basically going, anywhere from 10 to whatever, 14 hours of light. So you've got like, you're playing with flowering all the time. So it's so outdoor spaces, even in places like equatorial areas, need to be conceived of sort of, it's almost like a hybrid, right? If you want to keep your plants vegging, otherwise you're putting plants outside and then they're flowering right away from, depending on how big your clone is, right? Depending on how big your cut is. But it's pretty nuts. So anyway, we had like 15 acres of cultivation space land. Like I say, a third of it was under cultivation, roughly. And then there was another 40,000 square foot processing facility that we're building currently under construction right now. So that's pretty massive, bro. 40,000 square feet of processing, as well as the 15 acres, man. And that's a decent start. And then there's another opportunity to have another 200 acres, right? Easily if we wanted. So, but the idea here, right, with that entire project, bro, is to take everything sort of that they were doing, which was like, what happened was a Canadian entity went in with this company years ago and set them up on like a plan to use, synthetic fertilizers, essentially, right? And got them to get a bunch of soil. So local soil, ship in all this soil, build raised beds, right? So essentially, you'd think this would be like, they're almost setting them up to be a living organic cultivation facility, and then they give them synthetic fertilizers, right? And it's like, what the fuck just happened there? And you know what I mean, man? So that was kind of a fucking head scratcher when I got there. And the other aspect of it was that the soil that they set them up with was completely clay laden. So if anyone in the crowd's ever watched any like strain hunter videos or anything like that, or seen what it's like in Jamaica up on the mountains, or seen what it's like, that the soil itself, it's pretty red. It's a very red, clay laden like soil, very, very clay laden. You can pick it up, put it in your hands, put a little bit of water in it, and it turns into like a paste that you could basically like, you know what I mean? Do your own little spa situation on. I mean, it's not the best. There's zero aeration whatsoever in this, absolutely zero aeration. And to a row, when you set up this red soil, right, by the way, which is a certain type of soil that you see in Jamaica, right, compared to a darker, more enriched soil that you can also get in Jamaica, but you have to get it further up in the mountains, kind of more towards the center of the island, and bring that in, right? To a row, though, man, you can see when you let those beds stay fallow, right, for a cycle or two, the natural weeds or whatever, the natural plants that end up blowing in are like so much more rich, obviously, in the darker soil, right? As opposed to this red clay soil that is like the romanticized view of what Jamaican soil should be, if you get what I'm saying, man, right? So there was it kind of went the wrong direction. So, what I had to do was go in and try to basically essentially like ensure that we're able to convert the entire operation of this farm over to a living organic, fully self-sustainable operation, man. And this is really exciting, or was exciting, man, because like I said, it was a 15-acre space, right? But around it was 90 acres, okay? And in those 90 acres, we had things like goats, cows, fucking chickens, pigs, horses, dude, everything, man. Like all this stuff. So you can imagine all the dung, right? All the shit that we could use for to help remediate and build the soil back up from scratch, which is essentially what this whole point was like rebuilding the soil from scratch, right? And it's essentially soil restoration, right? Or soil building at the heart of it all, right? So yeah, so I mean, it's like things like using all of the local compost, or rather using all those local kind of animal sources for their compost, right? In order to re-enrich and enrich the soil. And then obviously use those in teas and things. But also, not only that, man, I mean, Jamaica is like, there's just like that beautiful sun, right? Nice amount of rain, the beautiful crops, beautiful local biodiversity. So the opportunity for things like coconut corn, like we can make our own coconut corn, no problem. You know how many coconut trees there are? Coconuts pop up in a coconut, you got coconut water, right? Which is loaded with all kinds of enzymes and nutrients and, gibberellins and hormones and just, you name it, man. Like it's so beneficial, bro. So we've got a coconut husk. You can take all the not all the trees, but you can take trees on your property, right? Bring them down. They can make your own biochar. there's all kinds of things, so many opportunities. You can go down to the beach, because by the way, this is close to the shore. We're talking about an island country. You go down to the beach where the kelp washes up onto the shore, and as long as you collect it in the morning before it's been laying out for too long and exposed to the sun, and bring it back, right, to your facility, right? Rinse it off in some water, remove the salts, right? And all of a sudden you have your own source of, right, nutrition. So that's basically what this was all about. Essentially, it was sort of, ensuring that this company could grow off of ensuring Jamaica essentially could grow off of the resources that it had at its local fingertips. You know what I'm saying, man? Like all the shells that they have there, all the crabs that they have there, right? All the fucking oysters, all the bars, all the restaurants that are on the strip, right? They don't want to pay, or they don't. What are they going to do with their garbage? You just set up someone to go pick up their garbage. Boom, pick up garbage, right? Bring it back. All of a sudden, boom, you've got yourself like fucking different types of compost piles that are providing you with different sources of whatever you need, right? It's all kind of, and it's all there. That island is so rich, right? So, yeah, I mean, they definitely got devastated by COVID. There's no doubt about that, man. Like, it's it's a population of like maybe 2.5 million, close to 3 million people, let's say. And I think over the course of a year, you get usually about 6 million documented tourists that come to that place. So you can envision, right, like kind of how it wasn't sort of maybe as glowing sort as it could have been, right? But bro, like it was definitely a beautiful place, a beautiful opportunity. Yeah, and I gotta say, man, yeah, Jamaica knows what's up when it comes to ganja. I'm pretty sure that they are. I don't know, man. Tell me if you've. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you haven't been there, but like, I'm pretty sure that they are the biggest consumers of ganja on the entire fucking planet, as far as per capita. Like the amount of I've seen one guy have a joint in his mouth, a half burned joint behind his ear, and he's already like rolling up another one in his hand like this. And they all know how to do this too. They do this like amazing. They know, like, they don't need a grinder. There's no grinders in Jamaica. You can't. They don't care about grinders. If you're a grinder company and you think you're gonna go in and sell grinders in Jamaica, you're gonna fucking go into business, bro. They have like this hand that's been well formed, since a young age. They just scrape and scrape and scrape the bud in there, man, and it just turns into the. And then within like, half the time that it takes me to pull out my fucking grinder like a sluggish white guy and figure out what the hell I'm doing, right? Before I can get to it. And they're already smoking the joint and wondering what the hell's taking me so long. Yeah, I love them. They're great people, man. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So that's where it's at. They definitely know their ganja. There's no doubt about that, man. So, yeah, again, anyone who's intends to maybe travel out to Jamaica, like I say, my recommendation is check out Negril. For sure. The grill is where it's at, man. Yeah. Go out west.
I've never been there, but my longest episode is from a Jamaican, Rasta Bob. He completely did like out smoke me out that episode.
Oh, all right.
He honestly, he told me, shit you die. He said, I've been up pretty much like it'll be 24 hours for me, when he started my episode. He thought it was a little bit earlier, so he jumped in on somebody else, Fumdor's episode prior, smoked like 2 hours on that show, and then got on here and smoked and talked with me for 8 hours. Whoa, his eyes were bloodshot when he came on. Yeah, I thought he was done. I was like, doing that other show was a mistake. This is going to be a quick episode. Nah. He said, and he, again, straight up, he's pulling out monster buds, and he's sitting there. He's got a cutting board with a giant kitchen knife that you talk about no grinders. He's just like chop. And
he putting in his chalice. You got to get your big chalice that he's just hitting from.
Yeah,
Rasta man.
Yeah. Chickens going in the background all night long.
Yeah.
Shit.
Dude, that's exactly it. This is true. Jamaican chickens and Jamaican roosters, they don't give a fuck about what time it is. They're partying all night long, man. I'll tell you that. Where I lived in Jamaica, it was right across the street from a chicken coop, and it was these roosters. They don't care. It's not like they don't crow or whatever caught when the sun rises. No, no. They crow when they want to, and that's it. Yeah.
Fun episode. So your passion seems to run very deep with cannabis. Where did it all start? When was your first when did cannabis come into your life, man? When did all
Man.
this fun and passion start?
Right, man. Good question, bro. Specifically with cannabis, it was like 25 years ago when I was 27 years ago, I guess now. Yeah, shit. Yeah, when I was 15 years old, realized, okay, kind of the weed that I'm getting now, I don't know. I really think I could try maybe growing a little bit of my own instead of constantly having to go and buy it, right? And so I did. I planted it, and it was an abject failure, complete failure, bro. Like it was. I did not it didn't work out that well, right? I took it up north. When I say up north, I mean in Canada and Ontario. So they took like basically northern Ontario to grow outdoors, and didn't know the first fucking thing about cannabis cultivation at all whatsoever. And so I lost the crop to deer, and a couple other things probably as well, like my own stupidity. But what drove my passion initially, I would say honestly, bro, was like I was partially raised as a young kid by my mom, but also by my grandmother as well, right? My grandma was like this really, really intense gardener who was extremely passionate about organic cultivation. And like I didn't realize it at the time while it was all happening all around me and I was being raised in this, but she had like leaf mold piles, different types of compost piles. She had like one specific garden straight for certain flowers that were going to attract pollinators. At the time, I didn't know it. It was just a flower garden, right? I'm thinking, oh, a flower garden. Of course, she uses it for teas and things like that. So she was just really, really well attuned, right, to the land and understood kind of how to use it, right? I remember even one time she said, she was like, most people set up fences around their garden, and she did too. But they'll set up fences around the gardens to protect it from, rabbits or intruding deer or whatever the fuck, right? Well, at a certain point, she gave up and just said, you know what, I'm going to stop because, these rabbits were around here long before I got here, long before I planted my garden, and these rabbits are going to be here long after I leave. So if they're going to come in and they're going to take a bite of a couple of carrots, then so be it, and maybe hopefully they'll take a shit or two. And it's one of those situations where you realize, okay, like you don't need to be such a helicopter parent about your stuff, right? Like it's very important, obviously, but I feel like, and this is a tangent, and we can get back to this later on, but I feel like a lot of the mistakes of beginning cultivators, is that they're too over obsessed with everything that's going on, and they forget that this thing that they're growing, this beautiful plant, is actually a life unto itself, and it's a potential. I'm not going to go off on hippie shit right here, but I want to say potentially sentient, man. Like there is a really great book by a guy named Dr. Daniel Chamovitz. So anyone who's really interested in a super quick read that will open up your eyes if you haven't considered this before, and this is again non-hippie style. This guy kind of takes more of an academic perspective to this. It's a book called What a Plant Knows. And it's subdivided, in a bunch of chapters, right? And it's like what a plant smells, what a plant sees, like what a plant tastes, right? What a plant feels. And at the end of it all, you kind of go through and you start realizing that this plant, most plants in general, but this plant for sure, specifically because it's speaking to us as cannabis cultivators, right? This plant is actually, in a way, modifying its own environment through things that it is seeing and doing, right? Which is through its own, what I want to call terroir, okay? And this is kind of a loose, sort of loose way for me to bring in that term terroir, but a lot of people, there's like a debate about what terroir is and terroir isn't. All right. So you're asking me what's my passion? Like why it sounds like I'm so passionate about this. Well, this is what's my passion, man. My passion is that, I feel like this plant is such an incredible plant, man, that it's so diverse within its own genealogy. Okay. That it can express itself in so many different ways. The same, I don't know, we can say strain, but let's say cultivar. Or even phenotype, even cut, even clone. You take a clone, you take that, and you all of a sudden expose that to different types of environments. I mean, you can express and not get a worse situation. You can actually get something quite different. And it's extremely fascinating, man, how this plant can adapt. And not just how this plant can adapt to its like direct environment, meaning like, in temperature, humidity, altitude, whatever climate, but also how this plant can adapt to the human, right? That is growing this plant. Like we look at this plant, right, as breeders. So something that speaks to you about this plant. This plant is fucking talking to you, man. It is talking to you. It is saying, come here, breed with me, use my pollen, not that pollen, right? And this is why, right? And if there is that connection and that attraction between you and that plant, whether it's, through touching, doing a stem rub, right? Like that's one of the tools that breeders or any cultivator should use if you're doing a phenotyping selection, right? Do a stem rub, figure out what that's like. What are those? Like, what are we talking about? What are those oils like, right? Do they speak to you at that point, right? Touch the plant. Is it growing to you as you go to it? You'll see this thing. Man, I don't want to give away the book. You should definitely go read the book. But anyway, let me just say that it's a really fascinating thing, right? And when you think about it, sort of in a more larger scale, like kind of a historiographical scale, this is also my passion. I'm very interested in anthropology and philosophy. That's what I took at university. So, I realized that, actually, I'm gonna ask you this question, bro. And this blew my mind when I learned this. So I'm going to see, maybe you already know the answer, maybe you don't, but I'm going to ask you a question. So what do you think is the oldest animal species that humans have domesticated in terms of archaeological evidence? So like the archaeological evidence, what do you think it shows that the oldest animal is? He's on the spot now.
Yeah, because I'm
Hey,
I I'm at a loss here.
someone cue the Jeopardy music right now. You got Jeopardy music's coming on. Okay. I thought it was a goat. I learned that it was goats back in school at one point in time, which is 12 to some odd 15,000 years ago. Okay. And then I learned, I learned again that it was actually dogs. So dogs apparently are, and I could be wrong. Well, maybe we'll learn again through some new future discovery, right? Because that's how science works, by means of disproof, not by means of proof. But anyway, maybe we'll learn in the future that maybe it's something else, but dogs at 20,000 years ago. So dogs at 20,000 years, right? Which is pretty cool. Okay. But when it comes to cannabis, man, there's all kinds of indications. Like say in situ pollen, right? Grains showing that in the Gravettian, so there's a group of people called the Gravettian Archaeological Complex that were essentially based sort of in the Mediterranean area. Okay, so where Croatia currently is, that kind of space, right? In the world. So there's a group of people there that, and there's pollen, like there's cannabis pollen, right? That's dated back to that time in that area. There's also other indications showing that, or maybe more circumstantial evidence suggesting, through like reeds and things on pots and shit, that and rope cords and things, that it was being grown as well up in like Russia as well, right? So there's cave sites where people were found these kinds of things. But this was like we're talking 30,000 years ago, not 20,000 years ago. So that's a full, think about that, man, like 10,000 years before dogs became our best friend, cannabis was already potentially humankind's best friend. Like that to me is just like boom. Like how do we boom, right? Yeah, it should be right. No coincidence that it speaks to us on so many different levels, right? For whether it be like cultural, religious in the case of Rastafarians, medical, right, in the case of patients, recreational in the case of people that just want to have a fucking good time. Like this plant speaks to us in so many different ways, on so many different levels, and has been doing so for so long, right? That we have a co-evolutionary relationship with this plant, and that's it, man. That's essentially my passion, and that's where it comes from.
It's a good one to have. It's a good one to have. That's for sure. Even since you're kind of a soil-based person yourself, it even goes back further. Actually, we owe the basis all of it all before animal to the symbiosis dance of fungus and water.
Right. Well, yeah.
Basically, that's where it all spawned.
Hey, right.
And
Exactly. Right.
that in itself is a piece of everything. Animal, human, it's all in our gut and a piece of the earth. Uh, so
Yeah.
that's
I
where
mean,
that's where the dance really begins.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, I mean, there's obviously potentiality for it. I mean, if you consider, I mean, I've heard, so I'm not a, mycologist, so don't take it from me, but I have heard that spores, like, spores, mushroom spores, can apparently like can apparently survive the vacuum of space and also be able to survive entry through our atmosphere without becoming damaged. So, right, it's something else to consider, right? Like, where did all of that come from? And maybe we could take this conversation in a bunch of different directions too, right? Like that whole thing about like we're all stardust to begin with, or whatever, right? And then where did the stars come from? Like, here's something that's like really kind of okay. Hey, let's not talk about weed for just one sec. Can we talk about something else for just one moment, and then we can come back to weed? Because yeah, for sure, man. Like, there's something that here it is. But this is going to obviously tie back in to the entire thing, okay? And it will, because I mean, I was raised to believe, and many of us are raised to believe that Mother Earth is our mother, in a way, right? And obviously, that's a metaphorical tie, right? And that's kind of binding us in a way that's metaphorical and value systems, all that shit. But there's a bit of a truth to that, right? There's a bit of a truth because I mean, the planet itself is extremely fertile, or can be, right, or not, or it can be extremely because not all mothers are, and this is true, right? Not all mothers are loving, right? Not all mothers are loving, and it sucks to say it. And in the same, so over the course of time, over the course of the evolution of this planet's gone through many major upheavals. It's gone through a number of major mass extinctions, dude. We're like more than 90% of the life of everyone on this planet, or every living thing, is gone. I mean, there's a few things that end up living, but not very many. And then they flourish, right? And so on and so forth. So our Mother Earth behaves just like mothers do. Oftentimes nurturing, will provide life, give us what we need to live, but sometimes not. So in any case, I think that's kind of the way this universe works. Maybe there's an ultimate balance sort of situation going on, right? But there's no guarantee that you're going to get something back just because you did something good. You're going to get something back good to you, right? It's very chaotic, and you know what I mean. And chaos kind of runs the day. So, tying back to Mother Earth. So Mother Earth, man, to me was like this great place where we all get to live. We were alive. It's beautiful. We experienced this life, right? And I was always terrified of the sun. And don't get me wrong, I love the sun. I tan. I fucking love the sun. I love Jamaica, but I was terrified of like the sun swallowing the earth, because in cosmological evolution, right, or the scale of cosmological evolution, at some point in time, the sun's going to get big enough where it's going to swallow the fucking earth, right? And so, okay, obviously we're not going to be alive then, but still, that's a terrifying thought, in my opinion. I don't know about you. That's fucking terrifying thought. So, that's going to happen at some point in time, unless some other fucking crazy shit happens. Okay, fine. But then you realize, well, okay, fuck, but we need the sun. So I'm not going to be terrified of the sun. This is when I'm a kid, by the way. So I'm going through these thoughts, right? It's like, okay, we need the sun to grow all of these crops, especially this beautiful fucking plant that we all love. Okay, well, fair enough. So the sun is good. I love you, sun. And, good on, and so on and so forth. But at that moment in time, I became terrified of black holes. I started with black holes because like black hole is this thing that swallows everything around it, including this light that I've now come to love. Right? It's like I finally learned to love the sun, and now the sun's gonna get eaten by this fucking black hole. Fuck. Right? You know what I'm saying, Russ? So it was kind of one of those things. And then you realize, holy shit, well, pretty much almost every galaxy's got a supermassive black hole at its center. that when you look at the actual like evolution of the galaxies, kind of as they move out, so on and so forth, right? You can see that black holes played an extremely influential influence in the formation of the stars and kind of their patterns and things like that and their movements, right? So if Mother Earth is our mother, and if our mother gets sun from, or rather life from the sun, and that makes the sun our grandmother, sort of in a metaphorical sense. And then, well, the sun just didn't come out of anywhere, right? I mean, it was kind of put into sort of this situation by in large part likely by that supermassive black hole at the center of every galaxy. So like, I don't know, man. I just think that's for me. That's just like that constant kind of mind fuck and being able to kind of like, I don't know, man. I think that's really kind of important when we think about the process of life and death in our soils specifically, right? So when we think about soils, when we think about good and bad, right? Oftentimes what we think about. So if you're someone who's just getting into living organic cultivation, right? You may think to yourself, well, bacteria is bad. I've heard that it's bad. Fungus, that's bad. And this is kind of, for the more advanced growers, we obviously know that that's not the case. In fact, that's your goal. At the end of the day, yeah, you're producing flower, you're growing biomass with your plants, right? But what you're really doing actually is sustaining, right, a microbiological situation, right, where you've got a really good balance of fungi and bacteria, right? And everyone's so obsessed with, so fine. So we get to this point where we're like, okay, well, I realize bacteria can be good, but anaerobic bacteria, that's bad, isn't it? Like that's bad. Can't have that. No, I don't want that in my fucking garden, right? But actually, right, like you need a certain amount of anaerobic bacteria in the same way that you need a black hole at the center of every galaxy, in a way, because that anaerobic bacteria is going to help provide like, and among other things, obviously you don't want a lot of it, right? But you need some of this stuff. So that's what I'm trying to say is we don't want to be these helicopter growers or helicopter parents and trying to like micromanage every fucking thing that's going on with our garden. There are a few things that you really need to think about. And what it really is at the end of the day is just ensuring that you're providing the space, you know what I mean? The space for proliferation of obviously beneficial bacteria. There needs to be some bad bacteria so that good bacteria can feed on the bad bacteria. And then among other things too, there's other layers, right? Where you've got like, layers and layers until you finally get up to the top of the chain, right? Or the web or whatever it is. So, on the one hand, I would say like, you can't be scared of bacteria. You have to understand that even sometimes anaerobic bacteria is good. And what about this? What if you're trying to make bokashi? What if you're trying to do some type of a ferment, right? Create your own nutrient that way at home, right? This is a full living organic situation and application that you can use, right? Whether it's KNF or JDAM, right? And so, we have to kind of unlock our brains and stop thinking that all bacteria is bad, and also we can't think that only having beneficial bacteria is all we should be doing, right? There is a certain amount of, bad bacteria. There's a certain amount of quote unquote rabbits that you're going to allow sort of thing to run into your garden to do what they need to do, right? To take that shit, quote unquote. Does that make sense, man? If I try to tie it all back in, but I don't know.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Right, man. And I think like that's sorry. Shoot.
So when you first, let's kind of go back to the beginnings here a little bit. So was it always organic when you first started growing? I mean, has it been?
Hell no. It began that way because that's all I knew.
No.
No, it's been all kinds of shit, man. I've tried all kinds of stuff, right? Because I got a kind of sort of a, yeah, you know what I mean? I wanted to try different things. These days it's completely obviously organic. I've made that decision, to go that way because matured and I respect the planet around me more so than I want to learn. Whereas when I was younger, I was just like, you know what, I kind of want to learn how the plant will grow in this situation. I want to learn how the plant grows in that situation, right? Whether it's cocoa and, fucking synthetic nutrients purchased from the hydro shop, or whether it's me making my own ferment, or whether it's whatever, or living organic style, or pissing in the fucking pot, man. It's always been like, there's been different types of, like, seriously, I've done the whole hippie pissing in the pot thing too. It's like not all it's cracked up to be. But it works. So it hasn't always been that way, man, for sure. I mean, I remember growing, and I feel really, I'll say it though. I've grown with Scott's Miracle Grow, dude. I was like 20, maybe 20, 19, 20. I was like, you know what? I've been growing organic for a little bit. I kind of want to see how the organic compares to the Scott's Miracle Grow, and kind of did a one-off, right? And it's kind of cockamamie scientific as you can do in a closet, right? At the age of that, 20 or whatever it is, man. That's kind of what I did. So, yeah. Try different kinds of things. I mean, I'm not opposed to like, bottle nutrients from good companies that ethically do certain things and stuff like that. There are some really good people out there and good companies that do it, it's just, at the end of the day, I feel like it is so much more rewarding in a way, man, to be able to sort of build the soil from scratch, right? From your own, with your own sweat, and see it kind of happen, and actually maintain that life, man. Maintain that life. And once you hit the point where you've got your good bacteria and your good fungi, man, you can go. I mean, I'm curious to know what the most amount of cycles someone has gone indoors with a no-till living organic setup. For me right now, we're on cycle 11, and it's just fine, right? Like, I do reamends, certain types of reamends every couple of cycles. I'm putting in different types of cover crops to ensure that different things are happening, right, with that soil, right? It's important to not just have like one type of cover crop, let's say. It's really important to kind of mix things up a bit, right? So kind of came back all the way, did a full circle around back to my fucking beginning, man, which was where my grandmother was growing with. She literally had like leaf mold pile. I didn't even know what a leaf mold pile was, but then I did research on it. This is the fucking craziest thing, because when I came back around to it, I'm like watching videos. I'm like, how to make a leaf mold pile? Like, oh fuck, that's what my grandmother was doing, like way back in the day, right? Like, and then I finally made the connection, right, in my mid 20s, and then from there. So for the last, let's say, like 15 years or so, I've definitely been working on, trying to figure out how to make, the right types of teas, to apply at the right times, because there's sort of a false belief, man, amongst certain, not all, but amongst certain living organic cultivators. And unfortunately, this is dangerous, because it's a dangerous belief, because when you have someone who's kind of new to the scene, who's looking up to these people who have been doing this for a certain amount of time, you run into a lot of problems, because the reality is that what this person's doing at cycle 11 or 12 or 13 is far from what you're going to be able to pull off, or even what that same individual is going to be able to pull off likely in cycle 1 or 2, right? So if you've done the right thing to your soil over the course of time, you've been building it, by the time you're hitting cycle 11, man, your soil is humming. It's like on point. I mean, even by the time, dude, it should be humming by roughly cycle 2 or 3. Okay. But like by the time you hit cycle 11, absolutely for sure, or else you're throwing that shit out and starting from scratch. Okay. But here's the thing, is that like these newbies, I think one of the biggest mistakes is giving up too soon. Giving up too soon because you think you're familiar with growing hydroponically, whether it's like NFT or whatever, man. And you know what? You're seeing amazing results. Cocoa, even, for example, which is like essentially soilless media anyway, right? So you're growing in cocoa, and you see these amazing results, and this is what you've been experiencing, and all of a sudden you go over and you say to yourself, well, for reason X, Y, or Z, I want to be growing living organic. Okay, fine. So you do that, and then you realize, holy shit, wait a second, my yields don't look the same that they did last round. And it looks like maybe there's, not enough, phosphorus, let's just say, for example, right, during flowering, because you're not seeing as much bud set. Maybe there isn't as much bud set going on. Huh? right? So, and it's an easy peasy to get discouraged, right? And very important to remember that it does take time, man. You know, this does take time, but once you get to like that second and definitely oftentimes third cycle, as long as you've ensured that you've kept that medium constantly moist, right? And you've got like the right types of cover crop going in there. Um, and you know, do yourself a favor and throw a few worms maybe or worm cocoons right in there, and you'll see what happens very quickly is that you end up having you know, something that you don't ever really want to leave. You know, I'm not sure yeah, what your experience is with living organic or no-till cultivation, Eagle, man, or how extensive it is, but curious to hear.
Oh, I'm just getting into the organics there, Chief. And it's getting deep fast. It's
it
everything I was
it
afraid
does
of.
get deep fast. It is exactly, man. It is like you know, a mycorrhizal network of rabbit holes, essentially, right? That's what it is. It's like whoa, and then you take one branch, and then that branch, you know, extends off into, you know, infinite number of branches that then extend off into an infinite number of branches, and so on and so forth. Just important, you know, I would say like there are, you know, maybe for people who are, I don't know, man, new. Are you interested in hearing some new? I got some tips for people who are new if you want. I'm doing this for a bit.
Yes,
Yeah. Heads up too.
absolutely.
Oh wait, by the way, if you want, okay, a little bit.
Absolutely,
Yeah, man.
please.
Yeah, cool, man. Also give a little bit more background on me, maybe just a bit. Probably should have said this from the start, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm also like I'm a university instructor. I'm at Mount Royal University, and I teach cannabis, commercial cannabis cultivation at large scale. And you know, I'm on the advisory board there, and it's pretty fucking cool that there are academic institutions out there that are well respected, and this is a well respected academic institution, man. By the way, based out of Calgary, Alberta, that you know are interested in, you know, doing these kinds of things, right? You know, basically taking a dip into the cannabis, into the stream, you know, I mean, of the legal cannabis industry and taking a chance on it. So, you know, I'm pretty familiar with cultivating in a bunch of different scenarios under not just different like types of environments, climates. You know what I mean? Like I say, you asked me the question: is organic the only thing you've done? No, like it's been a lot of different shit in a lot of different ways. You know what I mean? In different outdoor situations too. Like so, growing outdoor in the tropics, you know, in comparison to growing outdoor in high plains, desert, it's massively different, right? So there is all of that, right? That's something that I just kind of wanted to lay out there because, man, I just have to say, after, and this is my own personal opinion, dude. I'm not like some massive expert, bro, but like when it comes to it, down at the end of the day, living organic, you're gonna see this when you grow this. You will see this for yourself. When you successfully do this, it will be the best tasting bud that you have ever fucking grown. You can take that same cultivar and put it in your cocoa mix or whatever the fuck you've got going on, and then put it in this living organic mix. And I guarantee you, as long as you've done this right, you will absolutely love the flavor and the aroma, right? The terpenes, the flavonoids, all of those metabolites, they get like expressed big time. Whereas this is just something, and I do want to caution, there is research out there to show that living organic cultivation, right? If you were to grow in, let's say, a no-till living organic situation, that you may not pull out the same amount of THC level numbers as if you were to grow in a soilless media. Okay. So there is actual research out there to suggest that. So just to manage expectations. But I guarantee you it's going to be the fucking tastiest shit you've ever grown. And really, like, the differential in THC percentage is quite minimal. If it may actually be, it's negligible in my opinion, which is why I'm totally fucking into this, right? So yeah, so just to manage expectations, guys. But yeah, like I say, man, I think the most important thing when we're talking about new people or newbies getting into living organics. Actually, just one more question. Ego, how far into it are you, man? Like, have you gotten into, yeah, how deep down the rabbit hole are you?
Ooh. Well, experience or book wise? Book
Oh,
wise, I'm really deep. Experience wise, a few cycles.
oh, two cycles. Okay,
About
cool.
I've been running. Well, I started in like way long, 20 years ago. I started growing. Well, about 21 now. And it started off in the soil. I've been mostly in a cocoa uh, because of space. I started it up high. You talk about different levels. I could have started in the basement, but because of kids, I couldn't start in the basement. I had to start up high, up in attic space where
Oh
heat and
shit.
weights was a factor, and weight was the biggest thing, man. I started, putting all these pots up there, and I quickly noticed the sag, and I was like, man, I gotta find a lighter medium, and that's why I ended up switching into the cocoa. But years have passed. I've got my feet on the ground now. Weight isn't no longer a factor. And a good friend kind of talked me into, a coots mix. He brought me over some earth, some earth boxes with some a coots mix basically in it, modified
Mhm.
coots mix. And I ran that, and it was nice. I'm not gonna lie. The results
Yeah.
were nice.
Yeah.
The
Who
the
knows what's
whole
up, man? You know
plant.
what?
I mean, there was more branching, thicker branching, more bud sites. It was, and you know what? Another thing was we've always been kind of heard that organics would be a slower type system. I didn't find that to be the case at all. It's kind of really kept pace with the cocoa, to be honest with you. So I ran that, and now I'm on the third run. Yes, third run. Now you can see one of the earth boxes back here, right there. Matter of fact, there's two earth boxes back there. Third run on them, and I basically have pulled the plant out, replanted a new one in there. I roughly kind of aerated it a little bit, but didn't turn anything. And then a light layer of a dairy dew compost and earthworm castings on it, and then back again. And this time, the only thing I did different on this round that I haven't done in the other ones is I did away with the top, the the cap, the shower cap, basically. And I
Oh, okay.
ran the second round without the shower cap. All right. This time I've got a cover crop in there,
There you
and
go.
I'm
Okay.
definitely digging the cover crop.
Yeah. So I mentioned, I like hit on it briefly earlier when all that babble and dribble that I was going on about. I did spew out the term cover crop, and again, it's super important people to realize like what is your cover crop and what is it doing for you, right? Like different cover crops will do different things, right? So don't just willy nilly be putting this, but to say clover in at any particular time, right? Because the function of clover is that it's a nitrogen accumulator, essentially, right? Clover will pull nitrogen from, and so will beans, so will legumes. They'll also fix nitrogen into the soil, right? So you want to make sure you got to think about what cover crop am I using when, because when that cover crop comes down, it's going to come down into that soil, right? And as long as you've got the right microbiology in that soil, that cover crop will now become part of the humus layer. Hopefully you get humus, right? But if you do, boom, that cover crop becomes part of it all. And now you've got that excess level of nitrogen that's going to be incorporated, right, into your essentially, right? Like it's going to be available there for that plant. So you want to be thinking about like, when should I be planting clover, let's say, versus, let's say, alfalfa, which is the different type of bioaccumulator. So like alfalfa will plunge its roots down deeper into your pot. So what size of pot? How big is your earth box? How deep is it? I'm curious.
I want to say those are almost 20,
20 inches deep?
because they're right about, well, no, they're not 20. They're it's about a foot deep, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
12 across and right about 30 wide.
Oh, I got you.
So
Okay.
it's not
But the
another
depth.
10-gallon pot. It's probably
Oh,
about
it's a
15 to 20.
okay, it's a 10 gallon. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so if it's a 10-gallon pot, basically what's happening is essentially at the end of that cycle, if depending on how long you're vegging that ganja plant, right, or your cannabis plant in that pot for, the reality is that cannabis plant is not filling up the entire space of that pot with its root system. Like you will notice that, right? Whereas, you grow something in cocoa or whatever it is in like a smaller pot, that root system is just devouring the entire fucking pot, right? Like, this is going to be different if your cycle, let's say you're vegging for less than 4 weeks. I don't think that you're going to see an entire, you know what I mean? Like your root system is not going to expand the entire length of that pot. So you're not worried about, you are personally are not worried about this plant not getting enough nutrition, as long as that nutrition's in the soil and as long as it's available too, by the way, right? So this is the very important fucking point. You can have this nutrition in your soil. You can have more than enough calcium. You can have more than enough nitrogen. You can have more than enough all of these things. But if you don't have the right types of microbes in that soil that are going to, first of all, receive the signal from the plant, right? To say, hey, you know what? I need nitrogen. So this plant's going to give this piece of bacteria that specializes in nitrogen accumulation, or rather bringing the nitrogen in, a specific type of sugar to activate, right? This bacteria. And all of a sudden, boom, now you've got your influx of nitrogen. That's kind of how it goes in a living organic situation. Whereas in, you know, a more conventional, or let's say a soilless media situation, cocoa, where you're feeding them synthetic nutrients and things like that, you're essentially force feeding the plant, right? But not only that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You're going to see crazy amount of, I mean, it's in one hand, maybe it is a bad thing, but on the other hand, I'm saying force feeding a plant, you're taking complete control of the way this plant's going to grow. And you can also benefit from having drying out cycles in your cocoa media too, right? Like you've seen plants grow really aggressively by allowing that dry out cycle. Whereas with a living organic situation, it's like of the utmost importance to keep that soil media moist for a number of reasons, right? You need to keep that soil media moist because you need to ensure that you are mobilizing those microbes, right? Those bacteria or those whatever type of entity is created an evolutionary relationship with this plant of ours, right? Whether it's mycorrhizal or whatnot, that plant, those living things are responsible for bringing this plant its nutrition in this system, right? So that's kind of the big thing, right? Is like we need to, if you're transitioning from like a hydroponic situation, you're going into living organic soil, you really need to realize that yes, there's certain things you need to take care of. There's certain things you absolutely need to be on point about. For example, brewing your teas, right? Whether it's a foliar tea or whether it's a root drenched tea, right? Depending on what you're putting into it, there's certain things that can't be in that tea for a certain amount of time, and you want to be able to extract certain nutrients and or microbiology from those teas. So I mean, there's definitely a lot to get excited about or hard about or whatever it is. Get hard about from a a hydroponic perspective when you're converting over to living organic. In fact, I think there is even much more to get obsessed and excited about, because you can get really deep into this shit with like microscopes, and I mean that's insane. Once you get into the microscopes and you get to that level, it's over for you. You're hook, line, and sinker. But the thing is, the most important thing is I want to make, like, you have to get to that point as a new grower, bro. Like you need to get to that new point as a new grower. And the only way to do that is to have faith in the actual system itself and understand that as long as what you're doing is maintaining the proper amount of microbiology, or at least the proper amount of moisture, okay, in your soil. And what is that? It's about 100 millibars, okay? Right? So 100 millibars with, if you use like a moisture meter or like a, some type of a tensiometer thing, that is essentially what you want to hit. There's a bit of wiggle room there, but if you can keep that soil at that level of that moisture, then you're doing a lot of good things for yourself. Because again, at the end of the day, what you're really trying to do is yes, it's very important. You want to have these beautiful buds, and you want to look at beautiful leaves, and then you want to smoke these fucking trikes, and you want to get really fucked up and high on your ganja. But at the end of the day, in order to get there, you can't put the cart before the horse. You really need to be thinking about ensuring that you've got the right amount of biodiversity in your pot, right? And that your root system is as healthy as it can be. So when I say you want to make sure that you have the right type of moisture, bro, the most important thing, and one of the biggest mistakes that new growers make, is they have too much water. They have too much water. And also, by the way, like water isn't water. And I'm sure most of us know this, but I mean, I'm going to give you an example right here, right now. Okay. I've got a cultivation facility, sort of up on the mountain, right, in British Columbia here. And when we had that massive heat wave that I told you about, okay, I was okay indoors because I had air conditioning indoors. But my pH spiked to 7.7 on the water coming into the place, whereas normally my pH is like anywhere from 6.2 to 6.4, which in a living organic cultivation setting, that's essentially ideal. You know what I'm saying? Right. So like water isn't water. And depending on what's going on in with your water supply, you may have fluctuating levels of minerals and nutrients, fluctuating levels of pH. Your city may use fucking chlorine, which mine doesn't, but your city may use chlorine. It may use even worse chloramines, which is bad because you think, okay, I'm going to go get a carbon filter. I'm going to go filter out my chlorines. And then you don't realize, okay, well, I'm going to need like a catalytic one now too to filter out the chloramines, right? And so this is kind of where it's at because, chlorine obviously is an antibacterial. So the reason why they put it in the water is to kill microbes and bacteria. So when you start adding chlorinated water to your mix, I mean, that's probably, you're shooting yourself in the foot before you can even begin your race. So water is not water, right? You know what I mean? These kinds of things. Make sense as a tip?
Well, it does, and that is a good tip, man. I've seen a lot of growers struggle with that very thing right there. Go chasing all kinds of deficiencies in their garden, thinking it's this, thinking it's that, and it was the fucking water supply coming in that was
It was
bad.
the water.
They never even thought.
And you know what? Maybe it wasn't. Hey, but just check this out. Maybe it wasn't the pH. Maybe it wasn't the ppms. Maybe it wasn't even the temperature. Okay, right? What if it was the fucking E. coli, right? Or what if it was other types of? There's all kinds of shit in these water supplies, right? That you never know. I mean, I lived at one point in time. I lived on a property that had a well, and there's like a shallow wells and then there's deep wells. Yeah, exactly. There you go, bro. So right? We had coliform and E. coli in our water, right? So we had to set up, right, reverse osmosis plus UV. So in this case, reverse osmosis wouldn't take care of the E. coli, right? So no RO filter out there for those of you who are new to this is going to take care of your E. coli, or is going to take care of your coliform, or is going to take care of any other type of virus or that type of situation. What you need is you're going to need a UV filter. So yeah, in combination with your other filters, right? So carbon, catalytic converter, and reverse osmosis. And then from there, what you're dealing with is absolutely pure water. So here's another huge mistake or opportunity to get into a fucking fall into quicksand as a new grower is realizing, okay, well now I've got this pure water, which is what I want. Which is not what you want. Actually, by the way, it's not what you want. You don't want fucking pure water because pure water does the same thing to our plants and to our soil as it does to us as humans, right? Like that pure water, H2O molecule is so sticky. It's such a sticky molecule that it pulls nutrients from us, from living things out of us, right? Which is why I hear people who just drink just pure RO water end up having like calcium deficiencies, right? And other types of deficiencies, because this is actually not adding anything to it. There's nothing in it. It's so sticky that it draws things out of us that we need. So keep that in mind when you're applying a reverse osmosis water to your plants. Like I usually like to put a bit of a buffer into it, whether it's like a bit of kelp or something. I'll usually throw something to buffer in my water if I'm running an RO system in there. It helps a lot. I've noticed that was a big thing. As soon as I did that and I made that connection, I was like, okay, now we're no longer pulling nutrients from the plant, and maybe you're not necessarily adding things, but you're at least maintaining sort of like a relative balance, at least at that moment. So yeah, man. That's where it's at. So water again, water is water, right? And then I guess another like really important thing that this isn't necessarily living organic based, but it's obviously important for anyone growing living organic, or anyone growing anywhere, is the understanding like vapor pressure deficit. I would say maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, very few people were talking about it. I'm not sure what your experience, but you think about it, right? Like 3-4 years ago, here Elena was talking about. Now, yeah, I mean, it's out there. You see it here, you see it there. People talk about it. There's, videos on it, entire topics about it on live streams and things like that. And for good reason, man, because it's, I think, one of the most important things that any cultivator can consider. And once you've wrapped your head around not just that, like, okay, vapor pressure deficit means a balance between, temperature and humidity. Once you take it to the next level and you realize, okay, well, each cultivar that you're growing has a specific genealogy, right? So it may have, part of it may be from Thailand, part of it may be from, high altitude Afghanistan, and part of it may be from Mexico. Okay. Right. You know what I mean? So now you're playing with a bunch of different genetics that have sort of proclivities towards different types of environmental pressures, and also not just proclivities, but also cannot have weaknesses to others and things like that. Right. So that's kind of, I think, the really important thing to consider is, like, when you are cultivating your or whether you're going through, let's say you buy a pack of 10 seeds. Okay. You buy a pack of 10 seeds, whether it's F1 or F2, whatever. You'll see that, especially in the F2 actually generation, you'll see a lot more diversity in that cultivar or in that strain. That's normally what happens in that F2 generation, right? So there, I mean, that's where you have a pretty good chance of probably finding a cultivar that may suit your specific environment, because not a lot of us as new growers have the ability to really, like, modify and adapt our space. You know what I mean, man? Like, a lot of people as new growers in a small space, let's say you're a small space, inexperienced cultivator, okay? Then you're in a space where you don't really, maybe you don't have a lot of money. You can't buy like an AC unit. You can't buy this. You can't buy that. So what the fuck do you do? Well, what you do is you get a cultivar or a genetic that will be able to withstand that VPD level that you have going on in your space if you're unable to actually modify your space and your environment. Does that make sense? Like, it's very basic, but it's important to consider, right? Because again, if your cultivar is showing a morphological, let's say it's expressing morphologically as like a lowland phenotype would, right? Let's say you've got some Thai or something in there, right? There's a lowland and a highland version, right? So now you've got like the lowland expression coming on in your pheno, right? Well, okay, then it might not be so bad that your temperatures are in 87 degrees. I mean, that kind of sucks, or 90, right? That's not the greatest, or even fucking 95, that sucks big time. But if your temperatures are 95% or 90, if you're at 90 or 90 degrees and you've got like ridiculous humidity, like let's say 70% humidity, then guess what? You might be in luck, my friend, because there are cultivars out there that will suit that environment, right? And so, like, for example, Malawi, I'm not sure how, but Malawi, basically, if you know what Malawi is, it's like a lowland country that's bordered by a lot of water around it. So you've got these, like the killer Malawi from Ace Genetics, right? Like Ace Genetics is known to have some pretty good Malawi. So Ace has got this Malawi, and they pulled it from this area that's low lying, that's adapted over the course of time to like 90 degrees and 70% humidity. Right. So, I mean, that's one way to kind of utilize or work with VPD if you don't have the ability to control it in your own facility. Otherwise, but if you do, I mean, then, hey, then it works, right? Because then all you really need to really do is think about, like, there's no such thing as like an ideal VPD even for one cultivar. But if you have the ability to actually manage your actual climate situation and all your pressures in an indoor situation, man, then all you really need to do is go check out online, check out a VPD chart and go to one of those more advanced ones. But you'll see that there's different levels that are ideal for like an early, for propagation and early veg. There would be like late veg, early flower, right? And then mid flower, late flower. So there's different ideal sort of temperature and humidity ranges, man. So I think that's one of the biggest things that most growers miss on is, and I don't want to hate on Jorge Cervantes right now. I do not want to hate on Jorge Cervantes. I think he's done a lot of good work, right, for the cultivation scene. But there are a few. He's basically even with me when I was a young grower, man. I read his stuff, and he told me that it needs to be at 81, 75 to 81 degrees, and it needs to be at 45% humidity during flower. It's like, that's not the case, actually. The case is that, depending on the genetic lineage of that plant and what basically essentially how it's expressing itself, right, in phenotypic terms, that, my friend, is what dictates what the actual temperature and humidity and VPD should be in your room, not some cookie cutter fucking thing that says, yes, it always needs to be, this percentage and this temperature. No, absolutely not. Right. So that's another reason why I think a lot of new growers fail, man, is because they'll grow like a fucking Bubba Kush in the same tent as they're growing a fucking like lowland Thai or some shit, right? Like a lemon Thai in the same tent as a Bubba Kush, and try to, give them this one particular temperature and humidity throughout the entire growth cycle. And that's just not how it goes, man. And so that's another part of my passion. It's like, on the one hand, it's soil, but the other part is genetics, bro. Like, it's genetics. And that's why I was saying before, like, I've got a couple of cultivars that I've been working on. I'm in partnership with my partner, Adolfo. And we're basically going to be releasing these into the legal market space pretty soon, man. And the idea is to go in and essentially help licensed producers, right? And help them understand this concept. This is a concept because this actually matters. This matters a lot, depending on where you're growing with this. Think about this, man. The future of cannabis, the way cannabis cultivation is going to be in the next 50 years, let's say. I mean, let's not even talk about 50 years. Fuck that shit. Let's talk about 10 to 20 years, okay? I mean, how uneconomical is it to grow indoors, right? With all of the electrical bills that you have to do and everything going on. If you can find a place outdoors to grow, you know what I'm saying, man? Somewhere outdoors, we're growing in a big field and you've got massive numbers and you're able to do that properly with the right type of genetic and the right type of environment, because you're dealing with the actual, again, man, this is a plant that is also looking to modify its own environment in a way that it can, right? So this plant is adapted itself in a way that's extremely intelligent to its native environment. So when you pull a plant out of its native environment and you put it in, like you try to grow a Hindu Kush, down in the Congo, let's say. I mean, I don't really know how that's going to go. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not going to go very well, right? So in the same way, you kind of want to translocate that kind of line of thinking, right? Whether you're a new grower growing in a small tent, or whether you are a massive, large cultivator who's about to try to make $100 million off of this next crop, right? Yeah, that's why I think genetics. So recognizing the importance of genetics, and the source of those genetics, I think that is maybe another major misstep, right, on the part of not just new growers, but even experienced growers sometimes, right? Sometimes you and I, right, you've been growing for 15 years or 20 years or so. I've been growing for roughly the same amount of time, right? You might get tied to a particular strain, a cultivar, or plant because you've got whatever, some type of feeling to it, right? Without or a particular way of growing, let's say, or something, or style, or a method, right? And all of a sudden you get locked into this like one way of doing things, this one strain that you think is the best, or this one whatever. And I think that totally is antithetical to what a grower should be, or what a grower is, in a sense. If you're a true grower, then you're truly willing to grow, like in all aspects, essentially, of your life, bro, right? And like whether it's whatever it is, spiritually, this, that, the other, or with your fucking plants in your garden, in your basement, or in your upper floor, or your attic. Yeah.
So how long do you think it would take that Hindu Kush? I mean, it would probably struggle for a season or two, but how long do you think it would wiggle wobble before she straightened it out and adapted to that climate?
Okay, so if we're talking about Hindu Kush in Malawi,
I mean, because we've even kind of seen that.
I think more than one cycle
being passed. Taking clones from like cocoa and putting them into organics. There's that. I believe the same thing there in indoors. There's that adaptation period. So how long?
It's going to take some time. It's going to take. It will not. It will take. Let me just say this. You wouldn't be. I'm going to just go. I'm like, maybe okay. Is this being recorded live right now? I'm gonna go on the record and say
Yes.
this: that if you were to bring in a Hindu Kush from the mount, like upper regions, right near the Himalaya, right, and you bring that down into, and you were trying to use that same cut, I'm not sure that even by the next round or the next round that it's going to adapt, man. It might not actually adapt. It might not. If it is a dense ass greasy motherfucker, depends on the the terpene constellation of the plant and a bunch of other things. Man, I'm gonna go on the record and say it might not adapt. But I will say this: that if you have a directed breeding program, right? If you have an actual plan, if you have a directed breeding program and you're utilizing, let's say, local cultivars, right? Or cultivars that can operate in a very similar environment as Malawi, and then you actually begin to start working those generations through, okay, and do proper selection, then you could probably find. I mean, you could probably luckily find something by the second, by the second round. I would think. Yeah, but I think you probably fail like over and over and over again, almost with that same cut, unless because those are just so extreme. Like those environments are so extreme. You know what I mean? You're going from a place that's like very cold from the Himalayas, right? Foothills of the Himalayas, very cold. You know what I'm saying, man? Relatively low relative humidity, and you're taking that plant and asking it to flower off as a dense beast, which it normally would do because that's how it's adapted to that environment over the course of time. I mean, man, I think to get that adaptation that you're looking for, you would have to definitely begin to start infusing genetics, right, from another line, right? Whether it's a local Malawi line or whether it's from another country that sort of has similar environmental pressures to where you're growing that plant currently, right? Because I'll say this, man, even growing in Jamaica, for example, this is like roughly equatorial region, but definitely tropical climate. Okay, tropical climate isn't even tropical climate. Isn't tropical climate. Like, what does tropical even mean? Like, I was doing research and trying to figure out different types of ways to do composting, let's say, in tropical climates, and realizing, well, one type of tropical climate is extremely hot and moist all the time, whereas another one's got actually some type of seasonality. You know what I mean? Whereas another one's a little bit more arid. So, as an example, in Jamaica, there are certain cultivars that didn't matter how many times we were taking the cuts from these cultivars and planting them in the lower level areas, right? We're talking about, let's say, 200 meters or less above sea level, okay? So 200 meters or less above sea level, any cultivars that we were planting there, certain ones, I should say, not any ones, but certain ones were developing, we had problems, man. We had problems with powdery mildew. We had problems with botrytis. We had problems with certain types of cultivars, whereas other ones that are obviously much more narrow leaf varietal, right, and have a certain type of terpene complex that is more favorable to, let's say, potentially fighting off these pathogenic pressures. Those ones manage to fucking adapt right away, So that was sort of the experience, man. And then if we were to take those cultivars that weren't working very well down at those lower levels and bring them up the hill, even several hundred meters more, up the hill, you realize that there are different types of environmental pressures in that same zone, right? In that same zone, we're talking about literally like 5 minutes up the road, but then up a hill, you're going to see a greater what appears to be resilience to pests and pathogens at a higher altitude with certain influences. So let's say a Hindu Kush influenced cultivar, for example, that's really popular right now, like an OG Kush in Jamaica. I guarantee you this, the guys that are successfully growing OG Kush in Jamaica, okay, outdoors, which by the way is very rainy, sometimes very rainy, right? Hot, windy, all this shit. Those guys are succeeding at a massive level in comparison to the ones who are growing at a lower altitude level, utilizing not just the same cultivar, but the exact same cut. Yeah.
I've heard Jamaica is such a challenging environment to grow in because of elevation and different aspects. There's dry parts of the island, there's moist parts of the island.
Right, and, man. It's a microcosm. It's a microcosm of growing. It's a fucking crash course lesson in how to grow outdoors, because you've got a bunch of different type fluctuations. Man, there's also the rainy season, which is happening right now. Right? And the hurricanes may, hopefully not, man, but hurricanes, they rip through there, right, over the course of the next, right, several weeks. So we're looking at a pretty it's a harrowing time right now for sure, right? So there's strategies that you got to put in place there to ensure that you don't lose certain crops, right? But there's maybe something that I want to talk about too, and I think this ties back into one of those tips for new growers, man, is when I say for new growers who are coming into this to begin with, it's very important to not get sidetracked or diverted or lose faith or lose hope in this process because maybe you had a bad first round in comparison to what you've experienced before. Trust me, this is going to get much better as long as you stay there. But yeah, it's very like when these hurricanes rip through there, it can really cause a lot of devastation, and you have to understand that there's a concept of acceptable loss, essentially. So whether, and this is in place in large scale cultivation facilities. Okay, so in Canada, with most LPs who've got at least half a brain, they will have, if you're growing organically, this is even more so. You have to be more attuned, or essentially like observant of this. But there's a concept called, again, acceptable loss, where you're like, you can listen. Don't panic. It's not the end of the world if you see fungus gnats. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay, fungus gnats, right? So people are like, oh my god, I got bugs now. Oh my god, it's the worst. And yes, they're bad. Don't get me wrong. They are bad. They're not good. You don't want them. Okay, but there's going to be potentially a certain amount of fungus gnats depending on what you've brought in, or this or that, or there may be a certain amount of, and I'm going to pull this out of a living organic context and just tie this into like a larger scale thing. There's a certain amount of loss that you're going to allow yourself when you take clones, right? So if you're taking clones and you need to be a successful operation, you need to be hitting way above 90% on all the clones that you're fucking taking. You understand? Whereas by the time you get down to harvest, that wiggle room's a little bit more, sort of thing, right? So you're allowing yourself a certain amount of acceptable loss. It does happen. It happens at large scales. But if you've got 3 or 4 plants in your basement, then there should be no loss whatsoever. But if you're growing at a large scale, right, then that's something that, you need to be able to recognize that's okay. And it's going to happen, but you need to act on it very quickly, right? And so that's something that I think, the last thing I think maybe that a lot of maybe new growers should or would, and any grower actually, never mind, experienced ones as well, man, should have some type of like integrated pest management plan. Yeah, this is my recommendation. You know what I mean? And it's not about getting panicked and freaking the fuck out as soon as you see a fungus gnat, right? It's about strategically setting up, just strategically thinking about what you're going to do with your cultivation space, man. So it's like, am I going to have, first of all, what is my strategy? What is my IPM strategy? And what is my IPM plan? Those are like the 2 pillars of IPM, okay? So it's like, just for example, when I talk about like a strategy, I mean, you have to have something in place that's both proactive as well as reactive. You have to recognize that you're inviting living beings into your space, into your tent, whether you're growing living organic or whether you're growing hydroponic or whatever the fuck your cultivation method is. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there are going to be pressures. There's always things that are going to try to get into your space. And if anyone out there can tell me that they've grown 25, 30, 40 years and never had a bug problem in their life, then I want to know how the fuck you managed to do that. Because, dude, I'm not going to say bug. Actually, what I mean is a pest or pathogen problem. So whether it's being powdery mildew, whether it's being, botrytis, whether it's being a bug thrip, a root aphid, spider mites, man, like you name the pest or the pathogen, I bet you someone out there has had this, or at least had these pressures, right? And even if you've sourced out, the best genetic you possibly can, again, if you're not growing that genetic in the ideal environment, then you're asking a lot of that particular genetic, right? You're putting pressures on the genetic where now it may break down and now it becomes susceptible to something where it wouldn't have normally in its ideal environment, right? So anyway, so you need to have the proactive and a reactive. So that's part of the entire strategy, man. That's like the greater thinking. It's like, okay, so what? Okay, so reactive, that's one thing, okay, and that's also part of the plan. But proactive, it's like, well, what does that mean? And it could be as simple as having a nice amount of airflow in your environment, having proper ventilation, having things like a sticky, those yellow sticky traps, right? Sure, you're familiar with those yellow sticky traps. There's also blue sticky traps too, right? So blue sticky traps will trap, and they'll make certain types of insects more visible than those yellow sticky traps will, right? So, yellow attracts certain types of insects, blue attracts other types of insects. So as a kind of a preventative measure, you'd want to, and also this ties into the plan, which you're monitoring, right? You want to set up these sticky traps kind of regularly throughout your space. So let's say, Eagle, how big is that space behind you, man? Like behind, I can't see all the way from left to right, but I'm curious.
That's 4x16 in these in particular two setups.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. So you got two 8x4s, eh? Basically running right beside each other.
There's actually 8 of them in here. I'm sitting in a big U.
Oh, sweet. All right, cool, man. Right. Well, I mean, I've seen people like go and buy, big these sticky traps, by the way, for those of you that are new out there. If anyone's watching this is new, they're quite big, quite large. That's kind of not cost effective to take one of those and wrap it all the way around the base of your plant. And you definitely don't want to be putting them up by the lights, because that's not where you're going to be finding the insects that you're looking for. You're looking for those insects down at the soil level for sure, right? More so. And what I do is I cut them up into a bunch of small little pieces, man, like, into multiple pieces, right? And then just kind of put a little one at, not even at, depending on how many plants I have, right? But you don't have to put them at every plant. If you've got a bigger setup, then maybe you checkerboard the way you put out these small pieces, right? And then you get an idea of not just like, what is my insect pressure, right? But it's like, where is each particular insect concentrated and why, right? And once you start thinking of that, you realize, okay, well, like, the reason for that is because, spider mites enjoy a particular different type of environment than, say, a thrip would, right? Or a fungus gnat. You know what I'm saying, man? Right. So to know these things, if you're going on a larger scale,
I'm actually very worried at the moment about cover crops I'm bringing in. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'm ready for that pressure, to be honest with you, because that's from cocoa to bringing in a little bit of soil. Now cover crops into the mix. Aphids love that nitrogen rich,
they do.
Cover crops.
They do, and fungus gnats love.
I'm terrified that I'm excited about the benefits, but again, I was listening to somebody else talk the other day, and they were like, man, my garden was great. And then I brought in the cover crops, and then came the pests. And I'm like, oh shit, I never even really considered. I did a little bit, but I don't know how big of as I'm throwing it everywhere, I don't know how big of a invite I'm sending.
Well, at the same time, it's a double-edged sword. Let me just say that to begin with, bro, and then I'll expand on that by saying that some cover crop work as early warning sign indicators for you for those pests that would otherwise thwart your cannabis cultivation operation. So on the one hand, they may be attracting certain pests, but on the other hand, some of them actually attract those pests first. So those pests may have come to your garden regardless, man. Maybe the spider mites were actually, really interested in your ganja, but guess what? They hit the clover first, right? Or thrips, for example, right? Things like that. So it can operate as, like I say, an early warning indicator, man. And then it allows you to then take advantage of the problem there. So what? You cull your cover crop and you take it into the mix. Big deal. At least you haven't lost your bud this round, right? Whereas I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like, if you've got those pests in your house, or if you've got friends coming over to your place, checking out your garden, or whatever your situation is, you're asking for those things to come in anyway. And it's not your cover crop's fault that they're there to begin with. Now, having said that, there are certain cover crops that you might want to plant in order to actually attract or detract uh, certain pests, right? Like chrysanthemums or mustards, things like that. There are certain things that you can plant in your garden that will either repel pests or will specifically attract those pests that would have, again, like I'm saying, I would have consumed your cannabis. Boom, it's going to hit that cover crop first. Like dill, a lot of it, like dill is such a huge. There are so many pests out there of cannabis that hate the smell of dill, right? You could be planting basil in there, mint. Mint is a deterrent for certain mammals, things like that, right? So depending on your situation, again, like you're growing indoors, maybe you've got an outdoor site, I don't know, right? But it's about like thinking about when you talk about cover crop, man. Cover crop is actually a really fascinating topic, bro, that we could talk about for hours and hours and hours. Shit you not, like really. And if anyone's really kind of interested in cover crops, then check out someone by the name of Dr. Danielle Treadwell from the University of Florida. She's even gone into Jamaica, among other Caribbean countries, and has gone and she's got a really like fascinating knowledge, understanding of cover crops. And again, it's Dr. Danielle Treadwell. And you know, she kind of opened my eyes to how cover crops can be used in environments. And like I was telling you before, man, you know, you want to think. Not only do you want to think about, well, this cover crop's going to give me nitrogen, and this cover crop's going to give you primarily, not always nitrogen. It's going to give you other things too, right? But this cover crop's going to give you primarily nitrogen, as in legumes, or you know, alfalfa will give you a bunch of potassium. Okay, what about buckwheat? Well, buckwheat does something different entirely. Buckwheat is like it transforms your soil, it builds your soil. It's so meaty. There's so much to it when it grows that when it gets kind of recycled back into that soil, it really creates truly like organic mix where you could literally go and get yourself like pro mix, get a bunch of pro mix, and then you know what I mean, throw it down and then grow with cover crops for a bit over the course of time. You're going to see what you can do if you go with the right type of cover crops. You're going to be able to turn that bucket of pro mix into an actual living organic situation. You don't have to go and get Fox Farm this or that or the other, right? You get pro mix, you get the right types of minerals, you can get the right types of organic implements, the right types of composts, and before you could get that living and happening, you know, almost just as quick as if you were to go and get off and spending, you know, an arm and a leg on these other kinds of prefabricated things, right? You know, so what I'm talking about when I'm talking about cover crop, man, it's again, it's not just about like the nutrient that each cover crop's going to give you. It's also about that particular cover crop's carbon to nitrogen ratio. You know what I mean? So when you're growing living organic, what you want to be having is you want to be having like complete recycling. Like if it's all well and good to like, for example, go and defoliate your cannabis leaves from your plants, right? Tear them up, throw them onto your soil. But if you've got like a layer that thick of just cannabis leaf on soil, right, or other type of cover, let's say cover crop, just cover crop, it's green, and you cull it and you let it go down. If that's not the right type of cover crop that's got a good balance between carbon and nitrogen, right, then you're going to be running the risk of, you know, making it either really slimy in the case of over nitrifying it, or making it, you know, not happening at all whatsoever with any type of like nutrient cycling. You know what I'm saying? If you've got just like a straw. So what you want to do is blend, like, let's say, a legume with a rye or a straw or like oats or fucking, you know, barley or something like that. You want to get like millet, whatever the fuck. Get some kind of like, you know what I mean, a grassy grain in there in combination with something that's like a clover or alfalfa or buckwheat or fennel or fenugreek or whatever the fuck, right? You get me? Yeah.
I do, and I've got a question for you. I think it's a pretty valid question. As far
Right.
as like, especially as far as like remediation kind of goes.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this cover crop. It's a three free blend. It's got let's see here, clover. It's got a radish in there, and I believe it's got some rye.
Ooh. Okay.
So
Okay.
I threw it
Perfect.
into. But my question here is, can as you're talking about adding different ones for different reasons, can like can it be smart enough to kind of tell you what's going on in your soil? Because this is what I've come across here. I've got a few different mixes of soil here I'm using, and then I've got the earth boxes here. that I've told you I've kind of worked myself. Okay. What
Mhm.
I've noticed in spreading it in these other pots is the clover and the rye are coming up basically right off the bat. Now,
Mhm.
over here in the earth boxes, the radish came up and everything else fizzled out. So is
Right.
that telling me that, something's out of whack and it needs more of
Yeah,
this
it could
or
be.
is
It could
that,
be.
can the seed tell you?
Yeah, like the clover is an indicator of whether or not you've got like potentially too much nitrogen, I believe, in your soil or not. So, or in beans, actually beans as well. So but you're not growing any beans, right? You're just doing clover,
No,
radish, and
no
rye. You're saying,
clover.
right?
Yep.
Or yeah, clover, radish, and rye. I mean, were they all coming up at the same? Okay, so when they weren't coming up at the same time, was there like an obstruction of light for the clover? Because yeah, generally like the rye takes a little bit of time. I find like buckwheat pops up very quickly. I love using buckwheat, for that reason, because it does come up really quickly. It creates these like really nice like lobes, that block out the sunlight and create a really moist situation. And then when they break down, they add a lot of, I guess they contribute to the tilth of it all. But in your situation, man, yeah, that's I mean, I can't really tell you why, other than that I know that for sure that beans, for example, like legumes, are an indicator. They won't pop if it's too hot, usually, right, in the soil. Yeah, you know what I mean. So with
Well,
clover, though, yeah, I mean, ooh, I don't know. But I do know this, and I will say this, man.
the
Um,
plants are
it,
healthy.
okay, do you
In them
notice any
boxes,
like?
they're
Is
not
there something?
suffering in it all.
So there's nothing else going wrong with any of those other boxes. You just have an issue with the clover not popping up. Hey.
So, well, basically, the other ones are uh, a bag soil. They're new soil, and everything popped. Everything kind of came out nice, but I'm not noticing any radish in those. The earth
Right.
boxes have been kind of they're their third run, and I've added compost on top of them, so they are a
Right.
different soil,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
altogether.
Totally. Well, that's true too, right? That's something. I mean, it may be something in the actual nutrition. Have you ever done a soil sample or test of the two different ones? Have you taken like a measurement, and sent it off maybe to like a lab or something, and to see what your actual levels are, right? Of like the available nutrients and also a bunch of other things. Have you done that, or because that might be something? I mean, I'm not sure if it's worth it
I'm
for
not
you.
that deep yet.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
that deep yet, and
Yeah.
I've got questions on that subject matter. But now we're approaching that time where, you did mention you have some company coming in,
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm
right,
gonna
man.
hopefully ask you for another episode sometime uh, soon. Whenever you get a chance, I'd love to go deeper uh, into soil and
Oh,
everything
oh yeah,
else. We
we
haven't even
could for
even
sure.
scratched breeding yet. We
Nah,
never even
there
got
was a
into the
lot.
breeding
Yeah,
aspect.
there's breeding too. So breeding of soil. Yeah, that's basically right. What it's at. Oh, shout out my company's Wormhole Genetics, by the way. Wormhole Genetics. Okay, cool, done. Right, straight up. But yeah, man. Really like. I really do like that you got or trying for at least three different types of cover crops there. And you mentioned that you're working with rye, with radishes, and with clovers. So what a radish is going to do is going to help break up that soil. It's going to penetrate deep as well into your soil base, right? Which is also what an alfalfa would do too. So alfalfa would do similar things, but alfalfa root isn't going to be as thick and tuberous as a radish would, or a daikon, for example, right? Yeah, and that was one of the things you got to when I was had to think about when I was in Jamaica, because that clay. Remember, I told you at the beginning of this whole story that clay soil was quite compact, very clay soil. So what are you going to do? You're not going to ship all this shit out. You got to figure out how to turn this clay in, which is by the way 7.7 pH. I did a soil sample test on it, 7.7 pH. So like no wonder nothing's fucking growing it. It's just like the surface of Mars. So, so you run things like daikon radish or radishes through it, right? And radishes again push these fat tubers down through that clay soil initially, right? And then when it dies, when you cull it and it dies, right, you don't pull that root out, you leave it in there, and you let that root decompose and add organic matter, right? You know what I'm saying, to that, as well as, by the way, you need to be doing other things like adding that compost, different types of compost and things like that on top, and cover crops, and have the right types of cover crops. So I think what I want to get back at was you said you're doing 3 different types of cover crops. That's super important, man. And you really want to like retain those roots, those living roots in the soil as long as possible. Like that's one of like the fundamental premises of soil restoration or soil health restoration, right? Like number 1, you reduce the tillage, right? You reduce your tillage overall. You don't continually keep breaking things up. You don't pick it up, throw it out, start again, right? You actually, you don't really go any deeper than I never really go any deeper in my soil when I'm adding, you know what I mean? Doing like amendments or adding or scratching something into my soil, whether it's seeds, new cover crop, something. I don't ever go deeper than that, man. Hey, you know what I mean? I'll pull back things. I don't ever go deeper than that. And by the way, I want to say one more thing. I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube where we've got no-till living organic growers, and I'm not shouting out or calling out anyone in particular, but I'm saying one thing is you'll see often that people will stuff hay, like a lot of hay or straw, in their pots, and these layers of hay will be fucking that thick and spilling out over top of the pots, and that's the only thing there is hay and straw. Well, like that's not good. First of all, it's good to have some hay, but you don't want to have that much hay. You want to think about your carbon to nitrogen ratio that's always going to be decomposing and being added back into your soil matrix. You understand? So if you have just hay, right on the outset, you're dealing with 100% carbon, bro. Like, you know what I mean? There's very little nitrogen going on in that situation. So you're really not helping remediate, or you're not helping rebuild that soil. What you are doing is preventing moisture from evaporating from the surface. You're preventing light from hitting the surface of the soil. You're preventing potentially bugs and certain things to get down below. But you're definitely not contributing to your proper carbon and nitrogen ratio that you always need to be thinking about, that's going to be decomposing. So anything that you're adding, when you're adding amendments to your soil, man, right? It needs to be something that you're thinking about. So it's not bad to add hay, but what you want to do is you want to kind of sort of be able to see some of your soil from the top. Like if you're looking into your pot from above, when you're looking into your pot, you want to be able to see some of that soil texture there, right? Through some of your cover crop and through your hay or whatever other you've got, like whatever type of carbon source you've got going on. I think that's like, yeah, super, super crucial, bro. So, when you consider your carbon nitrogen ratio, you consider keeping in your living roots from your plants as long as possible. So same thing, like when you're going to harvest from that earth box, you don't be ripping out the plant from the earth box, right? You know that, right? You cut the plant. I mean, you're going to cut the plant maybe about that, that high off the soil. You can get it right down to the level of the soil. It doesn't matter. Cut the stalk off and then plant your next plant just beside that. Okay? Because now you're taking advantage of all of the previous relationships that have been established from that previous plant, right? That plant's gone through an entire cycle and has all kinds of mycorrhizal, biological, microbiological, like bacterial, archaea, everything, all of these relationships already established. So what ends up happening, for those of you who are out there who don't know this, is fascinating, is the new plant that you plant in, if you don't remove the root ball, right? You plant the new plant in, that new plant is going to leapfrog and take advantage of all of those previous relationships that the other plant had, because that root system is still going to be in the ground and there's still going to be bacteria in there working on it and feeding on it, right? And so the new plant is going to work its way in. It's going to insinuate, you know what I'm saying, its roots into that system, recognizing that that's where it's got to go. It's also going to send signals, right, to those bacteria and to those microbes, and drawing them into its orbit, essentially, man, right? Which is fucking beautiful. So anyway, yeah. That's pretty much it, bro. I think that was a bit of a rant, but yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh man, it's been No, it's not, I don't qualify that as a rant at all, man, because it's
Oh,
been
okay.
very educational. Rant to me is somebody complaining,
Oh,
just random like mean thoughts. But
right.
this has been very educational, so I don't qualify that as a rant by any means. So
Okay, thank you,
I
man. I
do
appreciate that.
appreciate your time. I wish
Hmm.
we had some more time, but I'm
Yeah,
grateful for what we have had. That's for sure. Um, I don't know if I briefly kind of told you how this thing works. Basically, this thing does, once it gets back on track, it went every day for better than a year. I've had kind of a working schedule, kind of keep to mess up my show schedule a little bit, but I'm getting it back on track. So
hmm
basically, every night the show goes from 11:30 to 4:20 is the time span of the show.
Oh,
So when
wow.
it does
Okay.
fall short like this, or
Oh,
Mondays is a scheduled wormhole. That's what's next. Is so if you subscribe to the show and it pops up that there's a wormhole, uh, the wormhole is basically open to all past guests, and so conversation changes every night. Guest changes every night. If you happen to see a show and a topic that interests you, you don't need an invitation. Just jump on and jump in. You know, uh,
wow.
you're always welcome to any
Right.
any wormhole that you see fit. You know, they go from everywhere. They go from soil to clones, cannabis to fungus
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to straight
I'm
out
about it, man. I'm
mushrooms
about it. I'm about
to
to, whatever we can
conspiracy.
talk about.
You can't always be candid.
Right, right. Oh yeah, man, that's
So
right, man.
feel free to join in at any time. I greatly appreciate it. And I greatly appreciate your time tonight. And before your guests come rolling in and you awkwardly have to give me the shout out, I'd like to get a shout out from you, or a soundbite as I call it. Basically, what I'm looking for on my side of things, if it were me, is something along the lines of, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 437. You can add whatever you want before, after that, but basically that's the gist of what I'm looking for. Uh, if you could please kind of give me that, I'll use it for a commercial for your episode. I would greatly appreciate it.
For sure,
This
man.
is I always record this part, so it's easier to pull back and play. But I'm ready anytime you are, my friend.
All right, dude, let's do it. Hey, this is Mike from Green Grow Spaces. This has been talking fucking shit with Eagle, episode 437. And I gave up going to a nude beach for this today, and it was totally fucking worth
I hope it was worth it. I
it.
was
Yeah,
hope
man,
it.
dude,
I
for
hope
sure,
it
100%, man. It's
was
all good. This
worth
was,
it.
yeah, it's good work. It's been good. So was this recorded the entire time or no?
I Yes, it is up and available on YouTube right
Ouch.
now for
Mm-hmm.
anybody to watch. There's there's been a few of us watching live. There's 67 watching right now, and then
Right
it
on.
will be
Fucking right.
rebroadcasted on iTunes and all podcast forms as well. So
Man, I wish I could see what people were
appreciate it,
writing.
my friend.
Man, I didn't
Um,
have that access. That'd have been cool. I could have been more like, yeah, yeah. I enjoy seeing what people say too. Right.
well,
That's why I
you
told you at the beginning. Let me know if people ask any questions or say anything. Right. But
Well,
yeah.
then, if you're still interested, you can always go back and watch it on YouTube because they replay the chat. So you
Oh
are
fuck, that's
there to
right.
watch it.
That's true. That takes some time, but if I have that time, I might do it. Let me just tell you this: I've never even rewatched one of my videos ever that I've ever made, or rewatched anything ever. I just don't have the fucking time. It's like, okay, next, next, next. But definitely, man, I wish that I wasn't just on my cell phone right now, which I am. See, yeah, right. And I could have fucking been a little more interactive, bro. But whatever, man. Thank you so much again for having me on, man. And I hope it went well by your standards. I don't know, you know.
Absolutely. I can't help but ask. I wanted to ask earlier, but I
Yeah.
don't like to go too deep on the one issue. But is our mask a fucking thing on on the nude beaches?
No,
Are they
masks are not a
worried
thing.
about
No, no,
masks
no. There's
on the
nothing.
beaches?
There's no thing on a nude beach, bro. It's no thing. Yeah. Actually, there's no masks
Oh,
now where I'm
nice.
at. They don't need to. We don't need to wear masks now. We're good. Yeah. Yeah. But fuck, man. Yeah. It's fuck. Just getting back from Jamaica was insane, bro. It was insane. Like what, you know, for me, just you know, because I had to think about this. Like I got to get back through my Canadian border, but in order to do that, I have to go through the States first, coming back from Jamaica, and I have to pass COVID tests coming back through Canada at the border. They test you at the border, and they want to see that you have a test done in the States, like within the last 3 days, right? And this is coming back from Jamaica about a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, right? So I'm coming in and I got to get a test done in Jamaica, which is sketchy as fuck, by the way. And then, right? Yeah. And then you get that test done in Jamaica. And luckily it was good. But then as I was traveling through the States, this was my experience, bro. In Atlanta, right? In Atlanta specifically, not as much in Seattle, but at the airport, but Atlanta's airport, there were people that were walking without masks on already. And this is like a month and a half, almost 2 months ago. I got back in May 1st. So actually, it was up closer to May, right? June, July. Actually, fuck, almost two and a bit. So yeah, dude, even then, the Americans didn't give a fuck about masks. They give a fuck. There are some of these guys on the plane, right beside, there's a guy right beside me on the plane, took his fucking face mask off and used the fact that he was like eating a pumpkin seed every fucking 2 minutes as a reason why he didn't need to wear a mask, right? On a plane with a bunch of other people. So I was like, wow. And I'm not like, listen, whether it's, are you, am I anti-mask? Am I mask? I fucking hate masks. I fucking hate them. I hate them galore. But I'll tell you this, you know, selfishly speaking, dude, selfishly speaking, I wanted every motherfucker on that plane to be wearing 2 masks, plus a helmet, plus a face guard, plus a body condom, everything, because I did not want to be stuck in the fucking States having to pay like 2 weeks worth of hotel bills, right? Stuck in the States before I could get back through Canada because I have to pass COVID tests going all the way through. So I was like, bro, this is insane. This is insane. So, like, that's the thing. Leaving BC, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, to go to Jamaica, we were actually very lax in BC. Bro, we had very few cases when I left. And it was like restaurants were still open. You have to wear a mask as you walk into the restaurant. When you sit down at the place, you take the mask off. And if you got to go to take a piss or a shit or whatever, then you put the mask back on. So, right. But yeah, it's that. So that's the most extreme that it got. Now we're at a point where, yeah, no one, you don't have to wear masks. No masks, nothing, no masks. And that's how I like it. And yeah, and the nude beach is fucking awesome, dude. Let me just tell you that right now. The nude beach is ridiculous here. It's like, and this is like, I don't want this to sound creepy, okay? But it just happens to be at a university campus. And also, this nude beach is also like massive. Like when I say massive, I mean there's like fucking hundreds and hundreds of people at this beach every single day. And there are people that make a living off of walking up and down the beach, the bag of mushrooms, right? Bags of beer, whatever. And all they do is that you have to be naked to sell it, right? Because otherwise, if you're not naked, then you might be a cop. So literally, they're walking naked, guy or girl, fucking 19 years old or 65 years old, both doesn't matter. No one gives a fuck there, dude. This beach is insane. It's so fucking cool. It's like, yeah, it's it's the most diverse age range, and like culturally, it's pretty diverse as well. And everyone was just naked, dude. In fact, the first time I went, I was clothed, and I was like, I was clothed, and I wasn't prepared to get naked because it was a little cold and the wind was coming through, and I wasn't properly manscaped or whatever. So, dude, it was like, fucking, I didn't take my clothes off. I kept my shorts on, And there's maybe like 10 to 15% of the people there that keep their clothes on, bro. But like I was there, kept my clothes on, and I felt like the biggest pervert with my clothes on. Like 2 hours in, it's like, what the fuck, man? I'm the only guy around wearing clothes and I'm looking around. I feel like a weirdo. Right? So it's like whoosh, off they get. Sheer pressure, right? And also
It
just the
sounds like a
natural
next level fucking cannabis event. Is what it sounds like. I mean, you
dude,
get that
yeah.
kind of diversity at a cannabis event, but it
It's
sounds like they just taken it to another relaxation level.
man, it's insane. Yeah, it's really cool. There's all kinds of man, I can't tell you how many they get. People are just sitting there, like people will go there. You get like the average, 54-year-old person who will just go to this beach and be, ensconced or surrounded by, all kinds of younger teen, like, well built and sexy looking, teens, right? Or late teens, early 20s, or these people in university. So, but you've got like these 54 or whatever age, or 60s, dude, 70s, 90s, 20-year-olds, doesn't fucking matter. Everyone's there and everyone's fucking naked and no one gives a fuck. People are playing like naked frisbee, naked fucking volleyball. Like it's weird. Naked volleyball is not fun to watch, but people be playing like naked frisbee, all kinds of stuff, man, and all over. It's just like wow. People be having sex on the beach or not. There'll be a family having a picnic, like right beside these people having sex or not. Like it's fucking crazy, bro. Yeah. The West Coast, man. I'm telling you, I was
Again, here in the description, here even as you go into it, I'm like, what are you doing talking to me?
right. Well, it's late enough now then. But yeah, I should get going, man. Actually, I do gotta get going. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good night. Tonight. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I got a
Well,
friend coming in
good.
from
I'm
Vancouver
glad.
Island.
And thanks again for
Oh
taking
yeah,
time.
man. Yeah, bro.
What's
Yeah,
going on?
cool. Yeah, yeah. Your buddy J Muck reached out to me, man. Told me, hey, you should get on this show. I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, let me see what up. And man, so thank you to him as well, man. Like much respect to your bro, right?
He's in chat. He's in chat posting your Instagram right now for
Oh my
everybody
god.
to
Really? What a bro.
find you. So,
Man, he's so good, dude.
like,
Yeah. He's living the Aussie life, down there. But he's basically from where I'm from originally, right? Ontario, Canada, dude. So it's like, wait, this is still going on? we're still filming? Shit. I didn't know. I thought we were done.
yeah, yes,
Oh, man. Yeah, I was about to fucking get naked.
no, not until we say goodbye.
Oh, okay. Well then, in that case.
Oh man, sounds like
Yeah.
that's the next step though.
Oh
Hopefully
yeah.
you do have a good night.
Me too,
Sounds
man.
like
You know
you've
what I
got a
mean?
good
Like,
night planned.
yeah, right? Like finally being single again at the age of 42. It's like, on the one hand, like, oh, what did I do with my life? How did I fuck that one up? But then on the other hand, it's like, wow, but I'm single. So what the fuck do I care? No. Right? That's kind of how that goes. It's pretty sweet, dude. I gotta say, yeah,
Sounds like you're on the right path.
Yeah, bro. So have you ever been out west? You ever been out to Vancouver or like let's say Washington or Oregon, the Oregon coast or fucking Cali?
No,
Ooh.
no. I've been Michigan. I've been down towards Florida. Been into Canada, but I haven't been to the West Coast yet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, I've been to Michigan. I've been to Michigan a couple times, man. Yeah. I even like tried to buy weed at a like a I guess it was technically a medical medical place in fuck dude, if I was to go online right now I could tell you exactly where it is, but I guarantee you that if I told you where this is you would be like, what the fuck were you doing there as a white boy? Because it was not where people like I was even asking, where can I get weed? Like I need weed like right now. I'm desperate. This is about maybe 3 years ago, okay? So We're talking about like it's in Detroit area, but it's in an area where like I shouldn't be generally at a certain time because that's what everyone was telling me. I'm like, all right, yeah. And then I got there and they basically were like, they thought I was a cop from the beginning. So I walk into this place, I try to buy weed, and that's like white boy walking in, right? Some right inner city joint trying to buy weed, and I really want a weed so fucking bad, bro. Like I'm like, I don't care what anyone says, and that's the other thing too. I don't give a fuck what anyone says about other people. People say Jamaica's a dangerous place and don't go there, and it's got like it is like I think the third highest murder rate per capita in the entire world. If you were to look at that stat right now, I guarantee you that you're going to see it's anywhere between 3 and 5 right now. So that's Jamaica. So people will be like, you know what, don't go to Jamaica. You're a white boy. Don't go to that part of Jamaica for sure. You're a white boy. You're going to get fucking fucked. And they'll say the same thing about Detroit. Or they'll say the same thing about wherever the fuck. And then you realize, like, have you never not seen Borat? When Borat went into the fucking hood? Remember that scene? Does anyone remember that scene where Borat went into the hood and was just like, ends up like fucking partying and dancing with these guys, right? Because we're all fucking human, dude. At the end of the day, bro. That's what it is, right? And it's like, come on. Don't be telling me that because I'm white, I can't go over here and have this experience. Don't be telling me that, or don't be telling anybody that they can't do this. Like, no. You know what I mean? Anyone can fucking do anything. You know what I mean? It's about connecting with that humanity that we all have, dude, whether it's wherever you go. You know, I firmly believe that. Yeah, sure, there's psychopaths. They're gonna fucking kill you and chop you up and put you in their freezer and eat you or whatever the fuck. And then it happens. It's happened before in Canada, admittedly. And I also think Jeffrey Dahmer too. He did that too, didn't he? So right, it happens. That motherfucker.
I think it's kind of ironic that you bring up Borak, though. I just seen a thing today.
Are you fucking serious?
I think it was a dispensary in like LA that used his likeness as an advertisement. It was like him, like making, like doing something like this, but it was pretty much him. He's suing that dispensary for
Amazing.
$9 million.
What? Are you kidding me? Because
in a dispensary.
well, that's pretty meta. It's pretty meta.
They
in my
used
opinion.
his image in an advertisement. I think it's crazy you brought that up. That, you associated it with cannabis, and here he's like a lawsuit doing it to kind of
right,
I don't
exactly.
know.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Right on. Thanks for that, bro. And the other thing is like the funny part here too is that he was also under massive fire from the Kazakhstan government for portraying a Kazakh. Okay, so like it's not like so after after Borat hat came out, bro, it wasn't a good relationship between Kazakhstan and Sacha Baron Cohen. Like it wasn't cool. Let's put it that way, right? There's no fucking camping trips with those guys. So yeah, there was a lot of and the irony now is that Sacha Baron Cohen is suing this person for fucking taking his likeness, which is a fucking like which is you know what I mean? Like he's basically I don't know. That's kind of fucking interesting, right? How that works. That's irony.
Yeah. And what that full circle right there.
Yeah, bro. Definitely. Well, maybe one other thing I want to mention too, while I'm at it, man, since people are still here and they're interested in magic mushrooms by any means, is that company that I'm affiliated with in Jamaica, Herbs. They're also because the way it works is magic mushrooms and or psilocybin based or whatever is legal to cultivate, and there's no law around it in Jamaica right now, right? So in that, roughly 40,000 square foot facility that I was mentioning, our processing facility, that much of it's going to be converted to a mushroom cultivation space as well, right? So yeah, if we can do it, then I think that would be fucking phenomenal. So anyways, that's the plan. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Yeah. That's
That would be
Jamaica for you
awesome.
though, right? Like
They
think about this. This is really cool. Jamaica, the way they're doing this blew my mind and I loved it because in Canada, there's a distinct separation between alcohol and cannabis, right? You cannot mix the two. So if you're looking to be, let's say, you're looking to you're being an entrepreneur and you're thinking to yourself, okay, I want to set up a a dispensary that's going to also be a place where I can have a smoke lounge, right? It's going to also be a place that I have alcohol service. It's going to be also a place that I have, all these other things. No, you can't do that in Canada. End of story. That's how our laws work. I really hope that the States does things differently because that is fucked up shit. But Jamaica is a beautiful model like for this because at the farm, that 15-acre farm that I told you about, there is also an associated dispensary there, right, on site. So you can literally you can drive, dude, if you were a tourist and you wanted to go to the grill and you wanted to take a drive for 25 minutes out, you could go to the farm that I was cultivating at, go to that dispensary, buy fresh weed from that farm, right? And potentially even tour the farm if you wanted to, if the opportunity was there, right? So beyond that, there's also a restaurant on the property with a club, and on the dispensary, there's a second floor up above where you can fucking party and have alcohol service and smoke joints and see the sun go down and see the farm right there, dude. It is just like, right, like that, I think is where, right, like that's an experience, man. That is an experience, and that it would be beautiful to see that happen in the States. It certainly isn't happening in Canada right now. Yeah.
That would be great. That reminds me like we don't have that here in Michigan. We have like this is what it reminds me of, like an apple orchard experience where you go in the fall, you could go through, the orchard and pick see your apples and you hang out, get some cider and donuts from
Dude,
the orchard. That's what it kind of sounds like, but for cannabis.
that's exactly
Uh,
what
that would
that's
be
exactly
awesome. That would be
yes,
fucking
man.
awesome. I could see a lot of people taking the weekends for a long drive, go for, spend the
Easily,
day
man.
there. That would be fucking cool.
For sure. I know, like in Jamaica, for example. I mean, if you're in
Nobody
Montego
takes
Bay, it
your
wouldn't
idea.
take you. But it wouldn't take any more than 2 hours or an hour. It wouldn't be more than a 2 hour drive for you to go from Montego Bay out to this farm to see this farm. You know what I'm saying, man? Like as an experience, hey, right? It's right by Negril. It's like 25 minutes out of Negril, right? Very close to.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
you
in
could
that
even
same.
include, I need to cut you off. I was
Oh, go
going to
ahead.
say, I think you could even include like animals into that. These are the chickens and the cows that compost that we use for our compost and our cannabis, and take them right down from, all the way through it to the finished product, like you were saying.
Dude, there's
That would be
everything. We even have
awesome.
alligator. We have
I would
alligator. We
spend
have
a day. I would take a
crocs.
day and go do something like that.
For sure, right? Anyone who I think anyone who's interested in cannabis, like at to that level, or being able to walk through these these fields and seeing how these different things are growing, right? Like we were talking briefly about the different types of. Well, I didn't even get into detail actually, but the different types of greenhouses that are on the property. But we've got two different styles of greenhouses on the property, right? It's not just one type of greenhouse, right? There's different functions that greenhouses can serve, and you can sort of build them differently, right? Purposefully, I would say. So there's all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, man. What a phenomenal place, right? Like Jamaica, highly recommended for everybody. You all need to
So
see this place. This is a culture that respects ganja, to another level, right? It takes it like religiously. Not everyone does. There are people that are actually entirely antithetical, right, to that positionality. But the bulk majority of people, like I told you before, have a fucking joint, half a burned joint behind their ear, because that was what they were just smoking, and then they are smoking another fucking fresh joint, right? Oh wait, what's his name? Sorry. So they got this half joint behind their ear, smoke another fresh joint, and then like I say, man, bro, no joke, they're like rolling something else in their hands. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, I hope to make it there someday. That's for sure. That's for sure. So in the greenhouse thing, I don't know if I could keep asking questions. The greenhouse thing, is it like an above and below greenhouse? Are you like trying to get some like geothermal like heat out of it, so you could go year round, dig down, so you're like got some insulated walls, so yet still got the
So no, currently right now, that's not what's happening. There are two different styles of greenhouses. One of them, so you chopped out at the end there, man. Can you still hear me right now? Or no?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
So the way it works there, the way that makes the most sense, I should say, is that it's always hot all the fucking time. So it's not extremely hot though all the time. Like it gets up to 30 fairly regularly, right? During, or rather before the rainy season, I would say. But what you've got is we have a one greenhouse that essentially is there to house the clones, as well as once we've potted them up to become, veg plants, but they're still in veg. So we'll veg them out in one of these greenhouses that is all meshed right up, right? So it's not actually a greenhouse glass roof or plastic roof, right? With steel. I mean, there is definitely steel structuring or, framing and things like that, right? But it's a black mesh that goes around it, if that makes any sense, eh? So, I mean, you can see through the mesh, but it occludes, right, a fair amount of sunlight. And not only that, it also helps protect from the heat. So the heat, it doesn't get very hot either. But it does get just perfect for a plant that's in, it's like it's not pre-veg, but it's basically pre-flower plant that's in veg, right? Because remember we were talking about VPD earlier on, man, and how there isn't something, just there's no one thing called an ideal VPD, right? It's like, no, like this plant in its first or second week of veg needs a specific different type of VPD level than it would need 2 weeks later, right? And then even so, it'll need a different VPD level than it will need another 2 weeks later, because then it's going to go outside and become exposed to all the fucking elements out there, right? So what you're trying to do is create the ideal VPD in this space, which involves just stretching meshes around the greenhouses. Whereas our second set of greenhouse at this point was a plastic kind of like like a plastic roof with open bottoms down below. It wasn't an entirely sealed off, right? It wasn't sealed off greenhouse. We're talking about something that sort of still protects the plants from the rain, because this is where we had flowering plants, right? So we had also an outdoor space too, where we had a bunch of flowering plants too, and we still do, right? But so we've got this one style of greenhouse that is there for propagation and for early veg. And then you take the plant out and you either plant it in an outdoor space, or we take it and plant it under another greenhouse space that is still not entirely enclosed, because you need that airflow. If you don't have that airflow going through, you know what I mean, in one of these greenhouses, then you're fucked. But if you have the plant outside in an outdoor space, completely exposed to those elements, right? And this is true for Florida or anywhere south, by the way. I'm talking about Jamaica. I should have made this connection earlier, but like this is for anyone who's in like the southern states where the temperatures and humidities are similar to Jamaica, man, or relatively close. This holds true, right? Like if you don't have the capacity to be able to, chill the entire space and create these enclosed greenhouses, right? Then you need to have open spaces going through, right? So these are just essentially plastic coverings that cover plants while they're in flower, so those plants aren't subject to the rains right? The heavy rains that's going to happen, right? Because once that happens, then you're basically inviting botrytis, right? Like, that is that's how you get. That's like you want botrytis to get into your plant. You give them the key by allowing moisture to settle on biomass while in flower, right? That is botrytis's way to get in, right? Whereas with powdery mildew, it's usually when you have like a fluctuation of what they call dew point, right? Like when you're going from a period of extreme, or rather not much, like high temperature, let's say high heat and lower humidity, and then all of a sudden your VPD levels completely inverse themselves roughly, and then you end up having a point where you have dew settling on leaves, dew point, right? Like that's kind of powdery mildew's key into your cultivation space. So it's like really important to understand sort of, right, what those, anyway, I'm babbling on, bro, but yeah. I should probably get going soon. Sorry, man. There's just so much to talk about. It's like as soon as you take one little branch, like that branch extends into a bunch of different branches. You're like, fuck, which one do I go? Okay, fuck. Could go this way, could go that way. Or should we go back to the main stock and talk about what we were talking about before?
Digging it. I know if it wasn't for you having company, I would be picking it.
Yeah, well,
they're
still here. They still haven't showed up yet, man. There's more. Are there any questions, man? Let me ask this.
In chat as well, asking.
I'm babbling, so is there any questions? Yeah.
About powdery mildew.
Sure, any question? Any question until I'm gotta go. Let's talk about powdery mildew. I've got organic solutions to powdery mildew if you want, or we can talk about how does it form. Like, what was the question actually? That's what's important.
Well, it's actually been so long ago. I believe it was about remedies to prevent.
Oh shit! I could have easily talked about that. So you want to basically, if you're growing in an indoor space, one of the cheapest, best ways to do this, obviously you want to pay attention to dew point. So you do not want to have an extreme fluctuation in between when your lights go off. I think about this when your lights are on and when they go off. So when your lights are on in a particular space, you have radiant energy from those lights that are coming, right, and hitting that plant, in addition to other types of airflow and things like that. As soon as you turn that light off, if you're not compensating for a spike in humidity, so which means if you don't have your dehumidifier set to go on, pretty much actually I would set it before the lights go off. If you don't have that dehumidifier set to that range that you need it to be at, then that's going to be a problem for you. Now, if you don't have a dehumidifier, you don't have the capacity, you don't have enough electrical draw to even put in a dehumidifier in your space, which can happen, right? Or you just don't have access to a dehumidifier or whatever the fuck it is, then the next thing that you want to do, and actually this is the first thing that you want to do, is you want to make sure that there isn't very much leaf on leaf contact. When these plants sit on one another, right? When you have that, when you've got a really, like I can see to your left, you've got some really nice, like that plant there that's on the left to you. Yep. There's very little, if minimal, leaf on leaf contact there, man. That's kind of how you want to have your plants, I would say. If you can do that, then you're really helping yourself out. You also have to remember that it's important to have airflow in a space, right? But airflow needs to work in a certain way. So it's not just like indiscriminate fans wobbling and weebling every fucking which way they do, right? You need to think about like what's happening with that airflow, right? Are you circulating it properly and then ventilating it through an exhaust properly or not? If you are, then great. If not, then you absolutely need to ensure that you're not just going around in a circle, but that you've got air going up through the plant. That's super important, man, for powdery mildew, right? So, and then here's another big thing. As soon as you notice you have powdery mildew, then turn off your fucking fans for that brief period of time. Do what you can to chill that room a bit, just for that moment, because you're turning off your fans, you know what I'm saying, right? So your lights are going to get hot. And then most definitely, because once you have powdery mildew, once you actually, rather, There's a difference. There's a difference between having it and seeing it. So once you have it, you should have already done something about it. But by the time you see it, it's potentially too late to do like immediate remediation. So what you need to do is turn off your fans during that period of time, because what you're seeing when you see visibly with your naked eye powdery mildew is you're seeing like it's already the hyphae, it's already insinuated itself into tissue. And you're seeing spores, bro. You're seeing collections of spores that are sitting there, over the course of, and they're building up, and there's so many of them. So imagine what's happening when you're just blowing that shit around. You're, exposing your entire room. So yeah, number one, turn off the fucking fans. B, number two, there's several things that powdery mildew doesn't like. A, absolutely does not like high pH levels. So if you can get yourself like, depending on where you are in flower, because you don't want to add kelp, like a liquid kelp spray, let's say, to your plants too late in flower. But if you're still in veg, or if you're still in early flower, you can take liquid kelp, like a kelp extract. Do I have one here I can show you? No, I don't. Anyway, there's a kelp extract you can get that's the pH rises really high. If you were to put a pH meter in it, it's like 10 pH, dude, right? Like that's going to help destabilize the powdery mildew that's already there. It's not going to take care of it completely, but it will help destabilize it. If you can find another way to raise pH, that's often why sometimes people will use soaps, right? Soap, insecticidal soaps, or these types of soaps will help destabilize. Now, another thing is whether, I'm not sure who's listening, who is licensed legally or not, but you can also use a neem oil and karanja oil. Those are two favorites of Clackamas Coot, for example. Those work amazingly to destabilize PM. So if you were to, let's say, use a solution that's high in pH one day as a foliar spray, let's just say it's a pH up, even, for fuck's sake, okay? pH up, your pH up, a foliar spray to 10, right? 10 and a half, your leaves will not be damaged by this, okay? As long as it's not too late in the flower, because you don't want to damage your pistils. But that is one way to do it. Again, whether you achieve that through soaps or whether you achieve that through another method, like I say, a kelp, like a soluble seaweed extract. If all else fails, it really works, man. And this is organic, fully organic, is a sulfur burner. So if you get sulfur, and there's two ways to do this, you can get elemental sulfur as a powder and like kind of sprinkle it around your plants in an outdoor situation. Or in an indoor situation, you get like a sulfur burner, right? Which is a small contraption. They're different sizes, but you can get a really small one that's about this big for, let's say, $120. You know what I mean? And get like sulfur pellets that are dirt cheap. These sulfur pellets, you can get a year's worth of this stuff for $5 or something, right? But you burn that, and this is an organic, like about an inorganic. It is an organic way to control powdery mildew. So if you burn sulfur in a room, although it does smell like fucking rotten eggs and you don't want to be in there to inhale it, it does help big time. Actually, it really does help powdery mildew. And then, the one thing I'm going to say though is that if you're going to use a sulfur burner, you don't want to be using it after you've done a foliar feed, and you don't want to be using it at a time where there may be moisture accruing, or accumulating on any leaf or biomass, because in the same way that, acid rain is composed of sulfur dioxide, well, like sulfur, right, on biomass and tissue of a leaf in combination with water, that kind of turns into a sulfuric acid, potentially, right? But it's not a big deal. It's just, the idea is this: you don't use too much of it. It's very minimal, and you just don't use it when you're doing foliars. Simple, end of story, right? So that is a very effective way. It's an organic way to remediate your situation. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, if you have not been able to do anything with what I've just told you, you can always use hydrogen peroxide at a very low concentration, because if you begin to use it in a higher concentration, you're going to burn your pistils or your stigmas, and you're going to actually burn the leaf tissue of your plants themselves, right? in flower, but hydrogen peroxide is something that you can use as a powdery mildew, treatment, let's just say, right? When you're in flower and or late flower, because you'll often hear people like, what do I do? Oh, okay. Good advice for when I'm in veg, but what the fuck do I do when I'm in late flower? It's like, well, this is what you do when you're in late flower, right? You use either a sodium bicarbonate solution, right? Or you can use a potassium bicarbonate solution. And there's a brand called Green Cure. Okay, so Green Cure is something that you can use. It's an OMRI listed, so OMRI listed, organic. You can use this at, roughly, I'm not going to say it's any time throughout the flowering cycle, but definitely well in veg and well in early flower. I've seen amazing results with a product called Green Cure. So for whoever asked this question, I hope that was layered enough and you just got all the answers you needed. Definitely hydrogen peroxide works. Yeah. Green Cure. And then even after you've harvested your plant and you still see powdery mildew on your leaves, and you know that the value of that bag that you're trying to sell is going to be a lot less than it would be. You can definitely, prior to that, well, I mean, at that point, you're pretty much fucked. But you should have potentially at harvest time, and here's a shout out, bro, to Jorge Cervantes, because I did trash him earlier by saying that he told everyone that they need to flower at 45% and 78, degrees. But here's a love for Jorge Cervantes is, I saw a really cool video of his years ago where he takes a batch and dunks it into a specific concentration of hydrogen peroxide in water after it's been harvested. Immediately after harvest, boom, you take the plant, dunk it in all this hydrogen peroxide in water. And if you think about it realistically, it hasn't taken on that much more water as a plant, right, than it did when it was harvested. So my main concern was, okay, is this going to develop botrytis? We're just going to develop some other type of problem. But the reality is, like, when you cut a living plant down, it's pretty fucking wet, like, overall, right? So if you take that plant and you actually do still have powdery mildew on that plant, you can dunk it in a solution of hydrogen peroxide less than 3%. So let's say, even like 1.9, from 1.9 to 2.3 or 2.4% concentration. Okay. And to put that in perspective, if you go to a hydro shop and you were to purchase, let's say, hydrogen peroxide, from a hydro shop or whatever, commercial, or agricultural supply store, it'll be close to 30% strength, right? So you want to be diluting that, right, back down to, minimum, whatever you want, but no more, I would say, than like 1.9 to 2.3, 2.4. I've seen some kind of adverse reactions on the trichomes themselves when using a higher concentration of that. Cool. That makes sense. Like, as a remediation, I think that's good, man, right? I mean, you're talking about hydrogen peroxide or baking soda, right? Which is sodium bicarbonate. All those work as like a post-harvest sort of treatment. Okay, I don't know. Any other questions about powdery mildew, man?
Yes. No, I don't think so. At least they hasn't shown any. But I'm curious. As far as the wash goes, it does kind of increase dry time.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, so you're gonna have to make sure that you
as well.
You're gonna have to make sure. Yeah. 100%, man. Great question, man. And again, there's so many layers to this and different ways we can take this. So, in any case, you're gonna want to make sure that your drying space is prepared for your plants, right? So, what I do when I'm remediating, if I ever have to remediate, for example, or had to in the past, I would literally set up my dehumidifier in my drying space and crank that shit up to like way high, right? For a while before anything even gets in there. Let's say like, 65%, right? So set it to 65 and throw your plants in. And when you throw your plants in, as long as your dehum is humming in your drying space. And as long as you're chilling that drying space, because I am a firm believer in a cold, long dry. I do minimum 2 weeks generally for my drying time, man. And I do whole plant hang, right? During harvest, as I harvest, I will remove whatever major other fan leaves I can, right? During that time. But there will be a fair amount of leaf still even left on my plants. Like I ensure that my plants have at least 2 week dry time. You know what I mean? And like 63 degrees max, man. Right? Yeah, I'm very much about like low temp dry and low temp cure, and also a high moisture content in my final product. Not too high, but a high enough moisture content. You know what I mean? Like never would I be okay with something like a 10% moisture content in the final end product, right? And then you can easily establish that by using a moisture meter or whatever the fuck, right? Super cheap, but yeah, just to see that, yeah, super important, right? So chilled space, dehumidifier, but the dehumidifier again, like I say. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was
No.
doing that. Yeah. I asked some questions to basically on that. Well, first, I guess before we get into the dry thing, I want to go back and kind of ask your thoughts on, basically my, because I've got a weird situation. I don't use BDP as much as I heard the importance of it, and I know the importance of it. But running a perpetual in a environment like this, as you stated, uh, there's no way I could properly utilize it because everything's in the same room. I can't, VPD this area and keep this and that and this. There's just no way to do that in my environment. But so, uh, as far as like controlling my humidity and stuff like that in these tents, kind of wanted to pick your mind on how I handle that. There's two things that I do here. I don't run a whole lot of. I'm pretty dry as it is. Tonight's abnormal. I think I'd be about 55% humidity right now, which again would be a worry when the lights go off and the tents are closed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
for that spike. So this is how I handle it here. Is I've planned because I run lights on, tents open, and then as soon as they go close, not as soon as, because this is part of my process. I know there's going to be that humidity spike when lights go off. So I like to leave the tents open a half hour extra. It's kind of figured into that transition. So they're open and they're not shut up, holding that moisture in. They've adapted a little bit before I've closed them up. You know what I mean? Let some of that humidity out. And then there's fans that, well, mine kind of go opposite. Mine come in, they blow in the cool air from the top, and then when things are closed up, they suck out through the bottom. So cool air kind of through the top, blowing around, and then shoo, out the bottom of the tent. And it kind of feeds warm air or whatever, cooler air into the next area. They're all kind of connected a little bit. But I use damper buckets in there in my tents to kind of catch extra moisture as well without any extra power consumption. That's just kind of, what are your thoughts on all that? Am I on the right track there?
I would say so. I mean, because you're playing with like very dangerous levels at 55% humidity. There's no doubt about it, right? So you know for a fact that when those lights go out at 55% humidity, you are, yeah, you're asking for trouble, right? Depending again on your cultivar, though, at the end of the day, right, and what your temperatures are. But you really don't want to be going higher than that. So that's kind of like, usually. So again, depending on what your temperatures are, what are your temperatures? I gotta ask you, what are your temps during while your lights are on? Because I didn't get that. I didn't hear what you said there, or if you mentioned it.
Well, again, and that varies. I'm kind of, I'm an oddball. I should be looking for more cultivars that suit my environment because I use my environment 100% to control things. Again, no air conditioning. Uh, During the day, I run a on-off cycle to kind of mitigate my heat a little bit. So
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Good for you. Good
LEDs
for you. Yeah,
during
yeah,
the
yeah.
day because
Yeah.
LED plants like the hotter temperatures. At night, I'm running the HPS and I'm drawing in the cool Michigan air,
Yeah.
which usually is like 50 to 60 degrees that I'm drawing in and filtering in and dumping into the room.
Okay.
Uh,
Right.
but
Right. At
tonight's a
night.
fluke.
Okay. Cool.
So
So
when
you're
I say
playing
that
with.
55 is a fluke for me, and
Okay.
at night I'm usually around 80 degrees probably,
Cool. Right
but
on,
I'm
man.
usually
Well,
on any other day 38% humidity kind of. I'm usually on the drier side.
okay. So 38% humidity. Wow. Shit. Yeah. That's good. That's good for flowering. That's phenomenal. That sounds like absolutely shit for plants that are looking in their early veg cycle. But I will say this. So, 55 to 60. Shit. Where were we? There was something important that I wanted to mention to you, bro. Oh, fuck. Just lost it there. Sorry. Uh, anyway, yeah. So obviously 38 is a little bit way too low, even for any plant that I could think of that wants to flower itself properly. That's low. But again, like, you're not playing with too high heats, it sounds like, and your humidity's good. So I don't know. Fuck, there was something there, though, bro. I lost myself. Fuck, there was something that I wanted to mention. Anyway, apologies. We'll come back to it. I'm sure it'll fucking pop back up again. Oh, right. Here we go. This is what I want to say. This is very important. Okay. So you mentioned that your temperatures get down to as low as 50, potentially 60 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Is that right? Or did I get that wrong? Because I tried to write
No,
things down with my
no,
pen
no, no,
and I
no, no, no,
scribbled
no.
shit.
That is
And I was
kind
like,
of
fuck, what does
wrong.
this mean? Okay, fuck, okay, it's wrong. 55 to 60? Was that what it was?
Not
Or
even. It's usually a constant 70 between 75 and 85, I would
okay,
say.
but at night though,
It's
what's the
constant.
lowest? What are your
The
lowest
air
temperatures that
being
you ever
drawn
get to?
in never never under 70.
Okay, perfect.
Never
Good, good,
under
good.
70.
Okay, okay, cool. All right,
It's the
awesome, man.
air being drawn in for
Ah,
cooling.
right, right,
See,
right.
I'm
Gotcha.
drawing
Yeah,
in like the Michigan night air that's 55.
right.
That's what's being dumped in right here. It's a twice filtered midnight, Michigan air.
Which
So
is probably
that's
quite beautiful, by the way. So, and yeah, okay, okay, cool. All right. What I wanted to say though was this, and this obviously doesn't apply to your situation because you're pulling in that air and it's being warmed up with your context, right? Like everything that you've got going in your room. So your plants likely and your soil, more importantly, right, are never being exposed to something that's less than 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. That's great. Something that I want to say though is that, and I experienced this, by the way, growing up in Ontario and growing in Ontario, which is not that far away from Michigan at all, is that when soil levels get to lower than 60 degrees Fahrenheit, you end up seeing an extreme reduction in the actual like activity levels of the biological, everything, right? The entire microbiology, everything kind of arrests itself, okay? Right? And begins to prepare itself for maybe dormancy and does become dormant in some times and also maybe dies off, right? So, one of the things that I wish I fucking mentioned during this conversation earlier was this, that among all of the other major failures that new people coming into this may experience is this: when you're trying to create and foster a life, or rather an ecosystem where you have like healthy microbiology happening, you absolutely need to have all of those right temperatures and moisture levels for that microbes. I didn't mention that earlier, man. I feel like that was a miss. I apologize, bro. But yeah, that was something, man, that was pretty important, right? Is like, you may see failure, you may see really slow growth in a crop that's grown at those levels, those temperature levels that Jorge Cervantes tells us that we should all grow at, and that's like, well, wait a sec, though, right? Because if your ambient temperature is a 74, let's say, or even worse, 72 degrees, right? Then what do you think the temperature of your pot is in your room, right? At night, potentially, right? So I've gone through and I've taken an infrared thermometer and shone, at different times of day to see like what is the actual temperature of my fucking soil at night. Like I'm gonna dig my hand in, grab a fucking piece of soil out, infrared thermometer, boom, what is that temperature, right? And I've noticed that in plants that are sluggish, if it's usually below 62, 63 degrees Fahrenheit, my soil temperature specifically, then I've seen like a lot of it's not being the most aggressive growth, right? So that's something that's really important too, which should have mentioned earlier. Yeah, cool.
I kind of used a couple little tricks for that as well, especially now that I'm above ground and like I'm on a concrete surface, which is eh, basically a grass slab. Call it what it is, right?
Yep.
So I kind of use my cement for purposes like you're saying as well. Winter months, I make sure those plants are up on caddies so they don't have direct contact, drawing in extra cold, trying to keep that root ball extra cold in the wintertime. I like to keep it up so the heat can get around and keep it a little bit warmer.
Exactly.
And in the summer months, I kind of use it the other way, pull them out and let them draw that cooler, to help keep that root ball a little bit cooler than canopy temperatures as well.
Right, man. And I think that speaks to like maybe a larger sort of situation, right? It's just like there's this plant. First of all, we obviously realize this plant is way more fucking just this incredibly adaptive plant that can, they do all kinds of crazy things and it's beautiful. But at the same time, that each of us have our own situations that we're growing in, right? And we really need to respect the genetic lineage of this plant. Like at the end of the day, I don't want to belabor this point, bro. But like, I'm gonna belabor it. I don't give a fuck. It's like this is like we, man, the best ganja or cannabis that I've ever cultivated has been when there's felt like there's been this beautiful tension, and perfect tension between the individual and the plant itself, right? Like in a way where you can think again, you can like if you're growing hydroponically or in coco coir. I'm not belittling anyone that does that. There are amazing things that you can do with this plant in those contexts. All these contexts can do great things with these plants, right? But it's really beautiful, I think, bro, when you can actually connect with this plant and have like a true symbiotic relationship, right, with this thing. And this is again not some hippy dippy shit. This is potentially rooted in actual co-evolutionary reality, man. Like think about how this plant has potentially been with us for 30,000 fucking years, if not more. And again, a dog has only been with us for what, 20,000? Like, and it begs the question though, right? It begs the question. This begs the question is the Gravettian complex, the archaeological complex, was found with pollen and cannabis stuff in Croatia area or Mediterranean area. Meanwhile, we know cannabis it didn't originate there. It originated way the fuck that way, right? More like India, China, okay? So how did it get to the Mediterranean 30,000 years ago? Okay, not by wind, by the way, because it can't get that far by wind. Like pollen will decimate I'm sorry, rather moisture will decimate pollen. There's a lot of things that will kill your pollen. So there's no way that pollen will travel from the Hindu Kush mountains, let's say, for example, all the way, right? All the way to fucking Croatia. That's not happening. What's happening is that human beings are taking this plant and bringing it across the fucking world. And they're realizing that when they ingest it and they eat the seed and they shit out the seed, and the seed is growing in their fucking pile of shit before they can even leave that campsite, then they're like, holy fuck, there's something going on here. Right. And the same thing. And then over the course of time, man, we develop, like it's no coincidence, or maybe, although maybe it is, but I feel it's very minimal, that these plants have certain types of compounds that are medicinal that actually can help us. And this isn't bullshit. This isn't just like, oh yeah, I have a medical condition and I want to go and I want to get a gram of weed at this dispensary. So can you sign me up because of that medical condition? And this, no, this is fucking rooted, bro, in like more than 30,000 years of co-evolutionary experience, and we can talk about mushrooms, which is even longer than that at some point in time. But hey, isn't that beautiful? I think so.
It's super beautiful. I think you're 100% correct. I don't think you can separate the plant from the hippy dippy shit, to be honest with you. I really don't think you can. I don't think you can, to be honest with you. I thought maybe at some point you could, and I held off for a very long time.
Yeah,
But the
right.
way
Because
things are today, I don't think you can.
100% agree with you, bro.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I don't think it's any coincidence that cannabis and fungus mushrooms are here at the forefront of what we're doing here. I think they're here in the forefront to teach us, set us back in the direction that we were supposed to be in, that we kind of lost
exactly.
touch with, because as we go on with the cannabis, it kind of leads into the phase two with the mushrooms. It's like a level up. You know what I'm saying there?
Big
As you
time.
get deeper
It's
into
like as
it,
if it
it's
was the
leveling
mushrooms
up with
plan all
the
along.
cult.
I feel like it was the mushrooms plan, dude. They knew it was up. The mushrooms were like, they inoculated this planet, right? Many, many, many multitude of eons ago, potentially traveling through the vacuum of space and time and not burning up through the atmosphere, whoever else they fucking got here. There's a lot of evidence to show that mushrooms are also modifying their environment at will, by the way, which is fucking phenomenal, man. And yeah, definitely, man. Whether it's on cannabis or whether it's mushrooms, the beautiful thing is that it's no longer really this hippie dip kind of shit, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, I'm not saying hippies are shit or they're stupid for having these kinds of ideals, and they aren't, and we aren't, because we're kind of, what is a hippie anyway? But the question is this: is like the hippies were able to kind of tap into a countercultural thing at a certain point in time during those 60s and 70s in America, which was awesome, and psychedelics and all this stuff. And the problem with that, though, is that it was sensationalized, and it was essentially people were vilified for this and also looked upon as cracks. So if you were to be a scientist, you want to be legitimate, you want to do legitimate science into, let's say, plant cognition. Okay, plant cognition, the plant's ability to perceive its environment around itself and respond. That's one thing. What about the plant's ability to perceive its environment, or a fungus's ability to perceive its environment around itself and then actively modify that environment? That, my friend, is crack level scientific, right? Inquisition, there's no way a Harvard level medical fucking doctor would have been able to come up with something like this and be funded. It just wouldn't fucking happen. Why? Because, no offense, but a bunch of hippies fucked shit up for us back in the fucking 60s and talked about this stuff in a very non-scientific manner, to the point where it became not palatable, bro. Like not palatable for anyone to even want to get into it, including those people who are actually interested at an academic level. So even if you're academically interested in it, then you have to pass all of these boards and shit like that, funding and this and that. Fuck, you're not getting no funding at all, period, end of story. Which is why I mentioned earlier on, and I hope someone who's still listening to this show fucking made this note. Okay, Dr. Daniel Chamovitz. This guy is actually really fucking cool. He's a Harvard medical fucking professor. He's got like postdoctorate degrees. This guy has gone through. He comes from actually a family of doctors and perceptual psychologists who are like specialize in human perception. So he comes from. He was born and raised. His parents. All he learned about when he was raised was that, you know, this about how humans perceive reality, that about how humans perceive reality, you know. Anyway, he was also disenchanted by the fact that a bunch of hippies fucked shit up for us back in the 60s. And I can't remember the name of the fucking guy, but there was a book written about how plants can, plants can see the world, man, and love and blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't done properly. It was done in a way that created anyone else as a charlatan trying to fucking do this shit. So this guy, Daniel Chalmers, said, fuck that shit. I'm legit. My family came from, a family of doctors, perceptual psychologists, and I know all of the shit. I fucking got a double PhD in Harvard, and I'm ready to fucking go. This guy wrote a book. I told you guys this. It's called What a Plant Knows. What a Plant Knows. Really good, quick, easy fucking read. Trust me, man. You'll read through this, and you'll be like, yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Yeah. It's such a good read. It's not technical in the way that's going to bog you down, but if you are technical, it speaks to you in a way that kind of like is scintillating, so yeah. Again, this was his answer, Daniel Chamawitz's answer to the hippie movement about, plants can do this and this and that, blah, 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 blah. No, when you read this, trust me on this, man. This will, if it won't convince you, which I hope it doesn't. I hope no book convinces you of anything. I hope what a book does is just make you want to fucking read more books and make you, consider more potentialities of reality. And that's what this book will do. Please. It's super cheap. I'm not getting any money from this. I don't have any stocks in Daniel Chamovitz, whatever the fuck. This is straight up like, right?
I wrote it down when you said it the first time, to be honest with you. I love good suggestions with this books. And it sounded like something I would already be interested in, but I'm definitely going to take a read into it. The bummer thing I want to say though, is you're right. You're right, you're wrong, I guess, is yes, I guess some hippies did kind of fuck it up in the way it was presented, but what they were saying was right. It was
100%,
just
100%. But they weren't being taken seriously, unfortunately.
Way, yeah. Science still can't explain it.
And it shouldn't. It shouldn't be able to, right? I mentioned this earlier, and this is actually like a fundamental truth of science, bro. Is that science doesn't and can't prove anything because science comes from a place like it fundamentally operates from a place of disproof, or like you can't actually prove something through the scientific method. All you can ever really do is disprove things. And it's because of something called like, hey, this is reason. But at the end of the day, bro, like science essentially is like given that which is given to the senses based on empiricism and replicability, right? So you never know what the result of some future test may bring, which is why science can never actually prove anything. And actually science is a reaction to like the religious fundamentalism of the Middle Ages. Okay. So for those of us, hopefully there are people still listening to this, man, because this is fucking fascinating. When I learned this shit, my mind was like, wah! But this is actually the truth, bro. And, or not, maybe not, who knows? Truths are truths, so maybe not. But what happened though is this. There was a point in time where science didn't exist. Okay, let's call it the Middle Ages. Okay, before the Renaissance. The Renaissance is when kind of science blew up, but there's a reason for this, or multiple reasons. The first reason, bro, and this is fucking fascinating, is because there was a massive plague. We've all heard of it, the Black Death, the bubonic plague, right? It fucking ripped through Europe and it killed like 70 to 80% of the population, regardless of who you were. Okay. So think about what that did to like the actual mindset of people living in that time and day. In that time and day, they were people who were saying, you know what, God is the only God. And you understand, there's extreme religious fundamentalism to the point where, when I'm talking about Europe, because that's where the plague ripped through. Okay. And that's where apparently science was, our current science was actually developed from. Okay. So the plague rips through Europe, kills regular population, kills peasants, kills poor motherfuckers, kills whores, and kills priests at the same rate. Okay. So that right away, for people who were like, okay, well, let's fucking think about this for a second. We're saying, okay, well, maybe just because you are a fundamental, God-fearing religious person and you're a priest or you're a pope or you're a bishop or you're a cardinal. Well, wait a second. Bishops and cardinals, by the way, were dying at the same rate that someone who shoveled shit or whores or heathens were dying at, right? That's what was going on. Right. So there was a doctrine at that time, right, that was very intense and oppressive. And these people were going through this and they were saying, okay, well, we're all fucking dying at the same rate. What the fuck is going on? At the same time, how old are you, bro? Sorry, this is an interjection, but how old are you?
49.
Okay, cool. I'm 42. So when we were kids, there was nothing called the internet, right? Or well, it was, but we didn't have access to it. I think it was developed in the 70s or so, but we didn't have access to it as regular people, right? Like it didn't fucking exist, right? Same thing in about the 1400s or so, until a guy by the name of Theodore de Bry invents the printing press. The printing press becomes the equivalent of the internet for us these days back then, because now all of these ideas, right, can become disseminated. So people like Rene Descartes, all these philosophers were going like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit, people are dying at the same rate that we're all dying at. And we've got this printing press. And oh, by the way, there was something, there was like Greek texts from Aristotle and all these other people became discovered at that time. So these were actually like buried down below, so not accessible to all these people. Like imagine Plato. We all know Plato. We know Aristotle. You've heard of him, right? Socrates. These fucking people, right? We know all of them. Right? In 1400s, Europe, they didn't know. No one knew who the fuck Socrates was, or maybe some people did, but it wasn't popular knowledge because all of that knowledge was buried in these libraries that were not exposed yet. So at the same time that you had the bubonic plague, where you had everyone dying at the same rate, you also had philosophers like Descartes and things like that coming up with things going, hey, wait a second, there's other ways to think about reality. And then you had the rediscovery of the Greek texts, which is technically the Renaissance, man. That's what that means, the Renaissance. It was a Renaissance. It was like, we've discovered this new way of thinking about reality that isn't an oppressive way of one God, one people, one way of doing things. And I don't want to make this religious, please. You know, this isn't religious. This is just basically historiography, right? Straight the fuck up. So that's what happened there, is that science didn't exist before all of these three things, okay? But what science was a reaction. So remember when we were talking about integrated pest management? And we talked about reactive versus proactive. In a way, dude, this integrated pest management, this is kind of what happened in Europe in a way. And this became a reaction to a dominant power telling you that this is how reality is. Okay, so science became this thing that was like, hey, wait a second, fuck no. Maybe this isn't how reality is because we have to do a test to see if this is how reality is. You understand? And so the fundamental premise, it actually, what ended up happening is there's two philosophers, Italian philosophers, Mersenne and Gassendi. That's their last names. One is Mersenne, the other one's Gassendi. They came together and they came up with this notion called the Pyrrhonian crisis, or Pyrrho. Pyrrho is a Greek philosopher from way back in the fucking day. And these Italians in 1500s were like, whoa, wait a sec. Let's look at what this guy's saying, right? Hey, way back in the fucking day. And he said, this is fucking insane. And this is very important. Every one of you who's here, if you're still listening to this fucking rant, this is the most important fucking thing right here, right now, okay? Is just because a specialist is saying something. Let's say you went to a university and your professor told you that this is a fact, okay? Well, guess what? That professor is definitely not in cahoots with another professor from another university who is saying that that's also not a fact, right? But you, by the way, are not a professor. You haven't spent your lifetime being a specialist in this field. So who are you to say or decide at that moment in time which professor is right and which professor is wrong? You understand? That's what they call the Pyrrhonian crisis, or the crise pyrrhonienne. So that, my friend, is the fucking fundamental crux upon which the modern scientific spirit rests upon. You know, that is where you say, like, okay, if I don't know what's going on, then I need to look at a specialist. But if a specialist is disagreeing with another specialist, then who the fuck do I believe in? And that, my friend, is the spirit of skepticism. Okay, that is the fundamental spirit of what skepticism is. And skepticism is what informs actual true scientific understanding, or I would say just experience, right? So please, one thing I think is very important is that there are no true facts, and I can be here and telling you all this shit, but I'm just another one of these fucking guys who's coming to you and telling you this shit. Like, you need to fucking think for yourself. Is what I'm saying making sense to you? And how does that correlate to what another specialist is saying, right? And this entire time, for this entire 2 hours or 3 hours, where I've been going on and I have a particular positionality, you know what I mean? It's a bias. It comes from a place, and I'm a human being, and I'm subject to my own perceptual, just like all of us are, right? And so I think it's that though informs, and that is the actual spirit of scientific, exposition. Not thinking and not saying this is reality, this is right, this is true. That's not true science. True science is saying, you know what, we don't really know actually what the truth is right now. Why don't we maybe take this cutting or this clone and pull it into my own space, and document this, right, in relation to maybe the same cutting or another cutting in the same space, right, and see, okay, well, how is this working, right? That's true science, not believing that just because someone said something, it's true. I feel like that's a big misstep, man, bro. Seriously, is just too many people will say, okay, someone's got a PhD, or someone's got a whatever, or someone's the CEO, or Elon Musk says this, or whoever the fuck. Well, I mean, maybe some of the things they say are right, but maybe some of the things they don't say are right. And what's actually really truly happening? Hey, man, the cannabis industry, especially these days, and coming into the States, because I'm speaking as a Canadian, where it's been legal for a couple of years or so. Just get ready, because you're gonna essentially they're gonna try to take as much advantage of you as possible. So really, it's about filtering through that bullshit and realizing that just because something's scientifically proven, they're actually really technically, you can't prove anything scientifically. Yeah. Sorry, man. And you can edit this out if you want, bro. but yeah, seriously, that's the truth. You actually can't prove something because it is developed from a means of disproof. The fundamental positionality of actual scientific inquisition is developed by means of disproof, not proof. Yeah. And the other part of it is that it's all based on empiricism, right? And empiricism, like Aristotle, that's based on Aristotelian philosophy, is that which is given to the senses. So the most important thing about science is that it's observation based and also corroborated. Okay. But check this out, bro. If everything's observation based, there's a great song by Incubus. I don't know if anyone likes that band Incubus. I don't like their new shit, but their old shit is really fucking good. And there's an album called Science, and there is a sample that they took from some scientist, anyways, back in the day, who says he says this. He says, if you can take all of the things that humans experience in terms of what think about what we can see, what we can touch, and what we can feel, what we can this. Well, what about what we can't feel, what we can't touch, what we can't taste, what we can't sense? Right? We can only see that which our like actual physical, like our receptors can see in a kind of biological sense. Of course, there's much more to it, spiritually speaking, and things like that, right? But at the end of the day, if we can only really sort of as scientists, which by the way, science is based on empiricism, which is what we can see, touch, feel, taste, sense, hear, right? Then really it's kind of limited, man, you know? So we kind of need to move the conversation beyond science, you know, and not go back to religion, right? But like religion, science, and then what's next, hey? Like, I think that's pretty fucking important, right? Because I think I don't know how it is in the States, man, but I can tell you this in Canada, like, you know, if Pfizer says that this is good for you to put in your arm, then people are lining up to put Pfizer in their arm. If a medical entity is backed up by a business sort of, you know where I'm getting with this, man. Then all of a sudden, right, what does that really make science, right? So on the one hand, science like was a great thing and could still potentially be a great thing, a great tool for humanity to try to understand reality, you know. But I'm concerned about kind of how it's been sort of appropriated by business interests and things like that. So I don't want to go too deep, man, but it's kind of where it's at, right? Like,
I think it goes science, spirituality, singularity is how that's going to play out.
Right, exactly. And so if you
I've got
anytime,
a weird thing based on that. If you want to take this in for a second, based on like like AI, the whole AI thing, and consciousness, and I I do believe in kind of a akashic record. All right, which makes me
what?
kind
Sorry,
of think
you cut out there. Sorry, I
the
didn't hear you.
the
What record?
the akashic record, yeah, or an akashic uh, kind of frequency where all the knowledge is kind of based in another dimension almost. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of where when we take psychedelics to a certain point, DMT, even certain types of mushrooms, that
Yep.
experience, that the fractal experience that I think that's the next level. And a lot of times we don't even see it. We download that information, which makes me again think it's kind of digital or sim, like a almost singularity experience. That, you know what I mean? It's part of what's next. And I almost think it because of consciousness and everything being so much based on subjective perception, I almost think that we could be building the record right now. I mean, think about it as we're approaching singularity so fast. We've got
Yeah, that's right.
phones, Internet of Things, building. What are they? They don't even give a shit what we're doing anymore. We're data. We're data. And I almost think that we're individual programs released in teaching the system now. You know what I mean? As our experience goes, we're nothing but no more than a sim program. Oh, this is wrong. We relate back and report back. we ran this program. It didn't work. Okay, go back and fix it. Boom, here comes another sim with that being adapted and changed.
Yeah, and
I
that's
think
totally not.
we're currently living and building singularity as we speak.
Yeah, yeah, man. I mean, I don't. I definitely, yeah, I can see that as a plausible notion of reality, man. You know, it's not. It's nowhere near outside the realm of comprehension. So, it's fascinating, man, and there's no reason why maybe. And this is kind of getting a little weird, but I don't give a fuck. Did you do mushrooms, by the way? Now's the time to do mushrooms. We should eat some mushrooms right now and then start talking a little bit more. But I won't do that because I'm on camera stuff. Yeah, you know what? I mean, there's man, I think it's possible that what you're saying is entirely true, and potentially almost depending how you conceive of these kinds of things. It's like any of these opportunities or possibilities could be sort of thing, right? Like, yeah. But I mean, I've never done a lot of DMT. I've done like, I've, I've done like 30 to 40 grams of mushrooms at a time. Like that would be dry weight. So we're talking 300 to 400 grams of wet weight mushrooms, right? And when I hit those levels, definitely there's something going on where you feel a connection with something that's even more than just us, like stars and things like that. So let's just really quickly think about this, right? So the sun takes maybe 8.5 minutes or so to project its light to our planet, right? Right. So that when that sun hits our planet and hits our eyes, we're technically seeing light that was 8 minutes old, which doesn't sound mind blowing and pretty mundane. And who gives a fuck what I'm talking about right now? But on a larger scale, when you look at these stars that let's say you see a star at night and you know how maybe it's whatever, fucking 3 billion light years away. Well, guess what? Like that light that's hitting your eye in that instant, although it's 3 billion, it took 3 billion light years to get to you and hit the back of your, go through your lens and your cornea and hit your retina and so on and so forth. It then becomes a part of your actual fucking brain in a way, right? So you're ingesting energy from a being that is, in this case, let's say 3 billion light years old. That's taken that long to come to you. Okay, fine. So now you have to think to yourself, well, because I'm seeing that star now, right? That star likely isn't still around. It's maybe dead. Maybe died a long time ago, right? But how beautiful is that to be able to think that now there's a star that's 3 billion light years away. It's long dead, maybe, or turned into something else or whatever it is. Yet that there's still an energy connection between you and this being, right? That is dead, but sent that energy to you all those years ago. Now, like when you think about quantum physics, astrophysics, and things like that, like it makes it maybe a little bit more interesting now, right? It kind of now we just like put a little bit of spice on the fucking right on the grill and think about it, right? Like, man, to be able to connect with it with a being that is potentially dead now, but projected this light millions of years ago. We don't understand. Like, okay, we're just small little parasitic fucking things on this planet. Hopefully not parasitic, actually. Hopefully there's some type of commensalism going on between humans and the rest of the planet, but really we're tiny little fucking pieces of shit. So we're on this planet doing this thing, right? Again, and this planet's rotating around the sun. That sun's going around a fucking black hole, and so on and so forth. It's just so amazing to think that you can actually have a true, real connection, in my opinion, with a being, right? Because again, if our sun is our grandmother, then how is it not the case that I'm connecting with someone else's grandmother and having a taste of her pasta, right? Or her, you know what I mean? You ever had like a really good Italian grandmother's pasta? You're never going to go back to ragu, right? So it's like, oh, to have this experience with this entity that is dead now, but was alive then, although is connecting with me now because it's taken 3 billion years to travel through space to get to me, man. Like, man, that shit just blows my fucking mind. Like, sorry. But like, you know what I mean, man? It kind of like, and there's all kinds of things. So, okay, I mean, I that again wasn't just there's a tie into living organic, and even just like molecular things, right? Think about the way just atoms and protons and things move around nuclei, and then how those nuclei move around things and become matter, right? And it's like, okay, how does that happen? But then that all kind of follows these similar things, right? So there's things that you can learn from what's happening out in space, I would think, right? The way we can see and we can observe what's happening in space, and we can take those lessons and we can apply those to things that are happening in our soil, right? There's a lot of reflections going on. There's a lot of the way that things move on a very small chemical microscopic level in soil microbiology, right? There are rhythms and pulses and things that happen and reflections that happen out in space, man. Right? And that's kind of a really fucked up thing. Right? And yeah, but maybe not. Maybe it's just how it is. So anyway. That was the rant, bro.
On the right path. Organics is that fucking, for me, it's organics, and it was exit left fungus, to be honest with you. I started diving deep into the organics, and then I really did. I hit the level, I opened the door up with fungus, and the relationship with how it ties everything together, relates plants together. It's literally what sparked life, as we talked about earlier. It was that symbiosis between fungus and water needing each other that kind of pulled each other through and fucking branched off into other things that created everything. And once you get down into that rabbit hole, you see that symbiosis, that vibration you talking about, the one that relates through fungus and through the soil, through that smallest thing, is a vibration. It's frequency. It's the thing that trans us through time. Is, light is frequency, sound is frequency. Fungus, everything we have is putting off at some kind of frequency, and we're just kind of finding our place on where we're falling into that frequency. You know what I mean? Our actual place in that, I think, is what's going on here. And it's really crazy, because the more you think about it, in fungus, these trips, these relationship that we have with fungus show us that, that's exactly where we're going wrong. We think of ourselves as individuals. I heard you say you hope we're not some bacteria, but we are. We are. We in ourselves are a small universe. We think of ourselves as a human. We treat ourselves as one, but it's not true. For every one of our DNA strands in our body, there's like 300 strains of fungus.
Yeah,
You get
exactly.
what I'm saying
totally,
here?
man. Yeah,
300 to 1 in this
and
bag.
the
And
way
we're
they
trying to say
sexually
we're one?
reproduce too is crazy too, right? They've got incredible diversity with sexual reproduction, and the ability to. Yeah, we have. They are by far and away a much more. Yeah. I don't say
And as
advanced
far as
because
that goes, you mentioned something else here earlier on too, and is that they keep adapting. See, fungus let us live. As we talked about earlier, our gut biome, fungus breaks it down, but the secret of it is a body temperature, kind of kills it off. You know what I mean? It doesn't let it get out of check. But
yeah.
what if it adapts to where temperature isn't a matter, and it exceeds us? And
Hey,
then
man.
we're just basically, it's feeding off of us, and and we're just doing what it tells us,
Yeah, well,
basically, at that
hopefully there's
point.
enough of us for it then at that point. Right? I mean, likely it's been around longer than, not likely, it has been around longer than we have. In the same way that the rabbits have been around longer than my grandmother was in her garden, and it'll be around a lot longer than when we're gone. Right? I mean, things like lichens just blew my mind too, right? It's like a fucking symbiotic relationship between an algal cell and a fungal cell. And you get a lichen, which can like withstand extreme temperatures, extreme conditions, live for billions, like lay dormant for billion years, and then come back alive as the same genetic state. Like what? These things are cool, right? Like that's phenomenal. But it's also really cool to think about things like this. Okay, dude, I was in Hawaii about 2 years ago, and by now, unfortunately, I want to go back soon more, way more. But I was in Hawaii 2 years ago, and there is a plant there. And it's also, I think it's indigenous to India, by the way, but somehow it got its way to Hawaii. It's called a banyan. You heard of a banyan tree before?
Love them. Seen them down in Florida. Thomas Edison brought them to the United States, right?
Aren't they
If I
fucking
remember
something
right.
else, hey? A banyan tree, hey? So, of all trees, I don't know another one that does this, but have you ever read Lord of the Rings before or seen the movie? Yeah. You know how there are those Ents? Ents? They call them Ents. 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 These are these trees that can move and fucking, right? Like there's a trees that in Isengard. There's a place called Isengard. I read the book like too many times where I'm super nerdy on this shit. Too nerdy even. But yeah, there's a place called Isengard, and then around there were Ents, these trees that were able to move and again modify their environment and do whatever the fuck they wanted. But I didn't realize this until just recently when I went to Hawaii. The banyan tree, bro. The banyan tree, you know how it moves, right? It grows up. So imagine this. So a banyan tree, right? It's like this one little seed. You plant the seed, boop, comes up a little bit, right? Boom. But then it moves and there's all these branches and then they go down into the soil, right? The branches, or there's these extensions that go down into the soil. And then now you have all these other trunks. So now, like over the course of 100 years, if you allow a banyan tree to do its thing, it's these like series and networks of a bunch of trunks. You know what I'm saying, man? In a very large square footage. But like what's cool is that they can move, bro. So that's still the same genetic, you know what I mean? Like that same tree is the same genome of that same plant, right? And it is getting up and it is moving and it's creating these new branches. So imagine this tree in like 1900 in Hawaii pops up here, boom, right? Comes up, creates branches. These branches sit down. All this comes up. Now this dies, this dies, this dies, but these are still alive. Now they're producing more fucking branches that keep moving. Dude, if you look at this during a time lapse, you would see a tree, one single tree that can get up and walk. Okay? Right? Over the course of 100 to 200 years, if this tree was allowed to live its life out, you would see a tree that walks and moves. That's fucking crazy. Like, what? Right? I don't know. I
I've
think
never
that's.
even thought about it. I totally understand how that tree grows, but I never even approached it with that mindset. But you're right. It is a kind of a walking tree like that. I've never even
It's
looked at it like that.
it's a walking tree. It's a walking tree. So what? Only humans can walk. Only these things can walk. Only these things can walk. Only birds with 2 feet can walk. No, you know what? So it's really cool, man, because you start to think about things like this. Like, okay, in anthropology, we're taught about like what is it that makes us human? Well, what does it make us human? Is that we have culture, is what they said a long time ago. But then that was rebuffed, right, and disproven because many other things have culture. I mean, depending on how you define culture, right? It's like, well, they also used to think, well, humans were bipedal, and that's something that's fundamental to humanity, and humans are bipedal. Well, hey, man, you know what I mean? Trees can get up and walk, and birds are bipedal. I've seen bears with like a dislocated arm that can walk on 2 feet for the rest of its life. Hey, like there's all kinds of There's more similarities between us and every other living fucking thing on this planet than there are differences. I truly believe that, man. You know, whether it comes to us being, you know, other living entities or even just amongst humans themselves, right? Yeah. There's just so many more similarities. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a huge conscious shift here in just a matter. I don't even think it's going to be that long. I think it's going to kind of just be here. You know what I mean? I think we're just going to blink and it's going to be like, oh, yeah, shit. We now understand all that shit.
Well, yeah. It's like life before the Beatles, you know?
I kind of think, you know, I hate to get back to that hippy dippy thing, but I think cannabis and mushrooms have been here to kind of push to the forefront to help us all resonate on that level. You know, I when I 4th of July, I went out for the first time in a long time, seen some fireworks, and it was like very nice. And I couldn't believe I was like not thrown, but I was in a mix amongst a group of people that I didn't know. You know, I was about 50 people. I think I knew one or two prior to the event, and it was nice to kind of float through the everybody and listen to what they're talking to. And there were so many people talking about what we're talking about right now. Just you know, psychedelics, being on the cusp of knowing there's something else out there that we're ready for a spiritual awakening. You know, and it was so refreshing to go, God, I'm not, man, it's nice to know I'm not the only one out there thinking this shit. You know what I mean?
No,
It was one of
definitely.
them nights where it was a great conversation. Everybody going, I can't believe it. You too.
You too?
It was
Yeah,
nice.
you too. You feel like this as well? Whoa. You know, and it's cool. And you know what's interesting too, again, here's another perfect example. It's like this just shows how humans are more similar than they are different, man. Because whether or not you are like a extremely dogmatic, you know what I mean, hardcore religious individual, whatever your religion may be, Christianity, Judaism, right, Islam, whatever it is, you're, you know, to think about the fact that um, even if you don't align with those types of values, okay, necessarily, and those types of, prescriptions on how to live life, what you're actually truly aligning on, man. Even if you're a hippy dippy guy, I am a hippy dippy guy, dude. I'm a hippy dippy guy, but I've had to fight back that so often that it's like, okay, well, there is actually true evidence to support my hippy dippy claim. But the hippy dippy claim here is that there's a lot of similarity between these hippies and these hardcore religious fanatics. On the other hand, if they are religious fanatics, let's say, because what's happening here is that these hippies and these spiritualist people like you and I, by the way, I consider myself a spiritualist individual, even though I don't subscribe to a particular, religion, is that we're believing in something other than that which is given to our immediate senses, right? Like there's something going on. There is a connection there, whether it is a God or whether it is, quote unquote, the universe or whatever it is, bro. That I think is a fundamental connection that binds us all. Is that the capacity to say, you know what? I understand that science is trying to provide us with the reality that which is given to our senses, but that there may be something more to reality than the fact that science is trying to prove or seems to be proving facts. So, yeah, that's kind of that there. Hey, if that makes any sense, man. I think we can all kind of smoke a joint on recognizing that there's something much more than just our material reality, and I think that that's essentially where all of these, whether it's religions or whatever the fuck it is, I think that's the intersectionality point of it. But I'm providing you with like a faith and a hope, right? In that there's something more than this. Otherwise, you're subscribed to nihilism, right? So, right, which isn't bad. It's just another positionality.
I'm right there with you. I think a lot of the religion stuff, and again, I'm not knocking anybody's religion. I think a lot of that was created kind of not within science, but in comfort. I think there's a lot of truths that, a lot of parallels to them all that does undoubtedly tell a story. Do I think any one of them is 100% correct? I'm not so sure.
Right. I mean, it
I've
could be
got a
100%
lot of
correct to the person
artwork
that believes in it.
that
Right?
takes bits and pieces from all kinds of religions. I've looked into them all, and I like to think that I've taken the best parts that mean the most and picked up another book,
Right, man.
took another
That's
angle at it to try to figure it all out.
right. Exactly, man. That's the most important thing. Hey, you know what I mean? If you have like an inquisitive mindset, all right, in conjunction with a humble approach, man, I think that you're set up for success at that point because there are so many different ways to conceive of reality, and neither of them needs to be better. Oh, well, some of them may, but neither needs to necessarily be better than any of the other ones, right? Like these provide you with different. Like that's the human condition, man. The human condition is actually so fucking diverse, and it just so happens that the cannabis condition is also so diverse. Right, and it's a beautiful thing, right, to think about those parallels, eh? Like I think, yeah, that's kind of where it's at, man, for me. So
I think it's kind of funny that cannabis is constantly pushed as a medicine. It is a medicine. Don't get me wrong.
yeah, on the one hand,
Right.
but there are so many other
But I
hands.
think that, well, the other hand of it is that the fucking real medicine that, there's a good portion of it is medicine through the cannabis. It can be used for health, spiritual reasons. But I've found, the biggest aspect, the biggest medicine, the biggest spiritual growth you will get out of it either way. I mean, you can take a joint to a ceremony, a spiritual ceremony, and it will work for a purpose. You can take RSO for cancer and it will help. I can't say for any, legal purposes that it'll kill cancer or whatever, but we believe it will work. But I also believe that the cultivation of the plant is the biggest medicine out of all of it,
Right, good point,
spiritually
man.
and
Great point, man.
physically. And
Right,
they don't ever push that part of it.
they don't. You're right, they don't. In fact, what they try to do is really funnel you. The obviously the industry is to funnel you into a licensed producer if you're going for a medical thing, right? It's like there's even the option to cultivate for yourself unless you press them and say, hey, you know what, I want to cultivate for myself. And then up in Canada, man, they try. I can't explain to you the diversion that happens here where they try to get you to not cultivate for yourself. It's so, yeah, that's fucked up, man. But that's where the actual magic happens, to your point, man, is like at the end of the day, yeah, you smoke your weed, but there's everything else through it. All these details that we're talking about, right? Like, how long do you brew this tea for? How long do you do this for? How long is this? Blah, 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 so on and so forth. That, my friend, that's the magic, right? Like, that's where you're growing as a cultivator. That's where you really are connecting with well, you're connecting with the plant on the one hand. You're obviously not smoking it, but you're also, more importantly, like reflecting upon your own positionality, right? Constantly, it always provides you with an opportunity to reflect upon where you're at in life, right? Which is, again, I think, a fundamental premise for being a grower. You always need to be open to new experiences, right? I mean, you just never know what the result of some future test may bring. That's just the truth of it. That is the truth of it, man. So anyone who says that they know what the fuck is going on, I say, fuck you. I say, go fuck yourself. Right? And in the Pyrrhonian crisis fashion, Marcin Gassendi, I say, just because you say you know what's going on, what does this guy say? He's probably getting paid more than you to counteract what you're saying. So what? Does that mean that you're any better because you're getting paid more? And even still, right? So that presents a whole other issue. And man, once the US becomes legal, you're going to see. I mean, and it's 10x. US is like 10x, if not 100x of Canada. So whatever I've experienced here, you know what I mean, in this kind of the whole like wave of legalization here in Canada, guaranteed it's what's going to happen in the States. However, it's going to be obviously your own style. It's going to be 10x, if not 100x that. And just be prepared, man. Be prepared. I've maybe given some words of advice. Hopefully, some people listen to new growers who want to get into living organic. Well, here's some words of advice for someone who wants to be a master grower. You're living in your mom's basement, and you think, I'm going to become a master grower now because I've been growing weed in my mom's basement for 25 years. Well, guess what? And you've been, by the way, you've also been reading everyone's whatever it is, like, or depending on where you're from, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you're the mom's basement guy, or you're the guy who's been cultivating cannabis in a spinach farm in fucking Argentina, and you're being brought in to become a master grower at this new facility, know this, that this entity will most likely, unless you get in with the right type of person, will take complete advantage of all of your intellectual property that you bring to the table, will likely track your movements and your hours and then get rid of you. So they'll offer you what seems like a fat, lucrative paycheck, and you'll go, okay, yeah. And this, by the way, this doesn't happen to me. I will never, ever take a master grower position ever anywhere. Okay, it doesn't happen to me. It's happened to other people that I know who are friends of mine. And I've seen it happen time and time again. They'll take advantage of you and they will track your movements, not the good ones, but the bad ones, which are, by the way, most of them. They'll track your movements and they will fire your fucking ass after year one. Take everything that you've offered them and then pay someone else 50 fucking thousand to 60,000 a year to do what you were doing. So be very aware, my friends. Okay, if you have the passion for cannabis, if you actually have it, and you have been really working on your own intellectual property, hold those cards tight to your chest. And this is coming, by the way, from a dude who, like, by the way, I'm very, or used to be, and also stand very okay with giving out fucking free knowledge, bro. Like my YouTube channel, right? It's like, that's what I do. I just fucking give out free knowledge constantly. Blah, 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 blah. That's what I did. Fucking, I didn't care. It's free knowledge constantly, And it's a beautiful thing to see that in our community. I love seeing when other people will do that. But there are fucking people out there that don't give a fuck about that, and they'll take all this little piece of knowledge that you're giving and they will use it to their own benefit, which, by the way, isn't bad, because, by the way, you're giving that knowledge out. But know this: once you sign a contract with one of those people and you start giving out more of your IP, be careful, man. That's just what I'm saying, because I don't want to see this happen. This is like my one thing that drives me up the wall more than anything. These people who are extremely passionate about this plant, extremely passionate about their IP, everything that they've done to get themselves to this point. And then they think, okay, fuck, it's legal. Finally, yes, it's legal. I'm going to be a master grower. It's like, fuck the title. Fuck the title. Think about what you've been doing with this plant for the course of your time. You know what I mean? And maybe, just maybe, you know what I mean? If you have the gumption and you have the connections and you have the passion, and maybe you can make something of yourself. Maybe you can create your own entity, and you don't need to be someone else's master grower. And you could be your own fucking, entity in the legal market. I think that's the way to do it, bro. Bootstrap. Don't take money from these motherfuckers who are flashing billions of dollars in your face, unless it's what's for you. That's just me. And that was a rant. Officially.
It was so true, though. It was so dang true. So dang true. I've heard that story many times over.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's kind of what no, it's true though. I mean, people need to hear that shit. Uh, it's kind of what made me kind of sidestep my vision a little bit because it was just like you said, everybody has that. Oh yeah, I want to be a master grower. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then I started having I sold seeds for a long time with some cool there, and I would go to these events and I would meet these guys that were taking the master growers positions there, and that's exactly what they said. They automated. They got me in there, took my shit, automated it, and sent me packing. And you know what? There's two sides of the cannabis thing here. There's the cannabis community that has the heartbeat of me and you, and then there's the cannabis industry that don't give two shits about the community. They want to put their money in it and pull it right back out. That's the evil side of cannabis right there. You
It
know,
is, man, and it's
and it's
and
that.
like you said that you fucking nailed it. The way you framed that, man, was on point. That's exactly how it's played out here up in Canada, right? As being like a nationally legal thing, right? Like there's no patchwork going on, right? It's we're completely legal across the country, right? So yeah,
I heard that story right there that you told, and the other side I heard about that was like, people stepping into it was like, fuck, this isn't anything I think. All I do now is sweep, de-leaf and sweep. And, I'm basically a cannabis janitor. I never even, made that realm of where I wanted to be. And it's made them like kind of disheartening and kind of harden them against the industry is what I've seen a lot of that step up do. It's really
exactly
kind of
right. Which
sad.
is why it's super important that all of these people that want to become master growers for some fucking corporation and think that that's going to be the way that they make their way to the top, that's not going to fucking happen. What you need to do, man, as future master growers, really is dissolve that complete apparatus, hey, and take it from the grassroots, man. It needs to be done grassroots. Don't think that you're going to be someone else's master grower because you aren't, or maybe you will for a little bit. Or if you're lucky and you actually have a really good, organization around you, then yeah, you know what? Not everyone's bad. I don't want to. I don't want this to come across that way. Okay, but what I want to say is the majority of entities are in that kind of flow, right? That's kind of their MO, their modus operandi. So they are very much doing that, and it's like, okay, well, why don't you just, man, there's got to be other ways. There's got to be other ways to do this. Like, I mean, obviously, the States is just fuck. Dude, you guys are fucked. No offense, but you guys are gonna be the business interest and all that stuff. It's gonna dissolve very quickly. I can see that, but because it's 10x, you never know, or at least 10x. I mean, that's why I think like at first, that's why I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about those people who truly care about the plant because that is how it went here. That was the narrative. You understand? Like the narrative and also like the discourse here in Canada was like there were a lot of people who were acquiescing, right? Right, I think allowing themselves to become incorporated into the legal sphere, okay, whilst trying to retain that element of the legacy market, and it didn't really work. And there aren't very many people who are able to, up in Canada at least, be able to pull that off. Like you've seen people jumping from different roles. As I said, these entities will track your movements and take your intellectual property from you. And unless you have done something smart about things, like being able to negotiate some type of, right, some at the beginning, not just pay, but let's say you've got skin in the game, by the way, that's very important. Right, you want to get skin in the game, and that's super easy to get. So for any of you who are looking to get into master grower positions at established or attempting to be established entities, by any means, you should be able to get at the beginning of it all skin in the game. If they're not offering you a type of equity, then I would say fuck you and move on to the next company, because right away that company is going to fucking take your information, they're going to take your knowledge, and they're going to fuck you up the ass. That's what's going to happen, man. Yeah. So definitely, if you're lucky enough to find a place with, and they do exist, man, but definitely once things become legal, as a master grower or a head of cultivation or even a consultant, right, who's trying to consult to these places, think about this. Think about how you might be able to negotiate, right, or incorporate a type of, some type of skin in the game, man. That's where it's at. Because if that place isn't going to give it to you, then they're not worth your time. Yeah.
That's an excellent point, because that is somewhat of a security blanket, and get any kind of promises along the way notarized and in writing. That's for sure. But if you get skin on, you're right though. I mean, even if they drive you out as a grower, you still have a seat on the board in the business. You know what I mean? You've got to say you're still making money on it. You may not be the grower, but you can move on and still make money off the project. You're
Right,
right.
exactly.
It's very smart.
It is, man. It's very important. So, I just want to like really help protect us growers, man, because, us growers are breeders to another extent. Like if you're a breeder, well, you want to make sure that your genetics are protected. There's a whole other level of, litigation and whatnot, right? But fortunately for me, my cousin is a lawyer. He's a lawyer, and he's got a PhD in molecular biology. So when it comes to developing genetics and protecting our genetics, we're good to go, right? But that's something else I would say, right? If you're just a breeder, people could easily take shit from you. And, on the one hand, it's not a bad thing, right? Like you really want to get stuff out there. I love having people grow stuff that I've bred. It's like, home growers, LPs, cultivators, things like that. But you have to think, if you're trying to take a business approach to this, if you're, or if you're not, then don't listen to what I have to say. But if you want to take actual business approach to this, then you need to think about the fact that these cultivators are going to likely, try to steal your IP, right? And think about it like this: if you're a true breeder, not just someone that's chucked pistol to pollen, on a round, but actually, you've got a plan. The plan took like a year to think about before you even fucking began to germinate those seeds for that plan, and so on and so forth, right? When you're a breeder, you've got plans, these are directed and things like that. That's a whole nother level, man. Like for me, I revere people like DJ Short, man. Like that guy to me is like a god. DJ Short, are you familiar with him?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course.
How
Yeah.
could you not grow cannabis and not know who?
Exactly, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, I just didn't want to like whatever. I figured you. Yeah, so him, bro, like DJ Short, like I revere that guy from the fact that he spent like decades of his life traveling around the world and incorporating different cultures, energies, and things like that, and then coming up with cultivars that are just never heard of before, flavors that never existed, right? That's true art. You know what I'm saying, man? Like we're talking about a true artist when we talk about someone like DJ Short, or we talk about other types of breeders as well. And those are the people that I look up to personally on a level. So like, yeah, yeah, that's where it's at, right? Because when you're able to pull from these like kind of ancestral roots, then you never know what you're going to find. They say that if you pull like the most resilient plant is going to be a plant that's a hybrid, whatever that means, by the way. But it's going to be a hybrid between the most extreme sativa, which is more like a narrow leaf, whatever the fuck, right? And the most extreme bushy plant, like whether that's true or not, whatever. But when you bring those diverse genetics together from extreme parts of the planet, right? And they're still able to coalesce, and you just never know what you can come up with, hey? And to have the vision to be able to do that, and then think about like, what, I want to create this type of a flavor. And I think if I go there and get that plant, then I can do that. And I get this plant, And that plant, all of a sudden, boom, like you've created something else completely different. And so what's super important, right, is that you're going to find this at first when the US goes legal. You're going to have whatever fucking strains are super hot now. You name them. Those are the ones that the LPs are going to have, your licensed producers legally and nationally speaking, right? But over the course of a year or two, everyone's going to need to differentiate themselves completely, right? So that's where this whole breeding thing comes into play. It's that you need to understand that these LPs at a certain point in time, they're going to run several crops and cycles of their MK Ultra or whatever the fuck they're growing, right? Like runts or whatever. They'll run that shit. And then they'll realize, okay, we've been doing good, but there's about fucking 7,000 other licensed producers that have been fucking authorized to grow runts and fucking MK Ultra and this and that. So what do we do now? Right? And that's kind of where the whole breeding thing comes into play, right? It's about kind of approaching these other LPs and then saying, hey, you know what? Like we've got something that's going to help differentiate you, and so on and so forth. And yeah.
So I can't help but wonder if, at least in your life, your experience, if the breeding came prior to like the growing experience, or was it an introvert reaction to what we've talked about here, a bad experience with the grow side, where you're like, you know what, fuck the master grow thing, you can't stop me in my breeding, I'm going to
Right.
be, just leave me alone, I'll be in my grow.
yeah, exactly, man. And that was breeding started about 10 years ago for me. I felt like I didn't know enough about cultivating. I grew for about 13 to 15 years minimum before I decided that I was going to start to really breed, and then once I decided I was going to breed, I took another 2 years before I actually began to breed. So that's going to sound weird, I'm sure, but I really needed to do the research and I needed to ensure that my cultivation skills, right, were on point, not just growing skills, but cultivation skills. Understanding how to properly select for things and things like that. And then finally, I began to breed. That's not everyone's path. Some people can fucking throw a pollen to pistol in their first grow and come up with a legendary strain right away, right? But I really believe that there's a lot you need to learn about as a breeder. You need to learn before becoming a breeder. You need to really be a grower. Like you can't, and you need to truly grow. You need to understand and the way different genetic lineages respond to different environments and your same environment. And it's more than that too. There's just a lot, man. So, you really have to, it's like a hands-on thing, bro. It takes a long time in my experience. Maybe I'm not the best breeder out there. Maybe some breeders can become the best breeders in a year, but that's not me. For me, I feel like you need to have a plan. You need to have an idea for any project you have. If you're a breeder, you're not just like, I've got this strain, and I like them both, so I'm going to fucking knock them together. That might work, right? But it's more like you got to fucking pull yourself back out of your own asshole and think like, okay, what is the purpose of this particular project, right? Like, what is the need right now? What is the actual need? Is there a country out there that's about to become legal to grow cannabis, and what's their environment look like, right? Or maybe it's not that big. Maybe it's like, I've got an attic space and I want to grow 4 plants in my attic space, and I want to make sure that they'll be able to handle 90 degrees by whatever the fuck. So that's your breeding project when it becomes like, you know what I mean, man? So what, you want to grow big, dense buds in a place that's 90 degrees and 70% humidity? Great. That is a fucking breeding project right there. Do that. Show me show me that you can, like, you know what I'm saying, man? So anyways, that's kind of one project. So I would say as a breeder, most breeders should have multiple projects in their minds at any one given point in time and stay at least 2 or 3 steps ahead of everything, right? So, you know, GMO or whatever's hot now, right? Like you really need to be able to kind of say to yourself, well, okay, why is this hot right now? I mean, is it hot because of this or is it hot because of that? And, you know, certain things fizzle out, right? Like, let me ask you this. How many strains do you know right now that are really popular that are, well, I mean, OG seems to be fucking phasing out now, by the way, right? You've got like so many other things, right? There's so many other flavors and things like that, right? Things are moving away from OG and they're going, you know, sours, fucking fruits, strawberries, what can press a lot, what can do this, what can do that, right? Again, so here's part of your breeding project. Is your breeding project, do you want to, you know, grow something that's going to fucking create massive weight because that's what the LP needs, or are you looking for to make money in your extractions, right? If you're looking to make money in extractions, then obviously you're going to be growing different types of things, right? So it's like, as a breeder, you always need to be thinking ahead, and yeah, that's just what it is, man. Always, and you need to be okay with failure, I would say. Okay, that's probably the biggest thing. You need to be okay to say, you know what, this isn't good. Sorry, gone, right? And that's very hard to do for people who are growers who have grown for a very long time, who are completely obsessed or have an attachment to this cultivar that they've been growing. How easy is it for you to say, you know, fuck you, you're gone, you have no more space in my grow space anymore? That's very hard to do. That is very hard to do, right? And you know, you have to be when they say selective, man, that's essentially the essence of it. So it's like having a good plan, right? Understanding how to be properly selective and then communicating that. The last most important thing is communicating your methodologies to the public, because here's where it is like if you have been breeding for a cultivar that functions very well in a multi-top scenario, you know what I'm saying, man? Then you need to tell your clientele that that is how this cultivar will function ideally. If you don't do that, if you don't have that communication, which I guess essentially is proper branding, but if you don't have that at the end of the day, man, then you're going to lose out, because you're going to have people growing a strain or cultivar that should have been, you know, multi-topped, and they grew it as a single cola, and it looks like dog shit and doesn't represent you. And guess what? They've got like 100,000 followers on Instagram or wherever the fuck it is, and it sucks and it looks like dog shit, right? So, you know, just kind of a little bit of advice. Make sense, bro? Or what?
Definitely, definitely. So, I mean, how are you staying ahead of the game? Are you breeding for, say, flavor, medicine? Are you breeding for geographic location? You've kind of talked about that being very important as well. Is that
All of the
something
above,
you're
my
geared
friend.
to?
All of the above. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what. So, I mean, it depends on where, once you get into how far you get into it and who your clients are. So if you've got clients, let's say in the EU, or whomever, then, you know, there's a lot of push. They've got a lot more CBD heavy stuff going on there. There's a lot more medicinal things going on, right, in Germany and things like that. So there, as I said, you want to have multiple projects going on. So maybe one of your projects is geared directly towards, let's say, a CBD THC hybrid cultivar, whatever, like a 10 or something, right? Or whatever, just it doesn't matter, but throw it out there. Yeah. So I do have a client in the EU who is a CBD heavy individual. So yeah, one of my projects is CBD. We have another project where we're definitely gassy forward for sure, like gas and skunk and burnt rubber. And then I've got another one that is well, because different clients are different people, right? You've got like a medicinal, you may have a recreational client, so they're asking for different things, right? Yeah. So and here's the thing: are you breeding for yourself or are you breeding for clients? You know what I'm saying? But in any case, man, yeah, I've got like we've got we've got can't get too, man, because there's NDA, so I can't talk too much. I want to tell you so much. I really do, man, about this stuff, but I can't go too into detail. I think I maybe said enough about things in terms of that. But essentially, the way it's working is that, yeah, we're developing cultivars for a particular client. I'm developing a cultivar that is like much more, CBD or THC heavy, whereas we've got another client who's looking for a particular constellation of terpenes, and we've got another client who's looking for a combination of everything. Actually, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's all
So
I can really say, man. I'm sorry, I want to get into it a little more, yeah, but I can't get into too much, eh?
So I guess a question there is, does science dictate pheno hunt in this kind of
Oh, okay.
breeding?
Yeah, well, so what dictates pheno hunt actually is in my opinion, man, the way I approach this is the environment of that particular place where that plant is going to end up being. So when I'm doing a pheno hunt in my facility, right, or if I'm because that's how kind of it works too. Hey, so a lot of licensed producers aren't going to be interested in devoting space in their facility for R&D or pheno hunting or anything like that. They don't care about that shit. That's nothing. In fact, a lot of them think that the seeds that they got are good enough. And then they realize, oh shit, actually that's not the case. But they haven't devoted the space to the pheno hunting, and it still isn't important to them, right? So what you need to do is try your best and have different sort of environments, man, that you can recreate that licensed producer's scenario in, right? So you may have an LP, or you may have a client who is growing living organic, or you may have a client that's growing in cocoa, or you may have a client that's growing, right, aeroponically. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that they're going to do it. So then the question is, well, how do you feed that client the right type of cut? Okay. You get what I'm saying, man? So that's something. Okay, that's a big thing. I mean, and that obviously is negotiated beforehand, but you better have the means to be able to grow aeroponically, whether it's through an easy clone, or if you got a client guy doing cocoa, then whatever, rock wool, or I'm sure, yeah, peat pucks will
So
work.
if you developed a client specific strain like that, is it theirs at that point? I mean, are you taking,
Well,
I guess,
that's
I don't
up to
know,
that's up to
set
you,
fee,
man. Yeah,
and
that's up.
now this your cut's yours?
No, yeah, well, that's all. That's how the whole negotiation process works, man. I can't be getting into those details right here and right now, but I can say that there are ways to protect your genetics, and there are ways to protect, your labor, obviously, but more importantly, your genetics. Yeah, there are ways to do it. Um, you know, and we could talk about that at another time. But essentially, it amounts to striking up the right type of contract at the end of the day, right? And the reality is that in Canada, there haven't been very many opportunities yet for breeders to be able to interject themselves into the legal space, right? In a way that showcases the actual efforts of the breeder or the nursery, quote unquote. Okay. Right. In fact, there isn't much precedent at all in Canada yet. And that's a sad fucking thing. It's a very sad thing. So, uh, again, I can't get too much into this, but we're looking at this as being one of the first, if not, you know what I'm saying? This is groundbreaking to get this in, right? Because, yeah. So this is kind of really, really cool for the Canadian marketplace anyway. It hasn't happened yet. So what's about to happen right, with these couple of entities that I'm going to be consulting to, right, and helping them with the genetics. This hasn't happened yet in Canada, and I really hope that this happens. I hope it takes off here in Canada, and I hope that it translates, to the outer world, because otherwise it's just going to be a bunch of corporate entities that are stealing, genetic material from people who have worked very hard for these kinds of things, right? So whatever. But some artists are willing to just reprint their shit and produce it en masse, and others aren't. So it's that kind of, it boils down to that, right? No. You still good? Dude, I think you froze up. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did you freeze? Is it just me? I don't even, okay, if it's just me, I just want, if there's anyone listening to this right now, other than Eagle and me, I don't have direct access to the fucking chat.
Help, but I was wondering there is back to Jamaica a little bit.
Can you repeat what you just said, man? It was pretty choppy. Oh no. Looks like it's just me right now. Shit. Man. Are we still on? Is it still live? Or what? Yes? No? Maybe so? Somebody? Let me see if I can. Okay. Participants. Mike, host me. Ouch. So I guess it's just me right now. So is there anyone else here right now? Let me see if I can see. Oopsie. Shit. I don't know. I'm not a host. I don't know how to host these things. I decidedly stayed away from being a host. Oh, here we go. Looks like Eagle's back. Good. Eagle, can you host this, man?
There we go. I heard you. You're like, you freeze up.
Oh, shit. Good.
Chat. I'm like, hello, I'm here. Shit.
Nice to see you again, man. Yo.
Oh man, I didn't think it would happen tonight, but I'm glad I fucking stayed. It's been so I can't help but wonder. This is what I was saying as you were like, "Oh God, he's froze." Relating back to like the Jamaica thing and your work with fungus now. Do you think that's something that could be employed there at some point as something that's working on the soil? Can the fungus help the Jamaican soil remediate some of that soil?
Great question, man. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. It wouldn't be the the magic mushrooms, right, or the psilocybin-based mushrooms that we're cultivating. That's in a completely different environment altogether, right? So there's no connection between the cannabis and the psilocybin on this space specifically. But I mean, that'd be interesting to see how the two may synergistically or not, right, relate at some point in time. That'd be pretty cool. But that's not the scope or the scale of the operation in Jamaica. There, it's decidedly medical cannabis on the one hand, right? And then in another facility, right, it's going to be the development of psilocybin-based mushrooms at an EU GMP scale. So, which would mean that we would be able to then take these mushrooms and then sell them, basically essentially throughout the world, because so the EU GMP guidelines are much more intensive, right, than the just straight up GMP. You know what I'm saying? So to get EU GMP certification means you're able to kind of export to a lot more. There's a lot more options. Let's just say that, and higher value. So that's the scope. For the scope and the scale is EU GMP psilocybin-based mushroom cultivation within that facility that I told you about, right? Which is pretty fucking cool, dude. It's like what we're growing crazy Jamaican ganja with magic mushrooms and all done right there. Like, wow. Can't complain. And the mushrooms isn't the cultivation isn't it's not guided by me. I'm not the mycologist, but there is a mycologist who's running the place, who's like affiliated with Athens. Is it University of Athens or something like that? Anyways, he's got his own special facility that's been involved with research, and has a really intriguing way to cultivate mushrooms, man. So I'm super, super, super excited. It's because I've done mushroom cultivation, maybe to a certain extent, right? But it's always been like substrate based with grain, right? Grain and spawn and so on and so forth. Whereas this is done in actually these larger kind of machines with really no grain, no spawn, really quick to clean, super clean product at the end of the day. In vitro style shit. So it's like next level, right? But yeah. We'll see how that goes. I'm a huge fan of mushrooms though. Huge fan.
They are they. Me too. I mean, on all levels. All levels. I mean, again, I was again on the psychedelic side for a long time. I actually had, a kind of one of those hero trips that actually kind of, I never went that as far as big of a dosage. I took philosopher stones, and it was probably like
Oh,
a
those are
7 gram dose.
great. Yeah, those are great, man. Ooh. Sorry, man. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. What's going on here? So I got to take a piss, hey? So I'm going to there we go. 7 gram dose of philosopher stones.
Yes. And that
Hey,
thing, it changed everything for me. Actually, the way I felt spiritually and about a lot of things. But they're
right.
such an amazing thing, man. I mean, as far as like soil remediation and all that shit, I mean, it's a whole nother uh, horizon of what we'll see with that. It's an amazing thing the way it can actually break up rock, digest. I mean, shit, certain fungus can, break down bowling balls and shit. So,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, we spent an hour or two, I guess, talking about cannabis, but man, I mean, yeah, the truth is like when you really get into the nitty gritty of mycology, which I'm again not a mycologist by any means, but when you get into that, man, it's you really your eyes open up to the power of mushrooms, right, and what they really have done for us. Like we can go on about, and it's true, we can go on about the co-evolutionary relationship between humans and cannabis, right? But like, man, when you think about what mushrooms have done with us in a co-evolutionary sense, I mean, it may not be hyperbole to suggest that if it wasn't for mushrooms, we might not be here, right? So that's something.
very true. I think that's a very valid statement right there. That's for sure. I would like to suggest a book for you, my friend.
Yeah, please
I
do,
think
man.
after this conversation, I think I am going to check out What the Plant Knows. That's for sure. That is like top of my to read right now list because I like the way you spoke about it and it really intrigued me. And it's a plant spirit medicine by Elliot Kawan. It's a really interesting book about how like a medicine man kind of approach to plants and herbal remedies. It's pretty really interesting. I think with an open mind, I think you would be pleasantly surprised what you'll get in the covers of that book. So,
I would
check
love
that
that,
one out.
man. For sure, man. That's right, man. You know what I mean? I think that's something that's sort of it's certainly not missing from this current era because you've obviously just recommended me a book and I recommended you a book, but it seems like there aren't people reading as many books as they used to, hey, back in the day. And I don't want to say that's necessarily bad, but I feel like there's something about reading a book that just puts your mind through mental gymnastics that you can't really get from anywhere else, And it's like, obviously you can get mental gymnastics from other places, but the way a really well written book, you know, just engages with you is something else, right? Like, some of the most nostalgic experiences, some of the most moving moments of being that kind of a thing. So for me anyway, I know books are kind of lame these days, right? But
I like my Audible, but there's something different, obviously, about picking up a book. You're right, it is mental gymnastics, especially at the point of reading it, because you do you have to physically go through the reading it. You have to you have to put it through your mind, put a picture, which is another mental obstacle. I mean, there's so much more to actually picking up a book and reading it. Like you said, it is more mental gymnastics, if you will. Um,
yeah,
I appreciate actually hard copy books these days.
right, man, exactly. And that feel, right? Like it seems to connect. It's like the tactile sensation of being able to pick a book and flip through those pages, man. Like on a fundamental way, it's like you're physically connecting, even though you're technically not, but you're still maybe physically connecting with like that writer that was using the quill pen, right? Back in the 1700s, right? And scribshawing some shit with calligraphy or whatever the fuck, right? It's like, man, to be able to touch that fucking paper, there's something there, right? It's like a connection, right? Maybe not in the same way as that connection where you're looking at a star that's 3 billion light years away. But maybe in the same kind of way you are, right? Like you're connecting with ideas and realities, and notions and things like that, that are centuries, if not, many, many eons old. Something about that, right? I think it's really important, I think, to connect with our past. Like, a lot of humanity is concerned about sort of where we're going and certainly where we're at now. But in an anthropological sense, it's like if you feel like, or rather, I should say, the fundamental premise or notion is that in order to understand where you're going, you need to know where you are. But in order to understand where you are, you need to understand where you came from. Right? So there's that like continuity and connection that's extremely important, right? In a philosophical sense, you're trying to kind of think about sort of these larger kind of concepts. Okay. Yeah, I should probably do some mushrooms now. Now's the time.
Yeah,
Sounds like, right?
I actually debated on it before to the episode tonight, and I
Really?
told myself I was like, I shouldn't, but yeah, actually, I have some. I don't know if I should say this or shouldn't say this, but this is
No.
some Philosopher's Stone tincture. Uh,
Okay.
that is very nice.
That's
Very
up to you to
nice.
say
Very
it or
quick
not.
hitting.
Is that right, eh?
Very
Philosopher's
quick
Stone
hitting.
tincture.
Very, yeah,
Ooh.
yes, an alcohol tincture. Yeah, double
Uh-huh.
extraction tincture. Uh,
Interesting.
that's pretty interesting. And I thought about doing it tonight beforehand, but I was like, I don't know if I should have, but it would have been a good one. It would have been a good one for sure.
Yeah, man.
So I guess I have two. Well, I don't know which ones I want to ask. I got two questions right off the top of my head, but I don't know which one I want to ask first. I guess
Oh.
they've both been wanting to know. I guess one is pertaining to the ink. What's up with the rings? They've got to have some type of meaning or
The rings. Oh, here?
the bands. The
Oh,
bands.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, what do they
Next.
represent?
Good question, man. These represent people that I've lost in my life that are very important to me. And so, like, each band is represents a straight line, but it's circular, so it's infinite, it continues on, right? And the straight line is the quickest point between you and something else. So, right, that the fact that it's a line represents the bond between me and that person, and the fact that these circles represent the infinite relationship that I have with this person throughout, the course of cosmological history. Right. So that's what that is, man. And then each one sort of these represent years too. So the distance between each one is something too. Yeah. And I'm still gonna fill it in with other shit too, like embroidery, whatever.
That was my next question there too, because I noticed that they were different widths, and I was wondering if that it was a representation of something as well, maybe the length of time.
Yeah, length of time that I was with yeah, right. It's like family members essentially, man. I don't, yeah. But yeah, and I like to play with negative space too, right? So, whatever. I think that's important, right? As a jazz typey. Yeah, it's like, yeah. I saw your tattoos, man. Actually, I want to ask about you. Is that the Metro? What's the name of that square? I saw you have a fucking really cool tattoo. I think it's on your right arm. You got a couple actually.
And
yeah, Metronome's cube. Metronome's cube. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, that. Sorry, can you get that on a larger screen? Can you show me those tattoos again, man? Right. So the one on your right is the metronome, is the cube, and you've got the flower of life. Yeah. That's beautiful, man. Definitely, I love that.
As I said, they all kind of relate to kind of old religion, sacred knowledge. Of course, you had the hands up.
Look at that! Damn, I didn't even see that one on your upper bicep. That's beautiful.
And then I got the Buddhas. I got some Buddhist tattoos there, and I've got all-seeing eye up there. They all kind of take a little bit from something, a little bit of knowledge that I've acquired from somewhere or something.
Well, that's what you were mentioning to me earlier on. You said that your inspiration, or well, you didn't use those exact words, but my understanding of it was that you were very open to taking realities or truths from multiple different directions, right? Like, instead of just subscribing to this one direction, saying everything you say is a truth, it's like, well, wait a second, there's a fundamental thread maybe in that element of truth that ties with a fundamental thread of someone else's version of truth. And hey, how does that kind of incorporate, right, with someone else's, and so on and so forth. I think that to me is what I'm getting from your tattoos, but maybe I'm wrong.
I tried to, when I started doing this, I'm a long-term grower, and I tried to, right off the bat, I tried not to like push the way I grow or anything like that, because I knew I was going to be doing this every night. And I figured if I tried to do that, it would get like opinionated. You know what I mean? So I didn't want that aspect of the show. But what I told everybody from the beginning is what you're going to hear is a bunch of different ways I'm growing. We all have different methods that work for us, and what you need to do here is not follow basically anybody's one method. Same thing. I said, basically, as you follow along and listen to all these grow shows, all these stories, all these processes, you're gonna see things. You know what I mean? You're gonna take little bits of information from here, from there, and then you're gonna see all them truths are gonna line up. You know what I mean, on a plane. And that's kind of what you run with. Don't necessarily think one guy's style is the way or whatever. Take it all in. You know what I mean? And trust me, as you take it all in, things are gonna line up. You're gonna see the truth. These are everybody says this. This is this. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I offered from the beginning. Just take it all in. Take it all in.
So that's cool. So your strategy, you're basically like bringing in a bunch of different perspectives, right? And showing that you know what, hey, like there isn't just one best way to grow. There's no best. Essentially, there's no best grower. So in the same way, we're like the basketball question is like, who's the best basketball player of all time? Right? With baseball, it's pretty easy. Most people will say Babe Ruth. With other sports, it's pretty easy. But with basketball, it's hard to say, right? Like, I don't know if you're a basketball fan or not, but a lot of people are like, depending on what era they grew up and watched that star grow up or, dominate in, that's the best basketball fucking player of all time. So, really, like, that whole wormhole concept, right? The whole, like, really, what is the best? There maybe is no best. There is no truth. There is no standard necessarily, you know what I mean? Undying fucking reality, right? Like, even Michael Jordan has been, most basketball players will say Michael Jordan's the best of all time. But when you hear Michael Jordan talk about who's the best basketball player of all time, Michael Jordan will say that it's an unfair question because there are different eras and different people played in different eras, right? And how could you say that one person playing one position is better than anyone else playing any other position? So now you're not even comparing apples to apples, right? Let's just say this: you're not even comparing apples to apples. If you were to compare, let's say, like a Michael Jordan, who's a two guard, to fucking whatever, who cares? Well, maybe some people think Shaquille O'Neal is the best ever, which they really don't. But I mean, he's a center, right? You can't compare a two guard or to a center. You get what I'm saying, man? So it's like you're not comparing apples to apples, or oranges to oranges at all whatsoever, and never mind different eras of when this is happening. So how could you say with cannabis who the best grower is or what the best way to grow is? You can't do it because there are so many different environments, so many different environmental pressures, different types of genetics. There's just so much going on, right? That I don't think that you can say that someone is the best versus isn't the best. It just isn't the case. I can say, but in the same way that you can't say that there is a best basketball player ever, right? Because Michael Jordan will say, well, there were people before me that were much fucking better than me, but this wasn't seen by the masses. Well, yeah, in the same way, there are growers that you've never fucking heard of before who are growing in some butt fuck backwater place, growing the most beautiful ganja ever that you're never going to fucking see ever. And they may be the best growers ever. But how would you know? Why? Because they're in their own context. So there's no such thing. You know what I'm saying, man? There's no such thing as the best grower ever. There's no such thing as the best method ever. There's no such thing as the best cultivar ever, right? It's a combination of all of those types of things. And it has to fit in with your own particular context, which is like harkens back to what you were saying, Eagle, right? It's like, you've taken from this person and this person, and you realize, okay, well, this is working for me right here and there. That's exactly where it's at, right? Like, everyone's got different pressures. People have different pressures, man. So yeah, there's no best grow method, no best cultivar, no best nothing, man. That's just hype, bullshit, ego. Fuck that. Yeah.
I always kind of laugh at the term master. Master, I really
Yeah.
believe it's a joke term. I mean, if and sadly enough, I don't use it in, and I know as stupid as I know it's just, I shouldn't even be applied as I do apply it. I don't apply it to master grower. I do think, and according to most people's standards, I do apply for master carpenter. But again, I think that's a stupid title because I'm still to this day finding and learning shortcuts, new methods of joinery. You know what I mean? As I dig deeper, into the, like, ancient Chinese traditional art, joinery and shit, there's still a lot of things I don't practice like that. There's still something to be learned. And as soon as you think you've learned everything, you've cut yourself off from everything else and you've become stupid.
Exactly. And technically, yeah, you're no longer a grower. Like, you're no longer growing anyway at that point. Maybe you're a grower because you're growing a crop, but you're no longer actually really growing internally. You know what I mean? And externally as an individual, spiritually, well, however you want to position that. Yeah, it's just once you think you know what's up and what you think you know, this is the truth and this is the reality, then that, my friend, is when you've pigeonholed yourself and you are, you no longer know anything, unfortunately. That's maybe a little extreme
Yep.
or whatever, but it's the truth, I think, right? Like, if there's so much to be extracted from, like, listen, the lessons that we learn in growing living organic, with soil, it's very important to have a diverse amount of microbiology, right? Why is that? Well, it's because it's important to have resilience, man. At the end of the day, with evolution, if there's one, incursion or some type of pathogen or whatever it is, it's going to come in and infect a particular group. Let's say you absolutely need to have a diversity, and I'll give you an example, a concrete example. Cheetahs, cheetahs in Africa, think it's called the immunohistocompatibility complex, IHC. So it's an organ, or rather a system of organs that they have in their bodies. And the reality is, I didn't realize this, but this is the truth, is that the entire cheetah population in all of Africa is pretty much genetically homogenous, man, right now. So what's happened is there's been like several bottlenecks, you know what I mean, of cheetah populations over the course of time. And now all you really have is essentially a clone of, like, all the cheetahs are technically clones of one another, right? So to speak in Canada's terms, this is what's happening. So these cheetahs all have the exact same IHC, immunohistocompatibility complex, which means that if there is a type of disease or pathogen that comes in and hits this group of 3,000 or whatever, and by the way, cheetahs are endangered species. So in the group of pathogens that comes in and actually is able to decimate even just one of these cheetahs, it's most likely to kill them all off, right? And so here's a lesson, man, like genetic diversity, right? Cultural diversity, diversity of thinking, of understanding, of perceiving the world in different ways, right? Like, when you think about it, when I think about it like this, man, this is where it really truly hits home, man, is that as human beings, like, we're obviously biological creatures, right? So our genetics are extremely important, right? So we need to have genetic diversity. That's understood. Yes, fine, well and good, but we're also cultural beings. We evolve culturally as well. In fact, extensions of our culture, i.e., our technology, right? Our technology, those revolutions happen even potentially quicker and faster than our genetic revolutions are able to happen, because we have to be able to grow to a certain age, sexual maturity, have kids, right? And then propagate and have kids. And that takes time for your genetic evolution to happen as human beings, right? In a biological sense, but in a cultural sense, those revolutions happen quite quickly. Right. So what that means is that, like, when we think about evolution in a grand sense, right, if whether you subscribe to it or not, there are definitely changes that happen in species over the course of time. And those changes happen because of changes in environment and things like that, among other things. So anyway, these things happen. We end up sort of, as human beings, taking our cultural evolution is actually quite powerful and guiding. It's a current, it's a major current in the way that humanity moves, right, through the course of space and time. Okay. So, like, this is what's fucked up, is that, like, in the same way that a cheetah would need to, whether the same way that cheetah would get wiped out because of a pathogen coming in, and its immunohistocompatibility complex, which is based strictly on its genetics and its DNA, can't compete with that. Well, humans, though, we have the opportunity to be able to rely on something else other than just our genes. We can rely on our technology, right? We can rely on our culture. We can rely on these kinds of things, right? And, like, as a anthropologist, I've learned, and I could be wrong, whatever, but, like, I've learned that language is the primary vehicle through which culture is transmitted from one individual to the next. And I don't necessarily mean spoken verbal language. I mean body language, art, right? The way that humans communicate. It's a grander sort of like linguistic web, right? And so because of that, and our genetics, we're able to actually adapt to environmental situations that change and things like that, right? It's very important for us. Now, what happens when here's what was fucking mind-blowing to me is this. It was like, okay, man, there fuck, I wish I remember the name of this book and I don't remember it right now, but it doesn't matter. The premise of the book is this, that essentially, again, that language transmits culture, and that language is dying on the planet Earth at an extremely high rate. So when you look at a country like Costa Rica, where you've got a high level of biodiversity, there are countries on this planet that have high levels of biolinguistic diversity. Now, okay, so why is that important? Well, because if humans want to evolve moving forward, and if our culture, right, influences or our technology, those revolutions happen quicker than our own biology is able to catch up to it, then it's like extremely important, right, that we have cultural diversity, right? Cultural diversity is super important because we rely on culture as transmission, right? And to be able to grow, if not at least as much as our genetics, if not even more, right? So, okay, this is where it's important. This is what blows my mind is this. In 1990, I believe, or maybe 91, I think a guy named Michael Smart did a study on the languages that are still alive in the world. So at that time, there were about 7,000 languages total extant or existent across like official languages as denoted by linguistic anthropologists. What he found was that the language rate, like languages were dying, bro, across this planet at an extremely rapid rate, right? Very rapid rate, to the point where he projected, he's right, either right or wrong, doesn't matter. He projected, anyway, this week, a couple hundred years, that we would actually bottleneck our linguistic diversity from a point where we've got 7,000 languages to a point where we only had 5 or 6. Okay, now that's fucked up. Right? And this is based off of like actual, evidence of how the way languages are dying around the world, because there's prestigious languages, right? English is the language of money. There's different types of languages that are prestigious that you want to have. And so why would some, backwater unless they've got a strong sense of like cultural pride, why would they even care about keeping Gaelic alive or whatever type of moribund language alive, right? And when that happens, bro, that's very dangerous, because if you truly believe, which I do, that language transmits culture, if you're seeing that languages are actually dying all around the world at a very similar rate to where we've got the degradation of deforestation and all these kinds of things, man, it's not just that the planet is dying. It's not just quote unquote dying. It's not just the plants are, this desertification is happening. It's also happening that we're losing human culture. And so when we talk about this, what blows my fucking mind again, bro, is this. I'm talking about cultures and languages that are dying. But think about this. Have you not ever heard the saying that when an old person dies, an encyclopedia of knowledge dies with them? You heard that saying before? Because that's a saying, and it's relatively true, right? Like each person, each language, each culture is encoding reality, right, in their own way. And so through that, we have the opportunity to understand how to better produce better crops, better cultivars, better this, better that. There are so many cultures out there that have what they call ethnosemantics, right? It's like knowledge that is encoded in a specific language of that cultural group or ethnic group in a fucking rainforest, let's say. But then when you go and wipe through that rainforest and wipe through their ability to eke an existence off of that landscape, right? And they become no longer the way they were, then guess what? We lose that piece of knowledge. We lose that piece of human heritage, you know, and I think that that's kind of like a loss, man. You know, like I think that's really really big. Um, whether it's us losing the land because of deforestation or environmental situations, or whether it's us losing ways to understand and encode reality as human beings, and how to grow cannabis or mushrooms or this or that crop in different types of situations, because you never are going to know what some future test may bring, right? With global warming, or if it exists or if it doesn't, with different types of changes in our environment, we're going to have to deal with new ways of figuring out how to cultivate these crops in the most efficient ways, you know? And so when you lose these cultures and you lose these people, you don't just lose an encyclopedia of knowledge with one person that dies. When you lose an entire language, man, right? Going from 7,000 languages to 6, like, think about what we're really losing there. Like, that is massive, right? To me, that is like, whoa, you know? So, it's super important to be able to.
I love everything you just said, and I believe in it so much. I have a tattoo that kind of represents that.
Really?
Everything, yeah, seriously. Uh, Basically, it's kind of the same kind of mentality that you just said there. The graveyards being the most richest places on earth because they're full of people that died with such great ideas that never made it into you know life. How much
Right.
of that shit do we take to the grave? But my tattoo is kind of a take on that. It's the knowledge, it's the wants that we are given throughout life. The ideas that we get, the inventions that come to us, the downloads that we're talking about, basically. And I'll totally on a side note, I'll get to that in a minute. Is the downloads that we get, out of the blue, the great ideas, the inventions that we just don't have the gumph to go, oh, that will work. I'm the person to set that forth. The graveyard is one of the richest places on earth because so many people die with those ideas, those with regrets. And this is honestly the tattoo right here that I look at every day. This is the face. This is that face of ideas, the knowledge that people take to the grave right here, brother. Is
Yeah,
right
show me.
there.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
every one of these skulls is one of those ideas. That knowledge, every one of these is an idea. And this is the mask. If you
Oh,
don't
that's
you know
cool. I can see what you're
take
doing there.
take
Yeah,
that
yeah,
on in
yeah, yeah.
life, uh you know this is the mask you'll wear. These are all the ideas, the regrets that you'll have to carry through your next life.
Mm.
And I look at that every morning and I say to myself, I don't want to wear that mask. I'm not going to carry that baggage on with me in the next life. I totally relate to everything you just said.
Oh,
Totally
man.
relate to that.
Oh, that's a powerful tattoo too. The meaning behind that tattoo is phenomenal, right? That's a great. I really appreciate that you asked me kind of what my tattoos mean, because it's like whatever, fuck bands, but it's true. Like when you really ask someone, and I've done this so many times, man. Like, what does that tattoo mean? You learn so much about somebody, hey, and there's also something about tattoos. So people will like decry or say, what, people with tattoos are fucking whatever, this or that or the other. But you know what, I think there's something about a tattoo, right, that um, um, emblemizes, I would say, it's emblematic of commitment. You know what I'm saying, man? You get a tattoo in your mind, you are committed to a particular concept or a particular thing, right? I think it says something about people, right? Like, so it's not necessarily like there's oftentimes like a negative association with people who get tattoos. And I'm not saying that everyone that gets a tattoo is a good person, but all I'm saying is like to commit to the notion to put that ink into your body for potentially until you croak, that says something, right? Like, maybe a little bit about something. So I think it's really fun. I love asking people about what their tattoos mean, man. So I'm super fucking stoked about what you just said, dude. That's so cool, right? That's like a skull. It's an amalgam of other skulls. Hey, and just like the depth of that was really cool. Yeah, awesome, man.
I'm glad that you don't, obviously you have tattoos, so you don't let that bother you. But man, it's it's I used to use like to use that somewhat as a filter. The people that seen the tattoos walked away. I was like, oh, they're just people that weren't meant to be in my path, and probably I didn't want to have a conversation with them anyway.
Right,
But as the more, as more tatted I get, and the more people I meet with tattoos, I realize, the people that scoff and look like that, we're they're looking at, talk about, you shouldn't judge a book by a cover. People with ink have the most incredible covers. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you crack that book? Why wouldn't you
right.
crack that book with such an incredible cover? There's got to be an amazing story.
There, exactly, man. Whoa, looks like you left, bro. Oh my god, I hope it's not just me again. But you're absolutely correct. Yeah, if you can still hear me, I think that I heard what you were saying there for a bit, man. And I don't know if people are still in the chat, but absolutely, like, man, that's huge. And just because you don't have tattoos, it doesn't mean that you don't have an incredible story either. There's obviously, man, we all go through crazy stories. It's just that I think what we're trying to get at here is that just because you do have tattoos and maybe they look fucking freaky as fuck, like a skull with a bunch of other skulls in it, like that's possibly really freaky. But when you pry a little bit, right, into that person, then you realize, hey, you know what? There's maybe more, not just to what you're about, but maybe there's more to what I am about, because I just thought you were fucking weird for having a tattoo with skulls on it, right? So maybe I need to check in with myself a little bit more. I think that's kind of the point of this conversation, or at least from my perspective, it was. And I don't even know if anyone's still watching this, but that's kind of where it's at. So how do you do that? How do I find out if anyone else is watching this? Nope, I can't see. I'm on Zoom. Shit. Okay, give me a sec. All right. If there's anyone else out there still, I'm gonna go on YouTube right now and I'm gonna see. Let's see what you're saying in the chat room. Let's see what we got. First, I'm gonna fucking hit this, Rosin. Oh, he's
Thank
back.
goodness.
Okay, cool. Phew.
Let me come back.
Okay,
I'm
yeah. I was
sitting
about
here
to.
scrambling.
I
I'm
was about to
sitting
go
here
online, bro.
scrambling to try to come in on Zoom on my phone. What? I don't want to risk losing this episode. So I think this would be probably a pretty good time to kind of call it. We did make the four. Chat wanted me to tell you a long time ago, congratulations for making the full time slot show. And they wanted me to tell you thank you for coming on, and they hope there's an episode
Oh,
two.
really? Oh, good for them, man.
Yeah,
Dude.
I swear. If you look back at chat, that's what they said. They
Oh,
hope
man.
there's a part two to this, and thank you very much for making it. Well,
Oh.
basically, they were thanking you for not cutting it short and taking
Ah.
it through
Well, you
all
know
the
what,
whole
man?
night.
Next time, like maybe I could figure out how to fucking actually get on chat and talk to a few people, see what's up, right? That'd be pretty cool too, right? I'm always down with
Well, and
interacting with people, man. You know. So.
well, the other possibility is too is well, I definitely love a second episode one on one because that's what I do. I love that episode, the one on ones. But besides that, like I said before, you're welcome any night. Any night there's a wormhole and we've got a panel of people up, here talking. You're more than welcome to join in any night with the panel of folks. You know what I mean? So it's not just one on one. There's a few of us kind of bouncing off each other. You're always
Mhm.
welcome. But I
Yeah.
would like to invite you back for a second one on one episode. But now that you've done the show, you're always welcome. And they said that through that was another thing. If you go back and watch this, I've seen this several times tonight. Was I hope he's a regular. I hope he becomes a regular.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's cool. I appreciate that, man. That's really cool. You know what? I'll say this. If I've got if there's a lot of shit going on, as I mentioned, right? And I can't make hard commitments. But what I can say is this was a great fucking time, and that if I've got the time and it coincides, bro, with we're running a either multiple, group people, or rather even we can definitely set up a one-on-one with you and me, right? And then that'll happen. But yeah, bro, I would be curious and interested, and it'd be nice to talk with other like-minded folk, man. And they don't have to be living organic cultivators, and they don't have to be even ganja growers, right? They could be just fucking like-minded people, you know. Yeah, man. If I got the time and you guys are running that, bro, I'm down. I'm down. Yeah, this is a nice experience. I think you're really you have good energy, man. Your tattoos they mean a lot, man. And yeah, thank you so much, man. Seriously, for having me on here. Really cool. Again, I wish I could have interacted with the people in the chat a little more. Next time, I'll set myself up for that a little better, I guess. But right now, I'm on a
You
fucking cell
know,
phone.
I'm so glad that this went an extra. Well, I do this anyway, but I'm glad we went an extra 3 hours
Really?
plus to what we said you agreed to in the
Yeah.
beginning. And that's a
I sent the
testament. Yeah,
message
you
to my
wanted
to
to
my
check
people.
out
I
at
was like, listen, I
1:30.
want to show it's
It's
going good.
4:39 my time.
Really? Oh shit! It's bedtime. Awesome, good, awesome, bro.
I was sitting
Sweet.
here thinking, man, I had this is such a good conversation. I hope his company doesn't show. And then at one point, I was sitting there with you with the with the headphones in. I'm thinking, this poor guy. I hope his company didn't come knocking at the door and he didn't hear him
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's got the headphones in.
yeah.
But man, I am grateful. I'm totally grateful for the extra time, man. It was a great night, no doubt.
Yeah.
Great
Okay, awesome,
conversation.
bro.
I
Yeah,
beat you to it.
man. Sweet. Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to J Muck for fucking hooking this shit up, man. He hooked that shit up, right? He was the guy, sent the message out to me and said, hey, why don't you come on? So thank you so much, bro. If you're still there in the chat room,
He
man.
is. He
He
is. He's
is?
been plugging that IG all night long.
Oh.
Yep.
I should start maybe putting some new things up on the IG then. Anyway, there is going to be a few mentions. So I guess if we're gonna shut this down, then yeah, man, let's just say that things are about to happen. Pretty exciting in the legal space. So maybe I'll put some things out on Green Grow Spaces IG. But bro, I haven't put anything out on my Instagram in a while, and I haven't put anything out on my YouTube in a while. I feel like it's about time, right?
Well, man, I know I don't have any doubts that what you have planned is going to be very successful and fruitful for you. You do have a positive energy, and I'm a person that believes in manifesting things, and manifesting things don't become possible until you can see them. And obviously, you have a good wraps on your dreams. You've already seen it. So I got 100% confidence things are going to work out for you.
Thanks, bro. Man, yeah, great energy right back your way, dude. Seriously, man. Sweet. All right, man. Well, let's fucking let's talk behind the scenes a little bit, right? And whoops, and determine another day when we can maybe have more conversations, in a group chat and or one on one, bro. Hey.
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. I can't thank you enough. And man, I'm looking forward to the next time.
All right, bro. Yeah, man. And I want to thank whoever has managed to stick around to this late time, or who was ever able to wake up just to catch the tail end of this. You know what? Much respect,
There's
man.
still 67 watching. There's still
Really?
67 watching.
Oh, sweet. Good for them, man. Okay, cool. Well, you know what? Thank you so much, all of you. Next time, if you see that when you see that I'm on the show, actually, I promise you, I'll have some and we'll have a little more interaction, one on one, right? But this was really cool, and I hope you all have a great night. Seriously, this is great. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Well, that wraps up this episode 437. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, please treat yourself good. Moreover, do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'll say it every night, and I'm never going to quit saying it. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Mike.